We've got Hunter Lawrence calling in. We got Tallon Vohland and Phil Nicoletti, of course, as well. Lots to talk about when it comes to High Point and more. Got some great in-studio co-hosts with me as well. 702-586-7857. If you want to chat about High Point or really anything else, give us a call. Social media drama, if you want to talk about that. It's all out there. And Hunter Lawrence, Tallon Vohland, Phil Nicoletti coming on. Appreciate that. Don't forget, PulpMXGivesBack.com. We've started a non-profit for injured riders, so we're doing that. And the folks at Yamaha have stepped up again with giving away a YZ450. Really want to thank them for doing that. And all the money we raise are going to go to some injured riders, guys like Jerry, who we helped out already, Trevor Colup, Chad Saltz, these type of guys. Maybe Mike Brown. Brownie's hurt, and he sounds like he'll be okay, but pretty serious crash for Mike Brown. But what we're doing here at PulpMX Gives Back is just trying to help riders out and trying to give some money back. So we're doing that right now on PulpMXGivesBack.com. The folks at Yamaha giving us that bike again, another 450 to give away. And go on there, and we're doing a raffle at the end of SMX. And again, we're just going to split the money up and give it to injured riders, man. That's what we're going to do. You guys have supported the damn LCQ race so well over the years that I just thought, why not do something more with that if I can? And Yamaha stepped up. We've got some cool other experiences we're going to raffle off after the bike. And why not keep doing it, man? So appreciate it. If you guys got the means to do it, enter in the raffle. And, appreciate that. PulpMXGivesBack.com. Let's help some injured riders out. High Point, lots to get into tonight. We've got the Race Tech Rant. We've got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. We have the Twisted Tea I Don't Know Man. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon as well. And we have some great in-studio guests. 702-586-7857. With me, first up, used to be a factory Suzuki mechanic, RCH mechanic back in the day. He's worked for some great riders. It's really stoked to have him back in studio. It's been a little while, probably too long. The Tony Berluti. What's up, Berluti?
How are you? Great to be back. This guy.
It's great. It's great. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Glad to be here.
Lots to talk to you about, High Point and everything else. Also in studio here, the man. He's won a few Supercross championships, motocross championships. Worked at No Fear for a while, which I want to talk to him about later on this show. He owns the Huddle Brewery here in Vegas. The Skip Norfolk. What's up, Uncle Skip?
What's happening, you guys?
Thanks for coming in. Yeah, thank you for coming in. We'll probably tell some old school box fan days stories. We got Tallon Vohland, who you both, Berluti, you worked for him when he was, not for him, but he was on Factory Suzuki when you were there.
I believe in 91.
And you have.
Yeah, he was early
Vohland
Team
stories.
Green guy.
Yeah, so lots to get into with you guys here tonight. And, man, I can just feel it in this room, all the championships, all the wins.
There's a lot of them.
I can just feel it. I got one. So I got one. Was I the greatest mechanic? No. One. What do you got?
A few.
Berluti?
Not as many as Skip. I only dreamed.
Well, you got 125 national wins. 125 Supercross wins.
Yeah.
You never got a 250
outdoor.
No.
Championship. No.
Well, neither did
Not
I.
even a 125.
You got an East Coast 4-stroke title?
No.
Got 2 of those over here.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Yeah, 2 of them.
God, I saw in there you were with the Kelly Smith thing.
Smith, yeah.
So he won that day overall?
In 2000, yeah.
He got the 08. I thought he won a moto.
No, he did. He went 1-4 for the overall.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. What a day.
That was on a 125?
Yeah.
Yeah.
KTM's first ever win, Berluti.
I know, dude. I'm glad you reminded me. I forgot.
Who'd you work for 2000?
2000. Man. Yeah, you're dating me.
You're RCH then, right? Yeah.
Who?
No, he would have been Suzuki then.
2000.
He was Tortelli in 03, so let's work backwards.
Maybe Roderick Thane.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No, Thane was on KTM in 2000.
He was? Okay,
Yep,
so
yep.
201 was Thane.
Okay.
2000.
When that Hart and Ricky? Hart?
No.
Maybe
What was that team?
Berluti.
Maybe
That was so long ago after. Yeah.
might have been Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie was 2000. Okay, all right.
Maybe.
Well, we'll figure
know.
it out.
Yeah.
Lots to get into tonight with the show for sure. Hey, by the way, motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Race Tech, Acerbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing. Thanks to Guts for the new seat on my Stasic electric bike that I've got the other day. And thank you to Atlas Neck Brace for all that they do. Twisted Tea, motorcyclejobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, love John, the guys down there. Fox Factory Vehicles, Intense Cycles, Weisco Piston, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Luxon, Ethica, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight. And I want to say, first up, before we get too far into this, Skip Norfolk brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save with OGO. OGO Power Sports, Pulp 15 code. Get the gear bags, get a laptop bag, get a backpack, get a travel carry-on bag, whatever it is. They'll dial you in. OGO Power Sports, Pulp 15, bringing you the Skip Norfolk. Okay, so is Jet ever going to lose? Is Jet ever going to lose? Like, I don't know.
I think there's some parity out there. Losing overall?
Yes, losing
Obviously,
overall.
he's been beat 2 motos.
Yep.
I believe it. I think it's more possible that it'll happen this time than it did,
2 years ago? Yeah. Skip? Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah, the top 4, top 5,
Yeah.
top 4,
Yeah.
they're there. So he's,
Yeah.
he can't. There's no little room for error.
Here's the thing, though, and I talked about this in our review pod. Stu, who's in the booth with Weege, he's awesome, and he knows way more than I did about motorcycle racing. But Stu's got this theory that Jet, even though he's cruising, right, he looks like he's cruising. We can all agree on that. Jet does not look like he's RC out there. He looks like he's out for a Sunday cruise. Stu's theory is that's 100%. He's going 100%, or close to it, and he's just cruising. And I don't believe it, because I've just watched this kid. When he needs to make passes, he's got that extra gear. What he doesn't want to do, like Stu or Ricky, is he doesn't need to or want to crush the guys. He doesn't have that, I'm going to go faster and faster and faster until you guys can't see me. He doesn't want to do that, I think. And I think, perfect example, High Point Moto 1, he stalls it. He's got a 3-second lead. He stalls the bike. Hunter gets by him. AP gets by him. And you're like, oh, shit, big mistake. Gets Hunter back the same lap that he stalled it at, and then puts his fastest, then works slowly up to get to AP, going about a second quicker, makes a mistake, gets that squirrely back end kick. That lap's not so good. I was looking at his laps today. Yeah. Gets AP, does a 2:05, fastest lap of the race for him, because he was like, okay, now I have to get my cushion back. I just think he's got so much more in there.
Well,
Hangtown was a weird one. The third at Hangtown was hot. Not happy with the bike. Okay, but I think Stu's off base.
No, I think he's spot on, and but he has the ability to wiggle his big toe and just pull on that talent and do things that nobody else can.
Yeah, I think when he needs it,
it's there. He can
there.
draw on it.
Right.
But what the challenge is, for someone I think like that, is that if he wiggles his big toe once and gets that 3-second cushion that he loves and manages, if he has to do that, because then he can reset, then he can do it again, then he can reset, then he can do it again. If he's got to keep pressing that time over time over time,
he doesn't need to.
If these guys can put him in that position, that's when you'll see that he might be at his max, when he's out of what he's comfortable with.
But it doesn't seem like he needs it or cares,
It seems like that's what he does. God, that just blows my mind that you can control it like that,
I'm with you. You know what I mean, though, when Ricky and James wanted to crush everybody, hey, I am going to crush your souls and put on 10, 15 seconds. I don't think Jet cares.
No, I
don't know. I'm more leaning towards what James goes with. Yeah, I don't say he's 100%.
Yeah. Whatever number you want, right? Whatever
the guy
number you want.
definitely can control the race for sure. But I think if things aren't perfect and things are, I don't know if he's able to do what you're talking about.
To me, look at the lap times. He got the lap
very
lap he got AP 2:05, fastest one of the race, because he's like, oh shit, I gotta get my lead again after I threw it away.
What about Tomac's 2:05 or
2:04 in second moto? Or no, first moto. Sorry, yeah. To me, and I saw it in Supercross a lot. He'd bobble a rhythm and lose a second or two to Kenny or Eli or whoever, and then he's like, oh, in 3 corners he's back up. He made up all the time he lost in one rhythm in 3 corners, because he was just like, okay, got to get back on this guy's rear fender.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Fucking believable. But I truly feel that Tomac's gonna, and Tomac's good at Southwick.
Oh yeah.
Tomac's going to have his track. Tomac is chomping at the bit, dude. He's got something going on where he wants to beat that guy bad, and I think he's a guy that can do it.
I mean, I think, to me, I think Hunter, who's coming on here, can do it. I think Eli can do it. Like,
good.
There's not a lot to me to separate that next cap. Like, as far as like the old Eli, to me, gets a bad start. We saw that 100 times in Cowie days, whatever, or even a couple years ago at Yamaha. Gets a bad start. That happens to Eli every 3 to 4 motos.
Absolutely.
Blows the start.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then what he would do is go beast mode, rip through the pack, and he would get a third in that first moto. He would have salvaged what he can and got a third. Instead, he set those fast lap times, got up to AP and Justin Cooper, and then couldn't get him. That's so weird to me. It's not the same guy. Like, he's old. He's coming off injury. Like, he's a legend. He's an all-timer. But, dude, if you had asked me when I'm watching that race, if Eli's going to get Justin Cooper and Aaron Plessinger, like, for third, I'm like, oh, yeah. I mean, look at his lap times. He's coming.
Yeah, but
so that's the part where I'm like, when you say he's got something for Jet, I'm like, a moto? Can he pull 2 off? I don't know.
If he starts there, the answer is yes. It's possible.
Well,
100%.
I mean,
but you can't spot him 15 seconds and expect that it's gonna, and have to get through 6-7 guys.
But
that's gonna be tough.
Funny enough, though, we've seen Aaron Plessinger pass Jet. We've seen Justin Cooper pass Jet, and we've seen Hunter pass Jet. We have not seen Eli Tomac pass Jet. There's some people in the pits, not me. There's some people in the pits that are like, Jet is like, my brother got me. Aaron can get me. It's fine. I am not letting that guy get me, because if he gets me once, confidence starts brewing.
You can't feed that beast.
That's what. There's some people in the pits that are like, dude, he will never let Eli get him. He will keep stepping it up and stay in front of Eli. He does not care about Hunter or AP or J. Coop getting
He's
him.
amazing, but he's going to have a day where he's not spot on, and Eli's going to pounce.
Berluti, he's won every outdoor except for one.
I get it, man, but Eli's a different guy though right now. He's wanting it really bad. I don't know. I'm just saying. I believe that he's going to beat him.
Fan guy in the
No,
club.
not necessarily. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. I mean, when you listen to Tomac's interviews, he's different. I thought he was going to retire. Why the fuck wouldn't you retire?
I think Yamaha
go ride your horses and play with your girls.
Yamaha thought he was going to retire too.
I get it.
That's why he's not going back.
But I don't know if his dad or something's going on with him that he's fired up.
Yeah.
Don't you think, Skip?
He's fired up, and I think he's a lot smarter about how he manages his laps in the moto than he's been in the past.
He's raced. He had 2 outdoors in 2 years. He's coming off 2 serious injuries. The old Eli Tomac just goes right by Aaron Plessinger and goes right by J. Coop. The old Eli Tomac doesn't crash at Hangtown. I just think he's a little off his game. I don't think he's peak Eli Tomac.
Okay.
Which, I mean, of course, how could he not be peak Eli? I mean, he's older, right?
Let me ask you this, Steve. Has he always been a guy that, I know what you're saying, goes right by, but he's always been the guy that takes too long to pass? But usually his endurance carries him. But he's not the best guy. Like, he's not like an MC that, I mean, you're gone.
Yeah.
There's certain guys that do it and they're gone. I mean, Jet Lawrence.
Yeah.
He's another example. He does exactly that.
Yeah.
But Eli's never been that guy. Sometimes he gets hung up behind somebody too long, and that's to his demise.
Yeah. Look, the only guy that's won motos besides Jet is Eli Tomac. He's won 2 motos.
Well, we had the one moto where those 2 got off, and he could
Paula
not get by him.
Second moto, Paula.
Yeah, couldn't get by him. Right? They were with 2 seconds, 3 seconds apart.
Yeah.
The entire race.
And then they gapped third. Yeah.
Oh yeah, third was 50 some seconds back.
Right.
But no, and I think he's I don't know. He just seems like he's processing all the information a little differently than he used to. I think it's going to pay off in the end for him. I think he's going to be there for the long haul.
I mean,
points-wise, he's way back already.
I think he can get second. I think he can get second.
What, overall?
Yeah.
He's going to win a race.
No, I just mean like in the points. Like he can break away from the other guys, sure. But what I see with this Jet kid, like this weekend
Dude,
again.
he's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm not taking that from you, but he has a bad day. Tomac's going to be there.
Yeah. he's. I mean, Jet's just better than everybody else.
It's impressive. It's
It is.
really
It's
impressive.
crazy.
Like I said, when
Fuck, that guy's insane.
when he stalls it and then just be like, oh, okay, shit, I got to get these guys. All right, see you later.
Yeah, but he also knew he had 16 minutes left to do it.
Yeah.
Right? So that takes all the pressure off a oh shit moment. He goes, all right, let's just go.
It's just really hard to
for
do
sure.
that. It's hard to do that.
But that's what makes him so
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Exactly.
He can do that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He does that
No,
every weekend.
That was what, maybe halfway, 10 minutes in when he stalled it.
I think there
or
was
About
something?
halfway. It was
16
about
minutes
halfway.
left,
Yeah.
something like that.
So
yeah.
he, like you said, Skip, he had so much time
Yeah.
left, and he just controlled it like a boss.
I
like
know.
a Sunday ride.
It's impressive. That's why I'm like, when Stu says, hey, I think he's riding all out, I'm like, no. He's got a lot more in there. He doesn't want to crush these guys like you and RC did.
Well, he doesn't have an edge.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an edge. It's really round, so he can go past, I think, his, let's just call it his max, and then just slowly come back across. It's not a cliff.
Yeah. Oh, it's impressive. Man.
I agree. Who's gonna push him? I can't wait to see it. Maybe in the end of his career or something. But God, you're right.
Yeah.
The guy just—it's like, oh my God.
He's won every 450 overall, but one in his career. And the one he didn't win was the one at Hangtown when he tried that double and ate shit.
With the one moto that last lap he passed AP for the win. Right.
That was Sexton at Hangtown.
Hangtown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, he knows what those guys can and can't do. He knows. He sees
he's
it.
amazing.
He sees everything. He's not looking through a microscope or he's not looking through a tunnel.
Especially
he
coming
sees
off
everything.
of injury.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
him and his brother both.
Yeah. Yeah.
They hadn't had any gate drops, and they both come out swinging.
Yep.
They got some kind of program over there.
It's not too bad. 702-586-PULP. Give us a call if you want to talk to Phil Nicoletti coming up. Our buddy Phil threw that retirement party for him, but he's still fucking racing. Skip.
That's Phil.
You know?
Is it making money up there?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
He won't talk about it, so don't even bother asking him. But he won't
let's
talk about
ask
it.
him.
Okay.
Can we?
You can ask him.
All right.
He won't talk about it.
I'll talk to him. I'm going to ask him.
Okay. And then Hunter Lawrence and Tallon Vohland, also from a chair beast, coming on board. Taking your calls in the corner, holding things down. The Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
What's up, Steve?
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me. A little late intro, but we got these guys in studio. Let them
Spirited
talk.
debate to talk, though.
yeah.
Spirited debate off the top. Working the cameras, working on the app, working on PulpMX Fantasy, working on picking some cameras for the studio, working on everything. The Travis Marks.
Steven, how are you?
What's happening, Marks?
How was your weekend?
That was good. Yeah, it was
Anything
chill.
exciting happen?
Nope.
Good to hear.
Nope,
I'm
not at
glad
all.
you had a nice chill weekend at home.
Yep. Went on a couple bicycle rides.
Love to hear it.
Went on a couple
Good
bicycle
for,
rides.
good for you. You deserve it.
Thanks, buddy. Are you still
What?
whatchamacallit?
What? Zwift?
Yeah, Zwift?
Yeah.
Are you Zwifting?
I haven't missed. You know what? I took a day off yesterday, but I've been 3 weeks straight.
Oh, nice.
Doing
'Cause
what? What are you doing over
The
there?
indoor biking, the indoor Swift program, you put up a bike on a trainer and then you're like,
Oh.
Just
No, I don't
grinding.
know much
you know what I'm
about
talking
it.
about?
Grinding.
You trying to lose some LBs, or what's your
Trying
problem?
to do something, yeah. Have you
Trying
s-
to do something.
I know you
get in
haven't
shape
seen
for
me
something
in a
or
while,
what?
Berlut, but yeah, we're looking a little rough. and
Are
we're
you?
trying to-
I
yeah.
didn't notice, but yeah, good for you
You're
then.
s-
If you're going to try to trim up a
You're
little
nice. I
bit, get
haven't-
back on the road biking will do it. I'll tell you that.
What
I
about
know
your
that
road
for
bike?
sure.
What about your road biking?
I haven't been road biking.
I know.
He's a fat fucker.
I had a dream I went on a road bike ride.
I got a road bike and Berlut's like, let's go road biking. And there's been no road biking on that side.
Oh God, here we go.
But I have been using some of your loops, so
Yeah.
the ones you told me. So
They're
I've been
pretty
doing that.
good, huh?
Yeah. CardoSystems.com. Love the Cardo stuff. You guys ever try the Cardo stuff?
Have
It's
not.
fantastic. Global leader in communication for rider to rider or rider to coach. Pack Talk Edge. Edge phones are waterproof and dirt proof. The systems can easily fit on any helmet. They sound crystal clear. The best part of the Cardo system is the code PulpMX to save. Use the code PulpMX to save at Cardo Systems on Instagram and all of that. Thank you to those guys. All right, we got some phone calls.
Have you
Here?
used it, Steve?
Yes, I have. It was
So
fantastic.
like on.
Does anybody listen to you?
I had RV chirping in my ear on a trail ride. Yeah,
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it sounds crystal clear. You put it in your helmet.
Yeah.
Put a little pack on the side of your
Yeah.
helmet, and it's awesome. You and your buddies can laugh at each other.
I
and make
think
fun.
it'd be awesome.
It is. It's
Yeah.
a really
Oh,
fun.
that's cool.
It's really cool. And then Cardo wants to talk about like a coach and her dad, training a rider, which also is awesome. But more your buddies trail riding. It's
Or
amazing.
road, but it's mainly for street biking guys, right?
It's for any kind of biking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Where you got helmets on.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
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 I bet.
All right, let's get some phone calls. This gentleman
some-
wants to talk to Skip. It's Blake. What's up, Blake? Welcome to the show. You want to talk to the Skip Norfolk?
Yeah, I just wanted to say what's up, guys. I was in Vegas a few weeks ago. Steve, thanks to you, I reached out before I got there. You got back to me. That was cool. Went to the Sphere, went to the Huddle.
Oh,
met
nice.
Skip. Yeah, my wife and I watched all of 450 Moto 2 Pala with Skip. Drank some beers.
Oh, wow.
Pretty
That
much
was
Skip
cool.
and I had the same jet conversation you guys are just having.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I always tell
so,
people who tell me, I'm
yeah,
like,
man, it was cool.
when people reach out, I'm like, hey, Skip's bars by Stratosphere, go see him, but like you make sure he's there because you're in and out, right? So
Yeah.
like,
I went 3 times to try to meet him, actually.
yeah.
Hey, myself included. Don't feel bad. I mean, I've gone there thinking for sure Skippy's going to be there, and fuck, are you kidding me? Skip ain't here? Why did I even come down here?
Right.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
he's at some kind of a beer festival or
Convention
some
or something,
shit.
yeah.
Yep.
What'd
It
you
was cool,
what'd you
man.
see at the
I
Sphere?
got one of the Phil retirement glasses.
Oh, you
too,
had some left?
so-
You had
What?
Yeah, we had a couple.
Yeah,
that
they had some extras in the
Yeah.
back.
we
Okay.
cleaned out some stuff and
Yeah.
found a.
You know what?
Retirement glasses?
Yeah, they're.
I got some too. I should do an Instagram contest or something. I got a couple.
Well, he's not retired, so
Yeah.
hang on. to
Can you
him
sell them
until,
on
he's
eBay
actually
or
done.
something?
I need to. Yeah, could we sell
Yeah,
them, Skip?
yeah. If you want one on eBay, I got to pay. I'll pay you $6 to take it.
What'd you see at the Sphere, Blake?
I saw the U2 movie.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm not really a U2 guy. Like, I'm a bit heavier, but like, it was impressive, man. Like, it was super easy to get in and out of. Like, beer's expensive, but it's the same as it is at Orioles games. Like, so it's whatever.
Yep.
But like, if I didn't know it was the movie, you could have fooled me that they
I
weren't
know.
there.
It's crazy, right? When
And,
when
like-
they walk out on stage, it was.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what their stage was. It's the same dimensions as
Yeah.
when it was there.
Yeah.
So it's. I'm with you, man.
Is it kinda like
and
that
the
Michael
sheets, like, the
Jackson
seats
thing or
shake
something? It
and
looked real?
everything.
What are you talking about?
Well, it looks
Yeah,
real. He said
What
he,
Michael Jackson thing? though?
no, like
no, it's a
Hologram.
it's a video.
like a
hologram.
Yeah,
Hologram,
exactly.
yeah.
Thank
There
you,
you go,
thank
there you
you. What the fuck are you talking about? Steve?
I don't know what you're talking.
Well-
no, it's not a hologram. It's a movie.
I know, but
Yeah.
you said it looks real.
It does.
It does. It's
'Cause
It
it's-
does.
it's-
It does.
yeah.
It's cool. I was showing some people. It's wild. If Tool ever plays there,
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Tool,
Yeah, if
that'd be
Tool
badass.
plays there, Mr.
How about the drum kit?
Mr. Side will be living here. I
Oh, yeah.
think, so.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
Side's
Dark
into
Side.
that?
Side loves Tool.
Oh,
yeah.
I like Tool. I like me some Tool.
All right. Thanks, Blake. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
See you, Blake.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thank
See you
Appreciate
later.
it. All right. Huddle Brewery, by the way, in Vegas. Go see Uncle Skip. Great beer, the Knack Knack beer and everything else. What's up, Chip?
Oh, nothing. I've been waiting for this since Saturday.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Just for reference, I'm the guy a couple years ago at Indy showed you a picture of me sitting on MC's bike, probably like in 92 or 93, and he took
Oh,
a
yeah.
picture and sent it to
Yeah.
Skip.
Yeah.
I remember that.
guy.
Yeah.
So I've been around the sport for a while, so I get it. But I have a few questions for you guys on this media garbage. Which other media member lets fans call in and talk to legendary mechanics and the sports top racers? Anybody?
I don't know.
Come on, dude.
Yeah,
How about
You got a good
which
show.
Other media? No, that's what I'm saying. Which other media member gives away goggles?
No, not
start
you,
hooks,
Steve.
geo bags? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
Steve.
giving
Come on,
props to
Steve. Lighten up.
And then,
yeah.
and then you raise $100,000 a year for
No
the
shit.
Absolutely.
privateers, and people are gonna like, if you're gone, who the fuck do we have? I'll be honest. Like, who do we have that gives a
Cooksey.
fuck about
You
the
can
sport
go
like
watch
you do?
Cooksey.
Oh yeah, Cooksey. Yeah, Cooksey garbage. Okay.
Come on.
I'm not. Listen, like I don't think like I know what you're saying. Like
I know
like-
you don't like being, you know,
Right.
you don't like being whatever, but I'm just here to tell the people that actually give a fuck about this sport that people like you are far and few between, and when you're gone, not involved anymore, or whenever you decide to call it quits, there's going to be a lot of people that don't get as much love as they do. And
Steve says he's going to
and then
retire.
yeah. I mean, we're working on it.
And then
Come
I also wrote down Brian Deegan's quote about how you would like to rather bother people in the pits, than to go to the press conference and
yeah.
stuff. So how about, like, I'm tired of hearing it from the same 3 people every week. So when you go into the pits and talk to the riders, it actually gives the fans something to, like, listen to, and you get to hear more than just the top three's perspective. So Brian Deegan, with all due respect, can kind of fuck off because his kid wins every weekend.
I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. His Instagram post was absolutely insanity, and so I'll talk a little bit about
I just wanted to call and, like, let people
thank
know
you,
that
Chip.
maybe they need to, like, recognize that, you are a pretty helpful personality in the sport, so they need to kind of back it down.
I mean, look, I'm I'm wrong just as much as anybody, but like what I don't understand a little bit is I felt like my criticism of Johnny Hopper's question was pretty fair. I prefaced this with that I like Johnny. I was fine with him, but I thought the question was a little bit of a joke. And Weege and JT agreed with me, but somehow Weege and JT escape all culpability, and it's Steve Matthes getting the hate. But like JT and Weege 100% agreed with me. So
I just don't think that's an important question for a press conference.
Well,
I mean, that's something I don't know.
Again, and then when Johnny took the audio of the video of our show and put in his own video, I'm like, dude, you don't think you should ask? You think you should just take video? Now you can legally. YouTube doesn't care. Like it's not a legal thing, but I think it's kind of a dick move to just take things that we said and put it in your own video. Like so, it's a whole thing. Skip and
the last
don't
thing,
care.
just real quick.
Yeah.
Just real quick, and I know it's nothing to do with you, but something needs to happen for Trevor Collins. That is a travesty.
It's really bad deal, man. Yeah.
I understand that the family might be like holding back, but I do not care. Somebody needs to step up. I mean, they've already got his bike. Like, Finis is already on his bike, and it's just like we're forgotten about him. And I feel like he's a young kid, and he's already in really bad shape, so I just can't believe that we're just
it doesn't.
already past it.
I think a little bit of it is because no one quite knows how bad it is. Right, because
the I read on stuff, his mom says it's pretty bad.
I know, I read that too, but I don't even know if the Road to Recovery doing anything. I don't know.
Not yet, but they're doing something for Brownie, which is fine. But this kid's a current racer. Like they gotta do something.
Maybe the family said it's okay. We don't want anything. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know the specifics, but it is a bad deal. And PulpMX Gives Back will help them. We'll do something. So.
Good deal. All right. Well, thanks, guys. You have a great show.
All right. Thanks for the nice words. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Hey, Steve, you're the OG.
Well, I mean,
no, really, seriously, that guy, what he's saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you're like you're the OG that I know of, that started this whole freaking shit.
I did when I started. I did, and you guys were around. I felt like the media in the sport when you guys were around, and when I was a mechanic, were just fans with cameras, and they just wanted to be buddies with the riders. I felt like that was, and that's fine, but I was reading besides Jody, but Jody didn't go to the races, so I don't really always took, I didn't really take what Jody wrote with any sort of knowledge. He wasn't at the races. So when I became a media guy after being a mechanic, I was like, hey, I'm going to try to treat this like a real sport. If somebody's underperforming, I'm going to write about it. If someone's did a dirty move on the track, I'm going to say it. I'm going to, so I tried to.
Oh, you're controversial, but I'm saying you're the OG guy of podcasts and this show, this content.
Well, to be fair,
and that guy's recognizing it. Take it, Steve.
DMXS guys did do a podcast before me. They were
who?
DMXS.
Yeah, right.
They were before me.
Well, okay.
But, yeah. All right, Phil Nicoletti coming up here shortly.
Phil?
Yeah, Phil. I mean, when I'm gone, Mark's is going to take the mantle. Right, Mark?
This is news to me.
Yep. You have the mantle. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're hired.
I'll make you proud.
It comes with an iPad.
Yes, finally.
Maxima USA, Pulp 20 code to save with Maxima. Love the Maxima stuff. What was your favorite Maxima product when you were wrenching?
Oh, 921.
927.
27.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Berluti, favorite Maxima product?
I like the shine stuff. That works
SE1?
good. And you know what was amazing about Maxima is they made a special blend for us.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted something and they would make stuff for, well, I mean, they're not going to make it for the like a privateer or normal guy, but yeah, they're very
They're
dedicated
dedicated
a great
to the
company.
sport. They're dedicated.
Yeah, absolutely. They got passion.
Yep.
Pulp 20 code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter as well. Pulp 20 side by sides, dirt bikes, street bikes. They got air and oil filters at profilter.com. Pulp 20 is a code to save with them. We appreciate them coming on board. Use that code to save at Maxima and Pro Filter. Good stuff. And all right, let's get to our next guest here on the show. He's back east. He was in studio last week. I wonder if he's still recovered. He is the currently second place in the points in the 450 MX class up in Canada on his Walton Kawasaki. The Phil Nicoletti. Philip!
Steven, how are we?
A lot of great mechanics in the studio tonight, buddy.
I know. Got Berluti and Skip in. How are you, young buck?
Hey, love it.
What's going on?
What have you boys been up to? It's been a while.
It's been a little bit. Just watching you race now.
Binghamton. I remember you as a kid in Binghamton. Some kid named Phil Nicoletti. I go, well, Nicoletti sounds Italian. That sounds kind of cool. But other than that, I mean, I never. We're in Binghamton, and like fuck, okay, this guy's that everybody talked about Phil Nicoletti.
Yeah, Phil was a big deal.
Big deal.
A big deal. Alan Brown told me when he had Moto Triple X, the Honda guy was like, you have to take Phil on your team. He's our guy. He's our amateur hero. You have to take him on your team. But then Phil, I don't know whatever happened with that deal, but that's what Alan told me.
No. When you're American Honda amateur, it doesn't really translate to American Honda pro.
No, it doesn't.
Good point.
You kind of just get left out in the wind. But I got no bad feelings with anyone at Honda. They were all great people. So
right.
It's cool. So so how's things going over there? You guys living the dream or what?
Living the dream.
Huddle Brewery, successful beyond belief, spearheaded by your retirement party, Phil. That really kicked off a run of business.
Skippy brought some
sure.
cold beers here, so I'm feeling good right now.
Yeah,
15%. 15% better than your Coors Lights that you drink. Is that all you drink, Phil, is Coors Lights?
I drink anything, but I mean after a hard motor or something. Yeah, I mean,
Shots
Coors
of
Light's just an easy go-to. I like Coors Banquet's better than actually Coors Lights.
Oh, there you go. It's got a little more octane.
Yeah, so it's but after a moto, there's nothing, Coors Banquet, Coors Light, it goes down smooth, and it kind of hits good after a hard day.
What about you're up there? What about you're up there now? What about some Labatt's or Molson?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Because Canadian beer is stronger, right?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
I don't know.
It was in the past, not so much now.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh, it's changed?
Why are we even talking about? We got a beer master in front of us here.
That's right.
A fucking brew master.
That's
and,
right.
And we're talking about beer. He's just sitting there. Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
Philip, high point. We were just discussing Jet. That first moto, the kid stalls it, and then just the way he was able to get back up front, set his fastest lap. I mean, it's just amazing. Like it was like he was like, oh, okay, now I got to get these guys. Watch this, right?
Yeah. It's just like, well, it's kind of like what you were saying, Steve, or what? Even like Stu says, like, yeah, maybe he's only riding around at 95%, and it's just enough to stay ahead of everyone by 5-6 seconds a moto, and kind of he's never really on the limiter or anything. So, and then when something like that happens, because by the time he got past Hunter, he was probably 5-6 seconds back from AP, and then that gap went away in 2 laps. It was like,
and when he got AP, it was like, see ya. Like he scrubbed that tabletop, got down on the ground, bye. I gotta go.
Yeah.
But I think AP like when he passes AP, like, ugh.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think he's like. Anyway, that's my. Yeah. I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, and what's even crazier is that like after that all happened, Eli was still the fastest guy on the track.
Yeah. 204.
Which is kind of mind blowing, and I'm just like, wait, what? After you saw what Jet had put in to see Eli even go faster than that, it's kind of like, dude, what? So I don't know. It's kind of a bummer that Eli, when he goes fast, he's always coming from the back of the pack, and like either Jet's in the back of it. Like they're never really like heads up on their best day yet, really.
Well,
other
we had
than
Lakewood and Paula.
Yeah, Lakewood and Paula, but. I don't know. It kind of sucks for racing wise when Jet starts 9th and Eli's out front and vice versa. It'd be cool to see him go head to head more often.
So if you were watching the show, I talked about that theory that someone in the pits told me, and Eli's the one guy that hasn't passed Jet yet. J-Coop has, Hunter has, AP have, and someone in the pits is like, he's not letting Eli get him because he doesn't want to give that guy any confidence. And I'm not saying I believe that. That's just something I heard from somebody that I respect in the pits. And I'm like, I don't know about that one, but do you think there's any validity to that, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think Eli would be a lot harder to potentially pass back, though.
That's why he doesn't want to do it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he can wick it up. Maybe that extra 5% to get Eli's. I wouldn't say as easy as AP and his brother, but might be a tad bit harder to do so. So.
It's pretty impressive for sure. And in the way that MX Sports threw that red flag as soon as Jet got into 3rd and got the overall. That was
Come on.
I'm kidding. But that's out there.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Unadilla where they did that in the 125 class.
Okay. They threw the red flag?
Yeah, but the difference was they started the race completely over again. But it was only 5 minutes in.
Yeah. There's rules about that, right?
It's always great when they
You don't want to get struck by a
Do you-
lightning bolt.
Hunter's going to join us here shortly, Phil. But do you think, do you like Eli as the second best guy in the class? Weege, JT, and I were kind of debating that. To me, it's kind of a coin flip. Eli's won 2 motos, but then we've got these crashes and bad starts and everything else, and so Hunter's so consistent. I don't know. It's kind of a coin flip to me right now.
Yeah, I bet you even if you were to, Hunter has been more consistent, but I think even Hunter would maybe just give the nod a little bit slightly to Eli just because it does take a lot to win 2 motos, So I'd have to, and Hunter's been riding really, really good, and he's very close, but you'd almost have to give a little bit more to Eli just for the 2 moto wins.
Eli's really good at Southwick, a couple weeks.
Yeah.
He's really good there. I did watch Marv catch and pass him one year, but basically Eli's won.
Yeah, you got to give Eli the Eli. I think you give him the check for speed and fitness. He's going faster on lap 19 than he does on lap 2.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
But you say that, but then he does at the end, like this week here. Where was that extra at the end?
Yeah, I mean,
In that first moto.
he said he got stuck in those guys' pace, Phil.
I know, I didn't like that.
And to me, I would have bet almost everything I had that he's going to zoom by AP and J Coop and get third.
Guy needs to pass. Dude, God, can you believe that? I mean, Phil, you need to teach him how to pass. Well, anyway, somebody needs to teach him.
Listen, Berluti, I never really did much passing.
Come on. I'm
front,
fucking
and
with
I
you. No,
got
but
passed.
somebody needs to teach him how to pass.
Phil got starts. Yeah.
Phil's a goddamn good rider.
Yeah, I always went from 1, 2, or 3 back to 8, 9, and 10, and it normally happened pretty fucking quick.
Hey, how much you making up there in Canada, Philly?
Enough to make me want to go back and kind of just ride 8 races.
Why? I figured you'd have enough money saved in the bank, as tight as you are, and all that stuff. You drink Coors Lights. That's the cheapest beer you can buy. Jesus.
No, listen, I did okay. I still, but for 8 races though, for me, Berluti, it was kind of like I could still go do it, and I didn't have to do all of Supercross, and I didn't have to do all the AMA Nationals, and I didn't have to do all SMX. It was literally from June 1st to August 10th, and I'm done.
I love it.
yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Are you having fun?
I mean, I'm getting my fucking ass kicked, but
No, you ain't.
I am having.
Not that bad. Are you kidding
Oh, it's
me?
bad. It's bad.
Yeah,
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's bad.
Oh, it's
Shut
kind of
up,
like
Steve. Fuck.
from Justin Cooper to the next guy.
It's worse than
Yeah.
that. It's worse than that.
Come on,
Jesus,
Phil.
Jesus,
You
Steve.
got second in a
listen.
moto last week or whatever.
Berluti, the tracks have been absolutely horrendous, and listen. I told Steve last week, a third doesn't matter if you're 3 seconds behind or 3 minutes behind. A third is a third and pays the same amount of points. So I did what I had to do, and we'll get out of it. And I go east, and we'll be okay.
Right on.
We're-
You get
we're-
bonus for third.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There
yeah.
you go. Then
We're
you're
hoping
making
we're
dough.
hoping the sandier, loamier tracks on the east will get us a little closer to Jess Pettis and Dylan Wright. We're hoping that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not slow. I said it a million times.
those
So
guys
I did get my teeth kicked in, but I am having fun. I got to go up to Banff last week and take in Canada and do a little vacationing and stuff. So it's been it sounds bad, but it's not like the stress isn't there. You know what I mean?
Right on. Good for you.
It is what it is. I get to ride my dirt bike and enjoy it.
I'll be
kidding.
I'll be in Gopher in a couple weeks. I'll be in Gopher in
Gopher
like
Dunes.
2 weeks. Yeah,
Oh,
so I'll
yeah.
check this out. I'll see.
All right.
I'll see.
Is
how
that your
this goes.
stomping ground, Steve?
No, it's not. It's far from me. Phil Nicoletti,
can't
brought to you by
wait for it.
FCP. What's that, Phil?
I can't wait for you to be a gopher and ride the track.
Oh, yeah?
I actually cannot
You're going to
wait.
ride it?
I'm racing amateur day. Yeah. Phil's gonna need probably watch me for some lines.
He can pick up some lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It'll be
Well, you're
easy,
good.
Phil. You just check off all the things you don't do, and you'll
Yeah,
be good.
no shit, huh? No shit.
FCP Racing bringing you Phil Nicoletti on the show. Factory chassis parts, whether it's engine mounts, whether it's race cups. Use the code PULP25-chassis to save. They're looking for dealers as well. Application is online. Bolt-on parts drastically improve your handling. Phil, you still running the races and the mounts still? On the
Yeah,
bike?
we got him in there. Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Check out Factory Chassis Parts, fcpracing.com, bringing you Phil Nicoletti. Phil, we have some questions from some fans as well. Hunter Lawrence coming up here. Jimmy G, fill in the blank. This is your question for the week. Fill in the blank. Get it? Phil. The year I made the most money racing a dirt bike was, and then that's you answer.
Most money. Yeah. 450.
Okay. What year?
Wow.
I can't say what year because you'll know why.
Oh, okay. All right. I will know why. Okay. All right. We got some questions as well from some listeners here. Gustavo's on too. What's up, Gustavo? What's happening?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I want to ask you if anytime he had like Enzo invited him to race in Brazil.
Phil's been to Brazil, but he doesn't want any part of Enzo in Brazil. No part of Enzo.
I would go. I'd go race Enzo, and I'd smoke him in his own country.
No, you would not. Stop it.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
He beat Dino in the last
Yeah, he beat Dino.
He beat Dino one night. Dino won one night. Enzo won the second one. But if you ask Enzo says that he'll win everything, But they actually had a really good battle. So I think it would be cool to go do that little arena cross series that they got over there. But I don't see much of a Cowie team over there. So,
but you would do it you would do it, Phil, if the money and everything.
There
else,
you go, money. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, money makes a monkey dance.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to go to Brazil for and it's got to be paid U.S., not reais.
For the Brazilian beer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, Gustavo. Thanks, buddy.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure. Go ahead.
What do you think about Enzo? He still had a chance for a factory ride in the U.S., or do you think he's?
Oh, Phil. Gustavo, don't get Phil going. Don't get Phil going.
Where is he outdoors right now?
He's in Brazil.
Yeah, right.
Is he winning that shit over there?
No, he doesn't do outdoors in Brazil. He's just kind of a supercross only guy.
Well, then he's in Brazil just hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah, hanging out. He's gonna do World Supercross and stuff.
He's going for the money.
Yeah,
you can't blame him.
Yeah,
Supercross you need to own before, right? Just Supercross. I don't know. I'm a fan, so I think he'll share the same opinion about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that the nerve stuff going on a little bit, and when he got back on the Bar X bike, he didn't show that raw speed that we know Enzo has. Because if nothing else, that dude can lay down a heater. Phil, right? Like, I mean, his results were okay, but I thought he'd be a little faster raw speed-wise because he can ride.
Yeah, but it takes a little while when, obviously he did Des Nations, did really good there.
He did, yeah.
And again, Enzo's an amazing talent. I think, and he's still young and it's untapped potential. Do I think it's still there? Of course. But I can try and force it on him all day long. It's not me. It's got to come within his own gut to figure that out, so.
Thanks, Gustavo.
He could be here.
Thank you, buddy.
Try the PulpMX. Thank you. Have a good night.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks,
We got Jeff on one for Phil. What's up, Jeff? What's your question for the Phil Nicoletti?
What's going on, guys? First, it's an honor to be on the show with three of the best mechanics to ever work the pit.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
I do have two questions for Phil. Steve, you are a mainstay. You are one of the best personalities in the sport, over anybody. Just amazing for what you do. Your level of knowledge and entertainment is beyond anybody else.
I'll send you PayPal in a bit. Yeah.
I do have two questions for Phil. Phil, what is your favorite decade or your favorite era of motocross? Most people, it's when they're 16 to 20. That's when you're first getting in. You get a boner every time you see a bike, that sort of thing. What's your favorite era?
Late 90s. I like 97, 98, 99, 2000. I thought that's the OG years, early bar-to-bar years. So, I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid in 2000, 01, any of that, those 5 years for me were kind of pinnacle, so.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever beat that. And I think
All right,
Kyle
my
back
second.
then was sick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
My second question is, what's your favorite movie?
Fuck, I don't know.
Come on,
Too
you guys.
many,
Is
to
it
be
Swing
honest
Blade?
with
Is it Tombstone? What? There's got to be something.
Phil doesn't strike me as a movie guy. I don't know.
When Harry
Everybody's a movie guy.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know, really. Fuck.
Phil just took
I don't know.
chicks to movies.
I don't watch many movies, to be honest.
Well, if you think of something during the show, I'll be listening to that.
All right. Sounds good. All right.
I do have what I thought was going to be a rant real quick, but I'm going to do it as I don't know, man.
Okay.
When people say motocross, it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
There's only one R. There's only one R. Yeah, I've heard people in the industry say motocross. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, some people think I say
Motocross.
motorsport, but I say motorsport. But when I say it, I go fast, and people say it's not motorsport. I know. I'm like, I know, but.
Hey, can you help me with Weege?
Weege, why?
Nevada instead of Nevada. Can you tell him to say
I mean,
Nevada?
yeah. Phil can. Phil, can you tell him?
Tell Weege to say Nevada, for God's sake. It's the last race of the year, and he says Nevada. What the fuck is that?
Dude, I think I say Nevada.
Dude, then you got issues, man. You come all the way out here to hang with Steve, you got to say Nevada.
Berluti, I know I got fucking issues.
I love you, Phil.
I'm well aware.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Phil, something I'm going to ask Hunter also. You're sitting on the line for the second moto there, and you saw that rain. It was bad. Eli went to roll-offs. Great work. Jet went to tear-offs. Looks like he ran out of them. Most guys look like they had tear-offs. What do you do on a situation like that? Are you like an anti-roll-off guy? Are you like, fuck it, I'll try it because it's this kind of rain? If you don't know, like you're sitting on the line, you don't know, you just go tear-offs? Like, what would put yourself there if you can?
I've been at High Point enough through my years as a kid, and you see those clouds rolling in, and you don't know which way it's going to blow, you go roll-off.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. So you didn't mind roll-offs then, yeah?
No, and I almost want to text Shinalfi because Dave's my boy, and obviously he grew up in New Jersey, and he knows the gig. Like he should have told his boys out there, hey, if it's a 50-50 chance of rain, just run the roll-offs just in case. I know it might suck, but in the long run, it'll help you. You know, like because I saw Coop yesterday. He came to Charlotte, and I'm like, dude, I said, did you run roll-offs or tear-offs? He goes, I was dumb. I went tear-offs. He goes, I should have went roll-offs, you know, which a lot of people did. But, yeah, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but just because I know the area, I'm going roll-offs.
Well, you think about it, too, compared to, like, our 3 days. The roll-off films are wide now. Like, they're way better than they used to be. Like, you can they're not this thin strip of, you know, clear. Like, it's a way better system what they have now.
They've got all they've got all the shields to keep the water from getting behind them.
And
now
the goggles
and
themselves are bigger now. Like, you know, you have the lens that goes like a curved lens, and so roll-offs aren't like a fuck my life thing anymore, as far as like trying to see through them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the only thing is like, you know, the roost at High Point is pretty hard, you know, so you always risk the chance of blowing a canister or breaking the film. You know what I mean? But that's kind of very, you know, it's far-fetched for that to happen, but you always run that risk. But I would have won roll-offs for sure.
Phil Nicoletti brought to you by FCP Racing on the line. Philip, another good day for G. Garrett Marchbanks. He was. We talked about him a lot last week when you were in, and obviously didn't get the start. We know that's Marchbanks' issue. We know he's heavy and all that, but dude, he still rode really well, both motos.
Yeah, he rode really good. I was a little bummed with him. I texted him after the first moto. He had just passed, or Shimoda had passed him on the last lap.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was kind of mad because he like looked at him, and I'm like screaming at my TV like, why the fuck are you looking at Shimoda? You know, like you got 2 corners to go. It finishes right there. And then like, so I text him all in cap locks like, dude, what the fuck? What the hell? And he goes, I lost my tear-offs or something like that with 4 to go. And then I'm thinking, all right, well, you lost your tear-offs with 4 to go, then why the fuck are you looking to your left to see it's Shimoda when you're coming down one of the steepest downhills at High Point? You can't see where the fuck you're going.
You need to see. You know? Look ahead, Garrett.
yeah. You know, but he still rode good. And then that second moto was savage. I mean, he went from 13th to 4th.
Yeah, him and Levi were kicking. Levi went back a little bit, but they were on the move. Yeah. Yep.
They were on the move, and G would have been, obviously close to another podium, but I mean, at this point in time, I mean, I think G's kind of a hot commodity.
Did anything happen after last week's show, contract-wise, for him?
I have no idea.
Okay, all right.
No idea.
Yeah, he rode really well again.
He's starting to look a little like he did, when he was coming up.
Yeah.
Just the way he carries himself on the motorcycle is so different than it was this time a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, he's got a lot of confidence. And speaking of that, Chance Hymas, 1 week after we had him on, Phil, he's got a knee injury, obviously MRI today. Everyone thinks it's going to be an ACL in his other knee. Mm-hmm. Dude, Phil, you've talked about this. Got to pay the toll to rock and roll. You've said that a few times.
What braces does he wear?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because, I mean, so it's his other knee. It's not the one that he has.
It's not the one he fixed. Yeah, it's the other knee.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. I mean, I've done both of them twice now. It sucks, and sucks that he's so young and he's kind of going through all this stuff, and he gets really good momentum, and then you just get your nuts kicked in. So kind of a real bummer, but hopefully they get the best news possible. But I don't know. Obviously, Honda, I would assume, sticks by him and everything's good.
Yeah, he signed a contract last year. He signed a renewal, right?
Yeah.
So he's good that way. But, dude, you could see the emotion like after the race.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So people ride without it.
Pull that mic a little.
People ride with your ACL.
Yeah.
You got a week
I'm
break.
riding with that one right now.
Yeah, there you go. So he's a week break. Is he going to race, or is he
going
to go under the knife?
I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see how bad it is. Yeah.
If it was his other knee that he had just got done, I think that was his second surgery on his other one. I think, at that point in time, I would be like, dude, it's rehab it as strong as possible and just
suck it up.
Go without the ACL, because whenever you fix the ACL, there's still always never a guarantee. You can always, it can be strong and you can feel fit. I mean, knock on wood, Jack could come out and do his one he just got fixed. There's never any guarantee with any of the stuff, but it just sucks that the poor kid's got to go through that whole process all over again. Start back at square one, rebuild yourself. It really sucks to do that, and then you got to battle all the demons and stuff again to make yourself strong and fit again, because no one will hear from Chance. You go into a hole. You literally just went from the highest to highs at Colorado, you know what I mean? And in 3 weeks from now, no one's gonna fucking remember you. So that's the hardest part when you're a kid like that.
Yeah, and you've already fought through it a couple times, and you can't. Yeah. With Hymas, and we'll see what happens. Let's hope for the best. But with Chance, he just can't get on a roll to stack the blocks up to improve, because Unadilla, right, crushing it, crashes out, ACL, misses a whole lot of time, starts Supercross on the back foot. He can't stack these blocks that you need to keep stacking, because you're coming out of your hole. Yeah.
Yes, but it's always impressive that even though he hits rock bottom, he's able to get back to the pinnacle again. That's what's most impressive. So it might take a little while, but he just has to know deep down that he can get back to a 1-1 performance. So it just sucks for the kid, because Chance is a super nice and polite kid, and you had to go down like that after Thunder Valley is a bummer.
And the brutal part is you got to go back and really dissect what happened and break that down to why, what took place.
Yeah, he didn't crash. He caught his leg in a rut. Didn't crash.
But was it a loss of focus? Was it this? Was it that? Could it have been avoided? What happened? Because no rider ever wants to really dive in and dissect what they could have done wrong. But you have to if you want to become the best.
But when you watch the kid, he's so picture perfect. His legs, legs always up by the handlebar. You watch me, dude, my fucking leg is dragging back on my rear wheel. Chance is the ultimate. When you watch him and Jet or Hunter, dude, they're perfect. And just to have that happen, it's just fuck.
He's one of those guys. When he is out front, to me he looks really different on the motorcycle than when he's in the middle of dealing with a bad start or something. He's almost like he's two different guys a little bit when he's out front than when he's coming through. But I think a lot of guys are, and that's the difference.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier.
He's
like,
not by himself.
You get in your
there.
flow, you ride,
Yeah.
Passing is tough.
Phil,
That's the thing.
speaking of Coop, passed 25 guys in the second moto if they're laying in the first turn.
Dude, it's unbelievable. I'm like,
did?
dude,
Yeah.
I told him
25?
yesterday. I'm like, dude, where'd you cut the track? He did the same. Everyone remembers Foxborough. He went from 0 to hero in a lap and had 2 laps. And he did the same at High Point when it was raining. He just went full fucking mad dog. And obviously, it was lightning, but if that moto still continued, he probably would have got up to 7th or 8th at the pace he was going.
Yeah.
Yeah, he rode really well. Quietly, no one's going to talk about it because he got 11th and whatever. It's a mutter, and the red flag came out. But, he rode really well.
How'd you know that info?
Really good.
What?
How did you know about that?
What? Which part?
About Webb. They never showed him on.
They showed him laying in the first turn?
Yeah.
No, they did show that, and then it shows the result. But I could never. I didn't know that he.
Well, I just did the math.
Well, you're
Berlut.
in the industry, I guess. So
Yeah,
you,
I'm plugged in.
yeah, you are.
I'm plugged in, Berlut.
He's got insight.
And
Yeah, he
and Steve,
does.
The only person to hit Coop in the first corner, of course, poor Freddie.
Yeah, Freddie.
30.
Freddie rode well, too, though, to come back. Yeah.
He did, but
Yeah.
of all people, Coop came into the first corner 5th or whatever. Everyone makes it by Coop. Fred's the only one to smoke him. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me?
So you were in studio last week, and we devoted a lot to the Twisted Tea I Don't Know Man to Prado. Do you want to comment any more, Phil, about Prado?
Nope.
It's getting worse, man.
I'm not sure what happened. I just saw lap times, and I saw him dropping first and second moto. Starts looked somewhat okay. I know they were down at Factory Cowies at Club today. I'm going to go down and ride tomorrow, so I would assume that they're all going to be there.
If you blow by them, there's going to be some serious discussions, conversations going on at Factory Cowie.
Listen,
Imagine
I've been at Club at 15 years, and there's very few people I've blown by there. Okay?
Stop it.
If Jorge Prado's the one I'm blowing by, then there is really big.
That's
issue.
what I mean. Is Oscar there? He's going to have a conversation with somebody about this because it's There was a brief point where he was fastest in qualifying.
Yeah, but it was fake.
Yeah,
they threw it out.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Typical AMA. We can't get transponders right. We still can't do it. But.
Yeah, but that's just that whole first lap or that whole qualifying thing, and then everyone's posting about it, and can no one understand or look at lap times and segments and stuff like that and figure stuff out, or what?
Well, okay. So I'll have the live guys in the tower were talking about it, the live announcers, and I've done that. I've been up there and live announcing many times, and you're talking, you're looking, you're trying to form coherent sentences. You don't have time to break down segment times, which were all over the map, by the way. So then you just say Jorge Prado on top. You can't. At the time, you have no time to break it down. And then Kellen Brower said, well, he was out in the field taking photos, and Kellen said he heard the live announcer saying it. So Kellen tweeted it out because how could you not believe the live announcers? And it's one thing. It's a telephone game where one error keeps happening over and over. But I get it. JT was all mad. I'm like, I get it. But
why was he mad?
Because media went with Jorge Prado as the fastest.
Well, I mean,
because he was 1.5
on the transponder.
He was 1.5 better than J Coop, which is a a little odd.
Yeah, it is odd.
and it's really hard to do that over J Coop in practice, regardless.
Yeah.
We're talking about out of left field.
We're talking about one of the best qualifiers out there. You've been getting 7ths.
Yeah.
And you're going to be 1.5 better than J Coop. That's a little But as a live guys, I can sympathize because
you have to deal with when you're live. You have to. You're only looking at what you're seeing.
Absolutely.
What they show you.
For sure.
Yeah, but the whole mind-blowing thing was just he was first, and then all of a sudden they fixed it, and then he was 36.
Yeah, he was.
It's you literally went from 0 to 0.
Do you think he went? Do you think he went back to the Cowie truck and they just said, "Yeah, man, you're first. Yeah. Just let's."
Dude.
We can't
listen. I've been there before. It sucks. Remember High Point 2023, my first race back from my wrist?
Yeah.
First practice, it's a mud fest. I go out first lap, my bike blows up way out in the back. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? And then the second time I come back, it's just like, yeah, you're not in qualifying position. And the second practice, I sent it, and I barely qualified 36 by like 2/10 of a second. Yeah, because of the track. I'm like, are you shitting me right now?
Wow.
It's not a good feeling.
No. You're and like, and Prado's making a lot of money as a factory rider. Like, so that's 2 weeks in a row. He's been out of the top 35 and had to put in a heater in the second one to get in. 2 weeks in a row.
I mean, at this point in time, SMX points wise, where is he? Do we know?
Yeah, I can tell you.
Is he like in the top 20 or like?
No way he can be in the top 20.
He didn't even 20th. He's 20th right now.
Really?
Yep.
He's 20th.
20th.
Uh-huh.
He only raced 3 Supercrosses.
Yeah, but he's done 8 races outdoors. So he's done 10 races.
Like getting 8ths and shit, and he's in the top 20?
Oh, Berluti's right
Still
here.
getting points.
No, I hear you. You're looking at the information that blows my mind. Wow.
Mitchell Harrison's 3 back. Shock is there. Shock's 25 back.
Mm-hmm.
Shock rode good.
Yeah. Yeah, Cody did ride good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know, the SMX stuff, it's kind of like, geez. When you look at that sort of, I mean, he'll be fine anyway, but just like, it's kind of a, the look kind of sucks.
No,
We'll figure it out. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
But he's got a good-looking sister.
I mean, there is that.
There's that.
FCP Racing bringing you Phil Nicoletti on the show. Use the code PULP25-chassis to save with them. And then, Phil, we're going to bring you on with Hunter a little bit here, and we'll let you go. But Renthal bringing you Hunter Lawrence on the show. Fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. They got over 491 major championship titles combined. Jeez. Huh. Skip, you got some of those. Couple. Renthal Works Fit Tool on the website. Renthal lock-on grips are doing really well. Mountain bike parts are great as well. And so please check out renthal.com. Sprockets, chains, bars, all of that. Skip the old 7/8 bar. Won a lot of championships with 7/8 bar.
Yes, we did.
Well, now we have twin walls. We have fat bars and carbon mountain bike bars as well. All right, let's bring in our next guest. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. He uses Renthal on his factory Honda. And it's Hunter Lawrence. Hello.
Hey, mate, what's going on?
How are you, buddy?
Doing well, thank you. Doing well.
Okay,
how are you boys?
We're good. Phil Nicoletti's on the line, and he...
Hi, Hunter.
Hey, Phil. What's up, mate?
How are you, buddy?
Good, mate. Good. Why do you sound down in the dumps?
Because it's Phil.
I gotta do this. I gotta do this show every single week, man.
Yeah, listen, Hunter. If you want to do it every single week, maybe we can make a deal.
Dude, you giving up equity in Pulp Show or?
No, Phil takes most of that.
Equity of nothing ain't much, buddy.
So, Hunter, before you got on, our guy Phil here was sort of, dragging the name of Dave Giannolfi through the mud a little bit. His buddy from New York saying that he should have told you and Jet to insist on roll-offs. What was the? Take us through that.
He doesn't wear 100% though.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Sorry. Yeah,
right.
I'm
in Alpine Stars.
That's right.
I'm in Alpine Stars. Yeah, that whole thing, mate, was chaos because we were sitting on the start line getting ready to go out for sighting lap, and we seen these substantially large black storm clouds just on the other side of the hill, mountain, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And, they were going around us, and I asked, hey, what's the go? Are we good? Should we be worried about that? And we got told, hey, nah, you're good. We should, that should hit in 35 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
So, maybe the last 5 to 10 minutes of the moto, which is,
right.
Okay, good. We can work with that. Well, I guess the wind actually switched as they were checking it because it was going around us until it wasn't. And then the 30-second board goes up, and then the baseball-sized water droplets start hitting down on the start gates, and you see the gate in front of you, and one water drop just turns the blue gate to a dark blue, like the whole bar, not even just a little dollop. And I'm like, all right, so here we go. Start's going to be important on this one.
So you did have roll-offs ready, but you had roll-offs ready, but you like, no, just based on the information you had. Yeah.
Yeah, mate. It's. I mean, literally, like the wind literally was blowing it around us, and then the wind completely changed direction.
Well,
and then all of a sudden, we got lightning like this.
We'll still blame Janolfi for jet, though, Phil. You want to do that?
Dude, you can't blame Janolfi. He does a great job.
No, we'll blame Dave.
You're not an Alpine Star guy. You're an Alpine Star guy.
We'll blame Dave. Hey, so we were talking, Hunter, on the review show, and obviously you don't know what's going on behind you. You closed the gap on Eli to like 2.3, and obviously he stretched it out by the end. But I'm wondering, did you have some lines? Was he caught in lappers? And what did you do to close the gap? What did he do to pull back out? And, sort of take, because we weren't seeing it on TV, so sort of take us through, like, because I was like, hey, he needs Eli for the overall. I'm sure you would love to get him. Take us through that battle that we didn't see. What happened and all of that.
Yeah, I honestly felt really good. And, I mean, mate, plain and simple, I felt good until you can't see anymore.
Okay.
And that's just,
okay.
That's just plain and simple. Like, that's every mud race summed up, I feel like. I feel like if they hadn't, we didn't have the lightning coming in and they had have left it, I mean, that lap I was planning to throw my goggles, and I'm like, all right, now it's goggles are off. I'm not pulling in. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to avoid lappers like it's the plague, and, hopefully pull Eli back in, because he did pull out when I was getting low on goggles. And, like, dude, it's just a nightmare. When water gets into goggles, doesn't matter how good they are.
Yeah.
Water is undefeated in that matchup,
No, they are.
So,
yeah.
That was it. And then, honestly, like, my plan if I got close enough to Eli was, dude, send it, risk it a little, send a Hail Mary pass, and then, like, it sounds stupid, but, dude, try and fill him in with mud. Like, that's literally a tactic in the mud is, okay, make the guy's vision tough to see or make him use more tear-offs, because, it's just you can't ride without seeing, especially on a track that's a national level with how gnarly and how much you have to thread the needle. Imagine putting 6 inches of water in the bottom of every rut, and now it's slippery, muddy, there's rain sideways, sun in your eyes on some parts of the track with rain glare. Like, it was pretty cool, honestly.
Props to Eli. He ran roll-offs, so he made the choice on the gate, I imagine, and he had roll-offs on. And then, did you watch the race back, Hunter? Did you watch it back?
No, I haven't yet, no.
Phil, how about AP comes in, they pull off the perfect goggle switch, and then he immediately gets soaked by a lapper.
Just drenched.
Like within 30 seconds.
He got covered.
Yeah.
Dude, that is the worst thing ever. I like, when you go through a rut, even I had some ruts that I went through, and the water just comes up from underneath your bike, and it comes up in between your arms, and like where your arms are on the handlebars, your hands are on the handlebars, it comes up underneath your helmet, like under your chin, and just like white water washes your goggles, and you're just like, how do you get ready for that? Like it's literally, someone throwing a bucket of water at you from an uppercut, essentially,
I had a team manager tell me one time, we have millions of dollars at stake, and it's all based on an $8 piece of plastic. And I'm like, yeah, good point. Good point. Like, it's crazy, but it's true. Mudders get decided, and these goggles, and there's nothing that these guys can do.
Nope.
So,
Hunter, were you going to be able to make? Because at the finish line, I mean, I did see you rip your goggles off. Maybe a little frustrated. I don't know, but if they didn't red flag it, were you thinking about pulling in at some point or another?
No. Dude, no, because we never had discussed it prior. So, like, that would have had to have been something that our goggle guy and my mechanic would have had to coordinate it and go, right, we're going to do it. And then Cam would have had to signal me goggles next lap, which, I mean, mate, there was laps I didn't even look at the pit board. Like, it's raining sideways. I'm looking, so it would have had to have been something. Like, nothing's worse than when the rider pulls in the pit lane demanding goggles and no one knows about it. It's the slowest pit stop ever. So I was just going to go as long as I could. When it red flagged it, it was, dude, no one knew. Like, the marshal gave us, the 15-minute mark, the halfway signal. I'm like, all right. Like, in my mind, I got to do, like, 6 tear-offs left, 5 tear-offs left. Like, I got to make this last another 15. Like, it was really tricky. I think everyone was in kind of the same boat, not really knowing a whole lot what going on. I'm sure Eli was in the same boat. He's out front, but, I mean, he's also thinking, crap, my roll-offs are getting, his roll-offs timed out the same time as my tear-offs did, I believe, from what I was told.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of worked out. Like, that lap that it got red flagged, I was already planning. I'd already gone a lap and a half with no tear-offs on my goggles, so I was already planning on throwing my goggles on pit lane, and it got red flagged. But that's probably the best red flag call I've ever been a part of, just due to the fact that by the time they had all of the riders back under the, their trucks, all the fans got somewhere safe and all the staff was off the tracker in a safe spot, mate, the Lightning, you would have thought the Lightning was hitting the semi-trucks that you were in. Like, it was, there's been some Lightning calls that I've been a part of where you're like, it's not even that bad. We could have finished the race. But this one was like, no, they called it at the perfect time. Maybe a lap or two early when Jet was still behind AP would have helped out a little bit. But I'm just going to keep pushing those conspiracy theories out there.
Well, and there's that one, and then there's also Jet got third at Hangtown. So then they cut, because he was hot and he was tired, so they cut the second motos for Jet. That's another one.
I didn't even think of that one.
Yeah.
It did get cut.
Yeah, your little brother was too hot, so they cut it.
That was a little premature. That was early before anything happened, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Where they cut the motos from 30 minutes plus 2 to 25 minutes plus 2, it literally just takes 2 laps off the race, which, I mean, you can say what you want.
The race is over.
Johnny O'Mara is part of the old school hard ass era, and he's like, dude, it don't really make that much of a difference. It's still freaking gnarly, Like, I get everyone wants to say it's soft and this and that, but like, 85 to 90% of races are decided by the 30-minute mark. So I think it's. Each to their own.
Well, listen, your dumb brother took another win from you, but you're riding well. Are you happy with everything? Your bike, you're more settled with your bike. Obviously, you told me at Thunder Valley, like, the win will come here, we hope. But are you happy with everything?
I am, mate. I'm extremely grateful for how hard the team's been working with us, and we've been putting a lot of time and hours into it. And, yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy with the bike. And Thunder Valley was a step in the right direction last week. Finally got some just consistent laps of worrying about just going fast. Doing my laps, not worrying about testing and all that sort of stuff. And it was good. It reflected good.
Yeah.
We're going to be, getting ready for Southwick here soon. So it's good. It's good. Looking to carry that momentum into this next four race stretch where last year, I kind of struggled a little with my head after the Redbud crash in the first moto at Millville and Washougal. So that's my goal this year, is to carry that on strong throughout this next 4-race stint. Just be really strong and challenge for the wins again.
Hey, Hunter, let's skip. Listening to you talk about the progress you've made with your bike and a little bit of the first moto when you got to, kind of evaluate where you're at with the bike. Are you confident that some of the little adjustments you guys know what you need to do and what you're working on? Are you confident there?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. That's one thing I can really confidently say is the quality of work myself and our team put in. We're able to make a lot of positive progression, and everyone puts their head together, and we all work extremely well together. It's a great workplace environment, and we always strive. And I mean, I think we get a great outcome and result with it, So I'm happy. We didn't change anything last week. Didn't change it. We made one little change this weekend, which was a really good change. So that was cool. When you have an idea in, the team has an idea in their mind, and they're like, all right, we should do this to the bike. Let's make this little change, and it should do this. Mm-hmm. And when it doesn't do that, you're kind of scratching your head for a bit, right? Yeah. So when you do it and it nails it, you're like, yes, beautiful. We're in the ballpark.
That was a shock change, right?
Yes, correct.
Renthal.com bringing you Hunter Lawrence on the show. Phil, you got anything else for Hunter? We can let you go if you want.
No, I just I text Hunter after Colorado because I thought his speed at Colorado was next level, obviously with the crash and stuff like that. But his first moto speed was really, really impressive when Eli was pounding him, and then all of a sudden he just fucking took off like a bat out of hell. I was just like, there it is.
I love the answer that Hunter gave when I asked what it was like having Eli behind you. That was hilarious. Where, Hunter, you were like, is there a berm that I don't know about on the outside that I'm missing? Because this fucking guy's going wide open.
Berm?
Right.
Somewhere?
Because this guy's going wide open behind me. So
I know, it's classic. It's funny. It's cool.
Yeah. All right, Philip, we'll let you go. But, Phil, you got another week off and then back to the grind. Thoughts, Hunter, on Phil's Canadian results so far? I know you've been glued to the TV, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we just get a bit better start, little dash for cash the first 15 minutes and settle into a rhythm, Phil. It's easy. Anyone can do it, bro.
Oh, I know. Well, if you guys didn't teach Dylan all your hot setup tricks and stuff like that, it'd be a little bit easier.
That's where it's at.
You got to smash him, Phil. Smash him the first lap.
I know. I'm trying. But Hunter taught Dylan a lot of secret tricks and shit, so now I'm like, it's really uphill.
Yeah, I mean, Hymus was on the show last week with Phil, and it did seem like Chance was pulling for Dylan, unfortunately.
Oh, he for sure was.
Yep. It's unfortunate, Hunter. Yeah. So
it's all good.
Good luck, Phil, mate. Good luck.
All right,
go get
thanks,
him.
Hunter. Good riding, boys.
We'll
talk to y'all.
See you,
Phil.
All right, we got some questions for Hunter Lawrence on the phone here. Greg's on 2. Greg, go ahead. What's your question for Honda HRC rider Hunter Lawrence?
Hey, guys. First off, Steve, thanks so much for all that you do, man. I listen to it all. My boy does, too. I don't know if you remember us, but I tried to get him to recite the intro to one, and he got starstruck and kind of backed out of it. But anyway, I appreciate you taking the call. Hunter, you're my favorite rider, man. And I watched a video one time, and you were listening to some Tool, it sounded like, and I was just curious what other metal bands you like.
Hey, mate, thank you. I appreciate the support, brother. And, it's a good question. You know what? I can do you one better. I can go to my playlist right now on my phone. So we got Tool, Breaking Benjamin. We got Bring Me the Horizon. I have Falling in Reverse and Stained. Got a lot of Stained in there.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sleep Token. I really like Sleep Token at the moment. It's different kind of rock. Yeah. That's just some of my playlists. So yeah, they're
being an Australian
good,
band.
man.
Yeah. All right, Greg. Yeah. There you go.
That's cool, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm getting into some technical death metal and stuff, and I don't know. I like the noise. But one last thing, if I could.
Sure.
Hunter, I heard you in an interview one time, and they were asking you. So you moved to 450. Are you feeling, any pressure or anything? And you said, no, man. Pressure is trying to feed your family. Pressure is waking up at 5:30 in the morning, going to lay bricks. And I ride a dirt bike for a living. That's not pressure.
Yeah,
and I just, that resonated with the common man. So you're a cool guy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. My dad is. I mean, we still are, at heart, the common man, and my dad was exactly that, So I did take my hat off to the working force out there in the world and the everyday tradesmen and people that make the world go round,
All right, cool.
Well, it shows in your work ethic, and great ride on Saturday.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. You take care.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you, man.
Yep,
Appreciate
bye-bye.
it. Thanks for listening to the show. Briggs is on 4. Briggs, what's your question for Hunter Lawrence?
Well, first, I just want to say, Hunter, on behalf of American that's been around the sport for my whole life, I want to just say that as a fan of the sport, and I appreciate it, you and your brother, we appreciate watching you guys race so much and the talent level you guys are at. It's awesome to see brothers just crush it the way you guys are. I think everybody in the sport, I think when they see that kind of like all the other brothers passed, like, we're super appreciative and supportive. So don't listen to those 1% haters. Definitely, we're happy to have you guys here. But what I really wanted to kind of dig into was the fact that if you look at maybe the 4 most dominant racers right now, you, your brother, Hayden, and Eli, you guys all have fathers that are very, very involved. The sport's always been that's been a ticking time bomb in the sport in the past. Kind of give feedback on if you see this being a new trend, because I don't think we've seen parents in the past get as much access as maybe, your dad does, as well as, Brian Deegan does. I know obviously we had Big James and Ricky's parents back in the day, but we haven't seen that so much. Can you just speak on that? And, also just, we appreciate you having you guys over in America.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Really kind words. Thank you. We love it here, mate. We're living the American dream, and we're forever grateful for it. I do think on the parent situation, like you're talking about, mate, I feel like the teams have their way of figuring out whether a father or a influential parent, is an asset to their investment, ultimately us, the racer, the rider. And I feel like they have a way. If they feel like the parent is an issue, they kind of have a way to filter them out a little bit, right? But obviously, like you said, the John Tomacs, the Big James, Ricky with his mum, those big key ones, like, our father, if they were such a bad human or whatever, they would kind of, get the flick a lot earlier in the career. And I do think the teams that know what they're looking at and know their rider can see the influence that the parent has on the rider or their son, their kid, in a positive way, right? So I think that's probably the biggest thing. And I mean, our dad always just put everything into us, No one was going to watch us or coach us as closely and have eyes on us like a hawk, like our own father, So he picked up every detail and stuff like that. So he's still to this day one of our most valuable tools in the armor, in the toolbox, sorry. So that's kind of my outlook on it. Obviously, everyone has a different outlook on it, and people are like, they don't need their parent, or they don't need this guy. Like, dude, Malcolm, he's over 30, and Big James still comes to the races with him. So obviously, he's a great asset to Malcolm, and Malcolm knows that, So that's kind of my opinion.
All right, Briggs. There you go.
Awesome. No, I couldn't agree more. I think the one key thing you have against all those fathers is that I believe they're all brutally honest with their kid, where they don't sugarcoat them, they don't protect them, they kind of really just hit them with it. If they think their kid's shit, they'll tell them, hey, like, you're shit. If they tell them it's good. So, no, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you guys have the support, and once again, keep crushing it. We appreciate having you guys over here.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, I definitely think Darren is not sugarcoating anything, from what I know. So, yeah, he's yelling at
well, you can't, because you got a kid telling him, like, I want to be Ricky Carmichael, I want to be James Stewart, I want to be this, and they're screaming it till they're black and blue in the face, and it's like, all right, well, I'm going to do everything I can to help you get there, and if you sugarcoat stuff, I mean, Steve, the real world doesn't sugarcoat anything. Like, the real world is a smack in the jaw, Dude, it's brutal out there, so,
No, absolutely.
You can't, there's no reason to lie to anybody.
Yeah.
Not at this level.
No.
You're not going to get where
Listen,
you need to go.
Even Lars has made a joke a few times. Like, he's like, listen, I think we let Darren do a lot, and maybe more than any other team has ever let a father do anything, factory team wise. But it's because it works, and they've gained the trust over the years, right? But Lars has made the joke a few times, like, yeah, Darren does a lot, and some teams wouldn't let that happen. But when you look at the success of Honda HRC with the Lawrence brothers and even Chance, and you look at Seth Amaker, who joined the Lawrence compound this year and became a new guy. There's a lot of proof there that whatever you guys are doing is working, Hunter. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think why... I mean, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I feel like the same recipe doesn't work on different kids, right? Like, everyone's different. Dad knows Jet and Hunter the best out of anyone else on this planet, and he knows what information we need to hear to go out and do the best we need to do and perform at the highest level. You know, like Jet, I'm sure you have heard it so much in interviews. Jet was a different coaching approach to than what I was. You know, me, he could tell me what to do, really technical, you know, break it down. Where Jet, he would go, hey, watch Hunter do this. Can you do that for me? Can you, it's better, you know, and Jet would go, okay. And he would do it, right? You know, where if he tried to tell Jet, hey, I need you to do this, 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 and this, Jet would just completely do the opposite thing, you know? So
Right. All right, we got Spencer on 3. Question for Hunter. Spencer, welcome to the show. What's your question for Hunter Lawrence?
Oh, Hunter, man, you guys are killing it, both you and your brother. Much respect. My only question would be, and maybe you already answered this, but you guys train together every day. What do you see in your brother? Like, how can you bridge that little gap, or can you? or actually, Hunter.
Hunter's made some jokes about this. That's why I'm kind of laughing, because Hunter's made some jokes about, like, you know, our bikes aren't great, but Jet's just such an alien. He can ride, you know, like anything. So
bikes aren't great. They look good.
No, when they were struggling a little bit, yeah.
And Hunter, I'm sure there's probably things you do better than your brother. You know, and maybe elaborate on that. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I text my mother back when she texts me. Jet's not good at that, so I definitely got him covered on that. He's hopeless at texting people back, so I know I got him covered at that.
Nice,
I did beat him at the closest to the pin challenge this weekend, you know, so that one's I'm going to chalk that up as another win there. But no,
you're being too modest and playful, but thank you.
I don't see anything about motocross racing on here.
No, I see where he's good, and he knows where I'm better, and he knows where he's better, and vice versa, mate. Like, I know this past weekend, obviously first moto, I didn't have my shit together fast enough in the first moto when he was down, and I got past him to then put on a sprint. So there's just a lot of things he does, little things. You know, sometimes I'll preempt something that happens, and he reacts to the reaction, you know. So, like, sometimes that little thing in Supercross and on outdoors helps out a little more how he does it. But, I mean, when I'm on, I have his speed, obviously, as we've seen, you know, Thunder Valley first moto. This past weekend, you know, I'm able to catch him, but he does a really good job at managing the moto. But, you know, if I just keep starting up front and, like, second moto, if he, you know, doesn't execute his start or something, then that just try to put him in that situation as much as I can. But obviously, you know, I'm saying the same stuff that many other people have said before that have raced him, right? You don't think that's everyone else's plan to try and put him back in the pack?
Yeah.
So it's literally, I think, between us when I'm on and on par with him, it comes down to SMX last year, Moto 1 High Point. There's a bunch of other races that popped to mind, but, you know, we crossed the finish line, like, right behind each other. It's within a second, you know?
Yeah. Thanks, Spencer. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter.
Hunter Lawrence here, brought to you by Renthal, Renthal.com, Factory Honda, of course, Kawasaki, KTM, using Renthal products. Hunter, before we let you go here, we're talking about this possible whole shot challenge contest coming up at Washougal, and we're working on this, and it's unfortunate to hear that you're Team JT in all of this. I don't like to hear that. It's unfortunate. So
I have to be. He's a racer. You're a journalist saying Honda has a button. Obviously, I'm biased towards the racer.
Okay.
I know how much and how many hours and starts we have put in to be at the level we are of these starts. So I'm going to be honest. I want nothing more than for you to fail miserably at this, because it suits my argument.
Okay.
And that's just plain and simple.
Yeah, it's sad to hear this, and
sad to hear it.
Yep.
Why would you be sad to hear it?
It doesn't seem, Phil is the same way. Phil is Team JT. He thinks it's going to be a failure on my part, and
it will be.
JT has not ridden a dirt bike in 10 years.
But he's still better than
he doesn't ride at all.
He doesn't ride at all.
Yeah.
He's going to have a production Honda with a start hook. I'm going to have a factory HRC bike with the buttons and the maps and the lights and everything.
God, what's Hunter
But
think
it's
about
like
you being on his
saying-
bike?
Well, I don't know whose bike I'm riding.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're not like, it's so finely tuned. Like the window of operation we have it in, like Steve, we've done thousands of starts. Our muscle memory, our window of error is so small because it's what it has to be at this level and perform
Good
those
point.
starts weekend in, weekend out. So I get it, but it's like
So you don't
it's
think my
like you
3
saying-
practice starts I'll be able to nail it?
Steve, you could
No,
have 1,000
here's-
practice starts.
Here's my analogy for you, right?
Okay.
You see Tiger Woods hit a 100-yard wedge shot into a green, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're like, oh my gosh, it's just automatic. Dude, the club's incredible. If Tiger Woods gave you his bag of clubs or his wedge, his golf shoes, his golf ball, his glove, and his caddy, right? And you gave him a Walmart set of golf clubs,
Shit.
who are you going to bet to stick it closer to the pin?
Yeah, but I'm not.
Not
That's
Steve.
a good analogy.
Tiger Woods ain't JT. This is if I was going up against you, which at first,
Okay, Tiger's caddy with a set of Walmart clubs.
maybe I got a
Like,
chance. Maybe I got a
Hey,
chance.
the kicker is you guys both got practice starts.
We're gonna get
it'll
practice
come
starts.
back. It'll come back to JT.
Okay, we're gonna have practice starts.
And
yeah.
hey, I don't doubt you.
Okay,
I'd
well,
like to see you pull it.
we'll see
Because I
if-
think those Hondas are magic too.
They look amazing.
Their electronics got to be the best.
Yep, they are.
I mean,
the riders are good too. The riders are
absolutely.
a big part of it.
No,
but
I'm not saying that, but they're.
Listen,
I think Honda's got the electronics down.
So let me tell you about the Honda's electronics. We run a Get ECU that we work with Hutch, our mapping guru, right? And we tell him what we want.
Sure.
And he's able to put it in. So the magic, I mean, he can only be as good on mapping as the information he gets
Absolutely,
as well,
I
right?
agree.
Because
Yeah.
if I'm telling him, hey, I want this, this, and this, he puts it in. But maybe what I'm telling him isn't actually good, right?
True.
Will you give me some tips if I ride your
Hell
bike?
no.
Okay, all right, great. By the way, if you want to get ECU, if you want the same stuff that Honda uses, we can get you a deal. So email us using the contact form on Pulp, and we can get you a deal on a Get ECU. No guarantees you can start like the Lawrence brothers, though, with that Get ECU. But
You're going to prove that point.
I don't know, man.
Unless
We'll
you
see if
go-
this can happen. Lars is trying to make it work. We're working on it. I don't know for sure, but we're trying to do it at press day on
Steve,
Friday.
just don't loop out.
Dude, I'm trying to make it work. Every time I see JT, I'm gassing him up. I'm like, bro, you got this. You got this. Don't let him get in your head.
He's
Like,
worried.
you're a racer.
He is stressed. He is stressed.
But
a little
10
bit.
years out, he hasn't raced in 10 years.
He hasn't ridden a bike in 10 years.
Steve's been riding like an animal.
I almost
Didn't
made
you
Loretta's.
see him on the broadcast and his name tag. What was it? 5th all-time starts in SMS.
Something like that, yeah.
Was his
Yeah, yeah.
100 and something,
Yeah,
whatever it was. But
Yeah.
he's got it.
Okay. Well, it's sad because this is, Hymus thinks this and Phil thinks this and now Hunter.
You're the only one that doesn't.
I'm going to have to shock the world.
And you will. If that happens, the world will turn backwards, okay?
Oh, shit.
I've seen guys that still ride to try to do a start on it, and it ain't as easy as you think, brother.
All right. Well,
Push
listen.
the button and go.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Berluti. Thanks, Berluti.
There you go.
Hey, Hunter, thank you for the time tonight. I appreciate it. Good job this season. Let's get a win here soon. And you're riding great, man.
Amen.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Keep
right.
hammering.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time, Hunter.
Yeah, keep hammering on them.
All right. See ya.
Thanks, boys. Have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
That's Hunter Lawrence, everybody. Brought to you by Renthal, renthal.com. Yeah. So neither one of you have no hope in hell for me.
Nope.
No,
Production bike with no start map, no nothing.
Steve,
Stock production
the way
bike.
these people are, I think you have a better shot than everybody makes it.
You're
out.
my man.
And
You're my man.
I'm not blowing smoke, but you've been riding. Hopefully,
Yeah.
do you even? I mean, you've
I
done
started
some
next-
starts.
Do you want to see my photo
This
starting
is
next
gonna,
to
it's
chicken?
going to be over 1.2 seconds after the gate drops. It'll be over.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. That's how that works.
Yep.
Yeah. So you guys get a real gate, right?
Yeah, we're doing on it. Look at
Yeah,
that's
real
me
gate.
next to chicken. That's
Yep.
me and chicken.
Yeah, I see that.
Now he got a better start than I did right there. But
were you late?
listen,
Dude, you can't be late. That's the problem.
he's on a production bike. No porting, no electronics, no start map.
That's not going to matter for you.
Absolutely.
None of that's going to matter.
I got
for
all
you.
of that. I got a light that tells me where to put my RPMs. The light comes on. I got a start map for the great worked out for a great everything.
Are you going to have to do the throttle and the clutch?
Yes.
That's where the problem might come in.
Oh man, that's funny.
We'll give you some tips though.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're gonna work on this. All right, we got a call for Berluti here. It's Adam. All right, Adam, go ahead. What's your question for Tony Berluti?
Hey Tony, I don't know if you remember, 2005 you were working for Tortelli, right?
Oh, 5 was Tortelli.
Yeah, I would be. Yeah. On his 450.
Okay. Yep, on the 450. So I worked at a bike shop up here in the Seattle area where all the semis came to. Steve, you were probably working for Ferry with Yamaha then. They had all the big rider signing.
Mm-hmm.
But Tony, I talked to you in the pits outside of the track on either Wednesday or Thursday, and you were greasing some bolts. And I just wanted to know, with Skip there too, greasing bolts, does it help? Does it hurt? What's the purpose of it?
It's basically to get a proper torque. I mean, if you got like a dry material against dry material, you're not going to get a right torque. So that's what that's all about. If you have a bolt that you feel that, like a fender bolt, I believe those should be Loctited because there's a lot of, up and down with mud and stuff. But for the most part, we always greased our bolts just so you get a proper torque.
I was thinking he was thinking linkage bolts, but he's talking more just plastic bolts and just assembly lube.
I don't know which bolts he's
but
talking about.
Just all bolts. Like, I know, sometimes you're putting a steel bolt into, or a titanium bolt into aluminum. Like, does that help with especially in Seattle when it's, you could have a mud race, does that help with keeping that moisture out so you don't get any corrosion on the aluminum side, or?
No, that's not why we do it. It's mainly for me. It was mainly just to get the proper torque. You felt good about it. For example, you can take like your wheels on your truck, and even those, if it's like aluminum against aluminum, you might feel it's tight at a certain torque. But if there's not a lubricating property on there to torque it right, those things will come loose.
You can also look at it as it's all about friction. And if you have, especially when you have materials that would increase friction, for example, you could get a false sense of torque or tightness, and the minute that thing vibrates or just clicks a little bit, boom, comes apart.
Absolutely. Yep.
So it's we don't have to worry so much about corrosion because we pull them apart so often. But it's like Berluti said, it's all about getting the proper fitment and torque on whatever you're bolting up.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've heard people say like putting grease on it affects the torque and makes it different. Like if you say it's 35 foot-pounds and you grease a bolt you torque a bolt that's been greased, you're not actually getting that true 35 foot-pounds.
Actually, I think you are getting it. We're the opposite. If you have two dry, materials touching each other, and you think that in your torque wrench will torque to, like, let's say 35, like you're talking about, but it's not really at 35 because there's two dry, surfaces.
Friction. You're getting friction.
Yeah, friction.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks for the call.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Tom's on too. Tom, what's up, man?
All right, Steve, I got a question. So when you go up against JT on the start, are you going to run starting blocks?
So JT was really concerned about this, and he's a shorter gentleman, so he's going to get to run starting blocks. I don't start with blocks, so I wouldn't want to start with blocks because, by the way, the blocks are fucking ridiculous now. Have you seen these things?
Oh, my God.
They got ramps on the back.
Yeah,
they got a pole coming off the back that latches into the hole in the grate.
They need to quit it altogether.
Dude, stop it. Stop it.
Steve, you need starting blocks that'll go up to your pegs so you don't have to take them off, and you might have a slim 2% chance of getting this.
I mean, I don't want to. I've never tried starting blocks. I don't want to just show up at Washougal with starting blocks and try to learn them.
Don't.
Yeah.
I think you should.
Okay. All right, Tom. Well, I'm not doing it, but JT's getting to use them, which I'm fine with. Like, I get it. So, all right, thanks. Yeah, like back in the day, if you were shorter like JT, you had to pile up dirt from behind the gate.
But you were also sitting in a 6 or 8 inch rut sometimes too, which helped a bunch.
Yeah, you were lower. Yeah.
Supercross or whatever. But I think they should allow blocks, but there should be minimum heights or maximum heights, and that's it. No, and nothing coming off the back, and no ramps. Just a flat block.
Just eliminate
So that would be a rant that I have, Steve. I'm going to ask you.
Race Tech rant?
AMA, well, you can call it that, but AMA, you couldn't, like Alessi days and back to the days, Alessi, like Tony would say, hey, my rock guy. So I got a rock guy down there when this was Goose was racing first. He'll bring you a rock so he can start on the rock,
Yeah.
So if the AMA don't see that, then you get away with it, right?
Yeah.
But so
I got a rock guy. That sounds like Tony.
So they said, if like they come down the start and say, hey, you can't use a rock, So, but now they're letting them use these stupid fucking blocks,
dude.
I think it's
the
stupid.
thing that kills me is there's rods coming out the back that latch into the holes,
so they don't move.
Like, oh my god, dude, it's enough.
Bungees.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
yeah,
we get some phone calls.
That's how critical the starts are now.
Line 4. Do we have? Thank you.
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
What the fuck was that?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Steve? I saw my guy Berluti in and Skip's in, so I had to just call and say what's up.
Nice. Pony, what's up?
What's going on, Berluti? It's like I know Skip comes in every once in a while, but Berluti, I just thought you had disappeared off the face of the
I didn't
earth.
disappear. Steve don't like me, so I had to pay him to get on his show tonight.
Berluti's a part-time Vegas resident at this point. So Pony, good job on Loretta's qualifier. You missed it by 1, but
missed it?
Much improved over last year, right? Like you were
by,
way off last year, right? Yeah.
I think I was 9th or 10th last year, so I missed it by three spots or so. This year, I missed it literally 10 feet. I mean, I was another 10 seconds. Well, I tipped over on the last lap and lost my balance, and that 10 seconds of getting back up cost me.
Oh, bummer.
It was close.
Yeah. Well, I guess everyone else gets to go to Loretta's, but you and I.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's hitting me up like, oh, you can surely go as an alternate, because even the guy that beat me isn't even going, and Emick didn't qualify from here. But, I mean,
Emick didn't qualify.
Out.
What?
He didn't come out here. He just didn't show up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We were supposed to have nasty weather all weekend, so I think he just decided not to come to this one. But then it ended up being really, really nice. But, I don't know. It was a cool experience.
So, Pony, if you go out there because you're that close, and that guy you just said, he's not going, so that should automatically...
No, they rank the qualifiers with power rankings. So if you have more entries, those alternates get in first. But Dark's area, Texas, is probably pretty strong. Like, I would bet a high chance that Dark got in.
There you go,
Dark would get in as an alternate,
Yeah, there's probably a good chance. I got to, trying to find a new job and some things going on. I don't know if I'm going to go or not.
New job?
I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, Berlut doesn't know.
I thought you were doing good for yourself.
Berlut's out of the loop.
Yeah, I don't listen to Instagram.
You don't listen to Instagram?
I don't listen to social media.
Instagram doesn't talk to you.
Social media.
Vital is laying Dark off. Vital MX.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So starting a couple weeks after Redbud, July next month.
July 15th. Yeah. But anyway, brother. Yeah, just with the way things are right now, I don't know if I'm going to go or not. We'll make that decision. But
Dark,
I'm happy.
Right on.
Yo.
Our friend Lewis, he's not exactly doing really well right now.
Is he sick?
Yeah,
no, I did talk to him today. Yep, I did. I called him. We had a nice little conversation, but he's struggling.
Right. So maybe. We love Lewis, but like if he goes,
Wait, what's up with
Lewis
him? What's his problem?
He's got a strep throat that turned serious.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, his throat started closing off, and he couldn't breathe.
With all due respect, we wish him well, Dark, but
yes,
like.
Steve, you're taking this lightly. Come on, that's crazy shit.
It's crazy shit.
Yeah.
Dark. So does the HVAC job, is that open? You doing that?
We'll know more tomorrow.
Okay, we'll get there when it's time.
So you don't look at Steve where he lives in this palatial palace.
Oh my God!
What's the deal with your podcast? Aren't you doing as good as Steve?
No.
What?
No, man.
No, man.
Why?
Like, I'm gonna be realistic. Steve gives me a lot of shit, but Steve's the top dog, man. He takes up all the money, and then there's not much scraps left for
us. It's fucking Scotty, dude. Scotty's salary. Cut Scotty's salary.
Scotty never got paid. Scotty spends money because it takes him an hour each way to get here.
Fucking Scotty's taking the money, dude. Fucking Scotty.
Yeah. if I cut Scotty, I won't have any more money because he doesn't take any. But then I won't have anybody to do the Mark's job.
Steve, what are you doing right? You're the OG. That's the deal.
I did get in early. I got like those guys that got in Google and Apple.
Yeah.
Real early.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yes, you did.
I literally, when I started in 2007, I think I started podcasting. I bought the book Podcasting for Dummies because I'm like, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. You know, I got to hook the shit up, like to hook the mixers up and everything. I don't know what I'm doing.
Good, man.
So I literally started that way.
You got good guys in the studio.
Ah,
now.
do I though?
Yeah.
Ah. Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Every
There's
time I need
Mark's
help,
for you.
Mark fixes my shit.
Yeah, stay out of Mark's fucking. I've been hearing about this. I'm not happy. Yeah.
Well, quit stealing my guests.
You can call me anytime, Dark.
Yeah, Mark's the other day goes, I helped Dark out. I'm like, wait, what? What? You helped the fucking rival show out? And then you helping Kiefer out.
You should probably pay me more.
You're doing something with Kiefer, right?
If you want exclusivity, yeah.
Kiefer's got email issues.
Yeah,
You're doing stuff.
I'm like the town bicycle.
Somebody else called you for something too.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
Yeah. A lot of free work too. I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, you are.
Good point.
Dark, can we? But I mean, I don't know if you've. Can we talk about what you're doing for us?
Oh yeah. Well, no. No.
Never mind.
No.
Then. Vital MX.
No.
Dark, Jamie Guida. All right.
Yeah. No. But anyway, I don't want to keep your time. I know you guys are probably getting close to break, but I just want to say what's up to Skip and Berluti. I love those guys.
Appreciate
and,
you.
Legends. They're legends.
Good talking.
There's so many fucking wins in this studio right now between the three of us.
I know.
Yep,
I know. Yep, so many, and I've heard your discussion about the High Point. You know, your highlights from High Point, all that good stuff.
Certainly experience. I don't know. I mean, Skip's got wins, but certainly there's some experience here.
Yeah.
Do you, Mr. Guida, are you Team JT or Team Matthes?
Bro, come on. I've seen your starts, and they're better than mine, but I haven't seen JT, so I don't know. I guess I can't really say. I don't know how JT starts are today.
Yeah, they're fucking garbage. I'm sure.
He hasn't rode in 10 years.
Dude, at least.
Yeah.
They're still better.
I bet they're still going to be better, but
very
honestly,
disturbing.
Steve,
Skip,
yours
you're
aren't
going to
bad.
probably
Yours
have to
are pretty
leave at
damn good.
halftime.
All right, Dark. Well, listen, we got to run. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it. Good job at Loretta's thing, even though you failed like I did. So.
Hey, good hearing from you.
You too, Berluti. Skip,
All right.
you guys have a good night.
Take care. Be safe.
Right. Sounds good. That's Mr. Side there, everybody. Otherwise known as Dark. All right, go to commercial break here. Come back with Tallon Vohland and more. We got all the segments coming up. I don't know, man. Race Tech Rant, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. We're going to talk some more. I want to find out who you guys think Deegs is the clear number one in 250s, but I want to find out from you two guys who you think is going to take that next spot. So there's lots to get into tonight on the show. Appreciate it. And before we go, I want to thank the folks at Michelin, of course. Great mountain bike tires. They got Goldwing tires now. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more. Starcross 6, great tire. And the mountain bike tires, the new E-Wild series are great. They've combined a E-Wild tire with the DH series tire, and they had a baby, and it's the new E-Wild, and it's amazing. And Starcross 6, cruiser tires, sport bike tires, all of it. Thanks to the folks at Michelin. All right, Skip Norfolk, Tony Berluti. I'm Steve Matthes. Be right back after this, everybody.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
It's your turn to win the ride of a lifetime during the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This summer, Motorsport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to make your next ride your best ride by giving away a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F. With weekly prizes from Fly Racing, FMF, Turner Performance Products, G-Brakes, Alpine Stars, OGO, HP Tools, Hinson, Muck-Off, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, VP Racing, Mika Metals, ASV, Achurbis, Works Connection, and the grand prize, a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F prize package. Now's your chance to win the ultimate ride during the 2025 Motorsport Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Enter weekly at motorsport.com/win.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle and at Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow at Atlas Brace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
It's your turn to win the ride of a lifetime during the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This summer, Motosport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to make your next ride your best ride by giving away a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F. With weekly prizes from fly racing, FMF, Turner Performance Products, G-Brakes, Alpine Stars, OGO, HP Tools, Hinson, Muck-Off, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, VP Racing, Mika Metals, ASV, Acerbis, Works Connection, and the grand prize, a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F prize package. Now's your chance to win the ultimate ride during the 2025 Motorsport Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Enter weekly at motorsport.com/win.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle and at Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Steve Matthes, Tony Berluti, Skip Norfolk in studio. Tallon Vohland coming right up here. 702-586-7857. You got something on your mind, give us a call. We got lots still to talk about. By the way, 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. We want to check. Thanks to folks at Wiseco. Honda HRC, PulpMX, Twisted guys using Wiseco products. Wiseco to support it, supporting grassroots racers across the country. Pulp25, code to save. Also, of note, by the way, the code Pulp25 saves you at Recluse as well. They're a sister company to Wiseco. Guys, whether it's cast or forged pistons, whether it's engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve training components, and more, Wiseco.com, wherever you like to buy parts, or Pulp25, code to save with them. So thanks to the folks at Wiseco for coming on board. And all right, let's get right to our next guest here. Man's won nationals. Man won GPs. He's won supercrosses. He's done it all in the sport, working for Acherbys now, and brought to you by the folks at Acherbys, at Acherbys USA on social. Whether it's the PulpMX guys or Monster Energy Kawasaki and more, at Acherbys Plastic. Always love to use it. These two guys in the studio, I'm sure, have used it as well. Let's welcome in Tallon Vohland. What's up, Tallon? How are you, man?
Hey, Steve, how are you, man? Very good to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. By the way, did you know the guy that took the phone call, called you right now? He's named after you.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's still more and more, I'll tell you. And even in Europe when I was over there, so I had some kids in, like, France and Lyon.
Really?
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tallon.
But, hey, I always go back. I was born in 71. I'm the original.
Yeah, exactly. You're their OG, right? Tallon, what was the mom and dad or mom or what?
Dad, obviously. Yeah, was into the sport and just liked the name. Flowed fit good with the last name, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
But,
yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Hey man, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. And also sorry for keeping you a bit late. I know you're back east now, but let's start there. PulpMX, you're obviously your son riding there. What do you think of that facility? What do you think of what they got going on down there?
And they have just been improving every year, and man, it is a great place. You know, for a lot of people know the Matt had a pretty substantial injury, and Brandon's really good about bringing in either young riders or riders that have been injured in the past or maybe isn't exactly the way they want it to go. And it's, you know, how it kind of worked out for Maximus. And boy, they're just improving all year long. So bike, program, you know, Daniel has come on board, which is pretty cool. And then Chad Reed is here, which actually he spent some time with me last weekend, and they're going to do some testing again tomorrow on suspension. So I just see improvement here. And I don't know if you guys saw, too, they built a whole new gym. So Brandon, he's the owner here, and he's just working and working and working. So it's very cool. It's very cool to be part of it, and we're very thankful, you know, especially considering where Max was at, to have this opportunity to keep building his career.
Yeah, it sounds like Chad's going to be more involved with the team, right? Like you said, test riding a little bit and working with the guys.
Yeah, we had a lot of success last week. It didn't come out in the race, but there were some different circumstances that started early in the morning. Not feeling good. But in any case, I think people are going to see, and Chad seems to be really a big benefit right now to what I see.
Are you on speakerphone, by the way, Tallon? It sounds a little...
I actually got headphones, but I can take that off if you want.
If you don't mind, please do. It's just a little...
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah, it's great to see the guys involved. And then I also heard that Max maybe took a rock to the face and might need stitches or something. Is that... How's his lip looking?
Yeah, so that's what... can you hear me, guys?
Yep, that's good. Yep.
Oh, that was in practice.
Cool. Yeah, dude, it's like the thing Mike Tyson said, right? You have a plan until you get hit in the face. Your plan goes out the window, man. I mean, he said he just saw a flash and he didn't know where he was on the track for a few corners, and then he got it together, but he was bleeding like crazy.
Oh, jeez.
You know, I mean, hey, it's tough. Everybody's got stuff they're dealing with, and you have to learn, when you're going to be racing for championships in the future, that you have to overcome those things. But boy, that really put a damper on the whole day, I'll tell you.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Kiefer, I did a podcast with Kiefer. He came out and he rode Max's bike. Obviously, we know about the handbrake. And Chris was really impressed with it. Didn't take him long to get used to it. He definitely saw some advantages for it and everything else. Now, Tallon, you've been around a long time. Did you think this was crazy idea? Did you think Maximus could adjust to this thing? And then what do you think of his adjustment to the handbrake?
Well, he rode a lot of electric bike in 2020. So when that was all going down, we ended up buying an electric bike and riding a lot, which had a handbrake.
Mm-hmm.
And when we realized that this could be a problem, he said, Dad, I can do it with a handbrake. We got to figure out how to get a handbrake on there. And so that's kind of like, I'm like, dude, I don't think there's any way. And I even bought like a MotoGP thumb brake, and we tested and tried many things, and it was tough. It was scary, dude. Like, I thought maybe we were done because he just didn't have enough feeling in that foot, and he could just, at one moment stomp on the brake and not really realize that and end up going over the bars. So that would be, too risky for himself, but also to other riders. So, but we started testing, and we got pretty good where he was comfortable enough. And said, "Yeah, let's go back there." So we kind of showed up. The team knew a little something was up because they kind of were following some pictures on Instagram and stuff, but they didn't really know for sure until we got here. And that was, I'll give it to Brandon and those guys, and even Daniel Moe. He's a great mechanic, and those guys didn't really blink an eye. Okay, no problem. Let's start working, and that's how it's been. And I mean, you saw, like, even at Tampa, Max's first race, he was ready and doing really well. He was sixth, and he ended up, unfortunately, at this level, you can never replicate racing, and we ended up having a few failures, and nothing to do with the team. It ultimately had to do with, Max slipping the clutch and this whole thing with the brake that we had to figure out stuff, and we had to come up with a new brake out of Australia. But now I think the ASV guys are actually the importer of that. But it's a really, really nice system, and that's what we really needed. It just takes time to build, know.
Yeah, Chris is like, dude, this has got some advantages. This thing, it's easy to use. You don't really think about it. And this is a guy who just jumped on the bike, right? Never mind Maximus, who's been riding it for so long. So I think for what's going on, this is about the best. Got a podium this year, heat races.
Yeah.
This is about the best possible outcome. Don't you think?
Yes, I do, and except for some extraordinary riders like Jet Lawrence and a few of those very top guys.
Yeah.
Generally, the rule of thumb with an injury like this is, Max had to take a year off, and in my mind, I figure if he can keep going, I figure he can get pretty close to top five, maybe even hit him a few times on the outdoors. That'll be about where he was when he left KTM going over to Pro Circuit, and so I feel like as long as no injuries come, we can keep building with the team and everything. He should be about where he was when he was going on to the PC team. And so, okay, we lost 2 years, one to the injury and one to rebuild. But, for me, it was such a very sad situation, and it happens sometimes in our sports, in many sports, that, you work so hard, you're really ready. People haven't even got to see what you could offer, and then suddenly when you're right there, the rug gets pulled out from under you, and it can happen. And that is what happened. But to have this opportunity, and I really see that it could still happen. That it's it's going to be pretty cool. It'll be a great story if it does happen. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man. I've been really impressed. I went in with I saw the Instagram stuff and heard the thing, and I'm like, oh boy, what? How's this going to go? But then I rode a Stark a few months back, and I rode the regular foot brake all day, and then the guy said, try the handbrake, and I'm like, okay. I ride mountain bikes a ton, so also, and dude, it didn't take me long where I was like, hey, this is pretty good. I could. I don't want to – now, Maximus has to use a clutch also, but I'm like, wow, this isn't nearly as weird or as awkward as I thought it would be, So,
yeah. I mean, Maximus got really good. He's at a point because sometimes, on the outdoors, I'm like, he still needs to get a little more speed. And I'm like, God, man, can he do it? But I've seen a couple times out there, and even with Chad last week testing, he got to that level. So I know it's possible, and it's just a point of keep working it so that he can consistently ride at that next speed level, So I think it's possible, and it is going to be a tremendous story. on the other side too, over all this time now, we're about 17 months, he's starting to get some movement back in the foot and more feeling. So maybe with all that, it could be going in the right direction as far as him actually getting back to that as well. So we just got to see in the future.
Hey, how about his foot gets better, and then he's like, no, I like the handbrake.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Ask Tallon. Yeah, I mean, do you think he likes that better? I mean, now that he's been using it?
I'll tell you, he really does, especially in ruddy tracks. He says, man, I can stand up so much longer. Coming into corners, I have more control. So, yeah, we'll just have to see. I mean, you guys are old enough to know the McDoing story, and that was like a little bit of the inspiration, the inspiration and hope that we had. He'd injured his leg so bad that they actually had to sew his legs together to keep it surviving, but he couldn't never use it again to brake, and that's where the thumb brake for MotoGP came from. And he went on to win, not saying Matthes was going to win or anything, this guy won like 5 world titles, and now most MotoGP guys use thumb brakes and hand brakes together when they're racing.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that about doing. Yeah, wow, that's cool.
McDoing, they had to set him on the motorcycle, and he goes. But in road race, you can do that. Motocross is a different deal. Yeah.
Skip, you know the PulpMX guys well. That Maximus. I mean, it's a long time you've been working with him, but Brandon and everybody, you were part of that team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing that there'll never be an excuse that the track wasn't prepped right or the track wasn't ready. I mean, Brandon has no problem getting up when the sun does it, getting on a dozer or a Bobcat and making sure that the guys can go train.
Yeah.
And with what they're doing now, the facility.
So one of the deals is that Brandon, he builds these houses on here, and he's even building a couple more new ones. So I think he does that every year. But we literally live like right in front of us is one of the old sand tracks. So like today, Parado's back here riding. So he's like, we're just looking out the window watching him ride, like 5 feet from us. It's pretty sick.
Out of Cherubies USA, bringing you Tallon Vohland. Tallon, you've mentioned that Cherubies moved the warehouse and everything back east, closer to Sycra, your sister company, and you're a NorCal guy. And is this the move? Is this the move for the Vohland family?
Well, it's interesting how things work out, right? So I'm only about an hour and 20 minutes from the company. So I generally run over there on Mondays or maybe even stay till Wednesdays, then come back, help Max, maybe go to the race. So it's weird how that worked out. But, I'm actually like tomorrow, Mr. Franco Cherubies, who hasn't been here for years, is coming over to see his new building. We're actually going to go to the GNCC of Snowshoe this weekend, and then we're coming out west to visit some of the OEMs and maybe even go by PC we're talking about and hit a couple of dealers. So we got a big project the next 10 days.
Nice.
But we did, to get back to it, yes, we did move our warehouse, Scott, as a company. So we were always with Scott USA. Well, they are moving a direction more towards bicycles, and they needed space in their warehouse. We were renting at that time, so we needed to find a new way. And it made most sense, yes, to get near to Sycra. We had purchased Sycra in 2019. So the companies are separated, image is separated, and we even, try to make different products for one bike for one company and then for Sycra, another company. But it made most sense to have our computers, our warehouses close to each other. And actually the next step for us as a company is moving both of the product lines into one warehouse, and we're going to focus a lot on production and manufacturing because, the way Trump's setting it up now, they want you to do that. You can save more, no tariffs. So we're really starting to focus on that.
Okay. How old is Franco now? Still active in the company, everything?
Wow, he's got to be getting up there, huh?
Yeah.
I can't say that. Let's just say he's very young.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I can't say that.
Interesting guy, though. What's he like? What's he like?
Yeah. Well, he's just, man, I've been around him, and I even went to a couple of ISDs he flew me to just to visit that he was throwing there in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen somebody with so much energy and so passionate, and I think that's
cool,
what a lot of people in industry love and respect, that he built this, from the ground up just with passion and drive. And so it's going to be cool to spend some more time with him.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, for sure. Tallon Vohland out of Cherubies USA, bringing you him on the show. By the way, I was going to bring this up. Do we not have a patent on the track markers? You got these other guys making the track markers now, Tallon. Like these are, you guys invented this thing. You're like Kleenex. Like everyone just calls Kleenex.
Is he getting them made in China?
No, they're UFO now.
Oh,
the markers are UFO.
What the fuck happened there?
Well, I don't know, Berluti. I'm asking Vohland.
Dude, it was a pretty weird deal. Deals happen like that sometimes, you know. And so what happened is that, you know, usually we were doing with MX Sports, and you know, we have a great partnership with them. But with SMX coming in and that whole series, they're starting to put these kind of toll packages together. So I actually didn't hear about it and didn't know. So, you know, from my understanding, it was a substantial amount, and that's business. So we understand. We love competition, so you know we go a different direction from now, and then when the opportunity comes, we'll see that again. So,
but okay, guys, but we came up with the track markers. You got to do the exact same thing. Can you make them different? Can you do something? I don't know, Vohland.
They look the same.
Yeah,
except they're white.
Yeah, except they're white instead of yellow.
Oh, okay.
But like,
you know, that's how business goes. Unless you have patents on stuff, and even if you do, then people will start sneaking around them.
I know that's true.
China.
That's true. I was just thinking to myself, like, oh, Vohland's got to be pissed at Paula. I was like, this, like, look at these guys.
I wasn't happy how the whole deal goes down, but business is business, and I understand, and you know, that's not going to bother us too much. We sell a lot of track markers. We're still open at Attributes, so that's, I would say, another thing. And one thing I'd like to bring up, you know, we're up to full capacity now, and one of the new things is, you know, there were some strains and different things if we talk about patents with KTM, but with all the changes at KTM, we are now able to sell the KTM compatible, we call compatible plastic, same with the Husky. So we're fully stocked and we've been getting a lot of business, but I just want to get that out there because you work with us, and that's an important brand.
Yeah, thanks for the support over the years, by the way. I really appreciate it. It's been great to teamed up with the Cherubies. It's been great.
Yes, sir. It's been a great partnership. We're very happy, and it's great to be part of the PulpMX show.
Berluti, what do you remember from a young Tallon Vohland at Factory Suzuki days? Like, you're working for Budman, right? I think. Who's your mechanic?
Actually, I would have been that.
Who was your mechanic, Vohland?
Well, no, I mean, he was working with. He was working with Tommy Watts, number 711.
Well, that was way back then.
Even before Suzuki, right? Yeah.
And then, like Steinbrecher was your mechanic the year that you were at Suzuki, or you were either 1 year or 2 years? 2 years,
yeah,
right?
Dude, I had a 1 year deal, factory ride when I was like 19, and then career over. Back then.
And then you won a race, right?
I did. I won at Houston. It was the East-West Shootout. Okay, I got to throw this out there. I got first, McGrath got second, and Tyson got third.
Yeah, there we go. That's right. Take that, Skip.
That's right.
You remember that,
Skip?
Yeah.
That was great.
So you win a Suzuki, you win a Supercross, your rookie year, your only year, and Suzuki just says, see you later?
Yeah, I dislocated my shoulder. Actually, I was leading that one too, and then going down the start straightaway. Some people might not remember this, but the shoulder just kind of came up and just went in the wrong spot because I'd already done it once. And so I'm like riding around the last time trying to throw this shoulder in, and I couldn't get it in. So, you know, and it's one of those things where it's right before the national start. And so, Lampton was having a good season. He was coming back to the 125 class, and he ended up getting the ride. And so back then there was no B teams. There was nothing like a club or that. You know, once you lost your factory ride at that time, you're pretty much done. So my only option really was to go over to Europe.
Yep.
And I'll tell you how young and dumb I was. I thought, I didn't know no Europeans. I didn't know nothing about World Championship. I'm like, I'm just going to go over there and win the World Championship, and then I'll get a ride. Well, that took me like 9 years, and I still didn't win, and I had to come back in 99.
But your bro went over there before you did, right?
He did. He went there the year before. It was kind of odd, and then because he had pointed out it was kind of a weird point system back in the day, and then because they kind of like made some mistakes with that whole point thing, they let him back in the class. So he come back, and then I went to Europe. It was weird how it all worked out. But.
Dude, but it was good. Look at you with the Cherubies now.
Yeah. You know, life is kind of stranger than dreams. You know, going there, and it was really difficult in the beginning, but
like that.
Yeah, I learned to speak Italian. I had an Italian girlfriend, and then and turned in the end there my last year by speaking Italian, knowing that I was actually riding for Attributes at that time. I saw an opportunity. I went to Mr. Attributes and said, hey, I think I can help you, and this is what I can do.
Yeah.
I started out on the racing side, and over the years I worked up to 2010 when there was a recession, and they went ahead and moved me into sales manager, and from that point I'm actually recent news, I'm actually general manager of both Attributes and Cycra now.
Jeez, nice work.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It's just I did a podcast with you years ago with you and Brock because I wanted to generally ex-dirt bike riders don't, you got to learn how to use computers and turn computer and Word docs and Excel and all of that.
Yeah.
You and Brock are two examples of like guys that were very best in the sport that also turn out to be real grinders in the business world and real like hard workers, which doesn't always happen with ex-riders like of your stature. And I always found it really interesting because when anybody I know that deals with you for sales or for marketing or whatever, like you're very on it, you're very professional, like your spelling, your grammar, like, it's just not a lot, what you don't see a lot with ex-racers. So.
Right. Yeah, I know. And it kind of bums me out because I'm passionate, and some of these guys who get hurt, or I won't say like completely hurt, but hurt in a pretty good way, where they still could work if they would just, none of us racers are probably the smartest guys, but if you use the same work ethic and discipline, you could, you got to get up earlier, maybe you got to stay up later, but you can make it happen, and over time you get better and better.
I know. And again, no slam on racers, but they just end up being coaches or whatever, and you're just like, all right, like that. No slam on those guys, but.
The biggest thing is you got to get on somebody. You're not on your schedule any longer as a racer, right? You're on somebody else's, and you embrace that. You can do. You're going to be successful.
Yeah.
You just got to use that competitive spirit, but you got to put racing behind you. Drop the ego and go to work. And if you work hard enough, you can get in front of the pack, and you can do well. Like. Overall, many years, I actually get paid quite well now. So that's
you.
They don't even think about that, but you can achieve that.
Hey, I got a question for you, Tallon. What that year that you went to the Pepsi team, like with DeMaria, you and Roger was supposedly a part of that. I don't know how intricate he was that he was involved with it, but that seemed kind of like a yard sale or something, huh?
Well, Italians are very passionate, and these two guys, the Becky brothers, were running it at that time, and they, that was like the signing point. I remember, Roger had just left Honda, didn't really have a deal, so and dude, he was there quite a bit, and then
was
he? Di Maria? Huh?
I said, I didn't know I wasn't sure about that, so he was involved quite a bit then.
Yeah, and then what happened was Di Maria started winning, I think, right after Southwick, and he won 6 in a row, even when he came to the U.S. So then, it seemed like the more he was winning, let's just say Roger was around a lot then. So, but it was it was really cool. Those guys tried to present something maybe a little bit more than it was, with the whole Pepsi thing, because I never got a free Pepsi, but it was still pretty cool to be part of that.
Do you have a Pepsi jersey still from those days?
I do have one Pepsi pant and Pepsi, and at that time it was actually JT gear, so that was pretty sick because that was like the very end of JT stuff.
Yeah, that is sick. When you went to Europe, well, first of all, actually, let's go back to this. So '88, your team green, you and Tyson. Yeah. Do you remember Berluti and Tommy Watts?
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
The biggest time I remember that was Tommy racing like the 500 at the World Minis. In Vegas.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool, yeah.
Well, I was always, friends, acquaintances with Tyson. I mean, I remember Tyson on an MR50 back in like Marysville, and I mean, I would talk. I mean, Tyson, I don't know. I just thought he was really cool, and I got along good with him. I didn't even know he had a brother, and then later on, you got that factory Suzuki ride and stuff. I go, yeah, well, obviously this is his brother, and I know you guys knew my brother, but Tyson, how's he doing anyway? Is he doing all right?
He's pretty good. He hangs out a lot at my house. He's, heavily involved with Max, but he struggles a little bit with depression and mental stuff. But yeah, he's all right. Like, he's always on the phone. I'm always FaceTiming him, follow Max. It's pretty cool. He loves it.
Awesome.
What a time for you in Europe when you went there. You have Donnie Schmidt winning, yourself, Bobby Moore. You got Bader Manet in the mix. Mike Healy's around. This is like it was such a cool. I probably missed somebody too.
You got a good memory, Steve.
Trampus?
Trampus is there. So which American guy over there did you most spend the most time with? Obviously, different classes, different races. I get all that, but was there one or two Americans that you hung out with more than the other guys?
It was actually Trampus. Trampus, at that time, he was married. He had a house over there. He's already, I think, 1 or 2-time world champion.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of, I don't say took me under his wing or anything, but, he let me come over, spend the night at his house. And so he helped out a little bit. And then, like, the other guys, I wasn't that friendly. But, of course, when you go to Japan or you go to different countries, you're all staying at the same hotel. So even my Mike Healy and that, we would, chat it up, of course, because they're American. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Parker's story is insane. He goes over there as a mechanic. And then he went over there to help a buddy out for a while. Then he starts riding. He gets a bike for a Belgium or a Dutch national race. Dutch race.
National race.
Wins it on a backup practice bike or something.
Where did he change his name? That's what I'm curious about.
From Chad to Trampus?
Yeah.
I don't know. But his story's nuts, Tallon. It's a nutty story. He told me it all.
Yeah. He was one of the, there's certain guys like that, too. When they set their mind to win, it's like they're almost unstoppable. And, man, when that guy set his mind to win, we were one time at the Saporiti Fast Cross. I don't know if you remember that.
Great race. That was the best.
Yeah, there was like Johnson. Everybody's there. And Tampa that day was like, I'm winning. Dude, he did.
But Trampus really embraced the culture there. I mean, he learned the language. He did it all.
Yeah.
And he did it right.
Yeah.
And he won.
He was the first guy who really, he had an Italian wife, and so he spoke perfect Italian. He really was, he was amazing. That was really cool.
Tallon Vohland here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by the folks at Cherby's. Tallon, I scroll through this Instagram, and I must see this stupid quad from Anaheim 2 in my Instagram stories once a month, and I was there. It was a fucking huge jump. They got you jumping it. Danny Smith did it. How often do people ask you about that thing?
No, I didn't do that jump all day. I was too old. I might do everything but that jump. So, like, the corner before, I was trying to go as fast, and corner after, but I wasn't doing that jump. And Danny and I think a few of the other guys were doing it.
I thought you were one of the guys doing it. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I would do the triple single, and you could hear the crowd, and that was that moment where last lap Danny jumps that thing and then just chops to the inside, but I kind of felt it coming, and I ended up chopping back underneath and crossing the line, and that was one of them. I won a few races, but that was my last win it was actually on PC.
Yeah,
the circuit.
Yeah, it was on.
Cool.
So I thought, I guess so. The video I'm watching that pops up must be Danny jumping over your head, and I just because
that's nuts.
Yeah, that thing was at 140. 140 feet, I think. Somebody told me 130.
Yeah, I think on there, like for your clickbait, it's like the biggest jump in Supercross ever.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's nuts.
Dude, but you and Carmichael at Glen Helen, that was epic.
Oh, dude, that made me like $250,000.
Yeah?
Dude,
how's that?
Dude, everybody remembers that race because I told Max, like, that'd be like coming over and racing Jet Lawrence. Like, no, Ricky was undefeated there. And, like, the second moto, I reeled him into passing. And, the place went completely berserk.
Yeah.
For sure.
Most people didn't even remember who I was. They're like, who is he?
Did you bring your bike over, or what did you bring over for parts?
Well, I was just on the FMF Honda, but the one thing that I had negotiated, what happened was I got hurt in Supercross, and I actually decided to quit racing. But I had in my contract for the outdoors, I'd had factory suspension, so I told Tyson, like, hey, I want to give this one last try, and that was it. And so I trained so hard before Glen Helen for, like, I can't even tell you how hard it was, but I was pretty sure I was going to do good if I didn't get killed. and sure enough, I was fast and ready that season, so.
Because
that was really
I was on the team in 98, and the motors weren't good, and there was something about you bringing your Italian motor over at some point.
Okay, so that I didn't want to get all into that, but that's true. So
yeah.
I told you, I literally quit racing. I told Tyson's like, yeah, we had a good career. And but then I sat around a couple of weeks, and, man, I'm like, I got factory suspension. I don't want to lose this opportunity. So I literally called up Jeff DeMint's team, which was SRS Honda, and, I speak Italian. I talked to the guys, hey, could I fly over there? I spent my own money, flew over to Italy, met them at their track, and rode the bike. And it wasn't super fast, but it wasn't like popping or bogging or anything weird. It was consistent. So I said, hey, could I get this? And, typical in our industry, like, hey, you guys can't tell nobody that, like, I'm going to buy this engine and use it. By the time I get back, Hilton Beatty's the team manager on our team. He calls me and goes, well, we heard you were in Italy. We saw some photos. and he's like, if you let Brock, Sellers, and Danny test it, either we buy it or don't, but we'll make sure that you have the engine at no cost. Just as long as you run the FMF pipe and silencers. And I said, okay, that's fine. And that's how that all worked out.
Okay.
So I literally had,
That's cool.
yeah, I had the the SRS engine, and then I just had the factory suspension, and I just put my head down and trained like crazy, and that's what we got.
Yeah, I remember Tom Wallace was your mechanic, and he's like, yeah, dude, he's got another motor in there, and no one's happy, but like it's those bikes, like FMF guys, I mean, like, I was there in '98. No one liked their bikes. I mean, it was horrific.
They were slow.
Yeah, they were not good. I mean, part of it was due to the airbox and the aluminum frame of the 125. Like, that was part of it. It wasn't only an FMF thing, but, yeah, they weren't good. So
Was it Gosler on that team?
I mean,
no, not that year.
No, and it was, and the bike would just pop and bog randomly up the triple face.
Oh, that's scary.
I'm already I'm coming back. I'm like 28. I'm too old for that shit.
Oh, shit.
Absolutely.
I don't need this to fucking gurgle and pop and bog.
Skip, what do you remember about Tyson and Tallon, Yoko Gear, Ultracross days?
I was a kid for the Ultracross, and they were. That was going back, late 80s on the Team Green days. Yeah, Team Green days.
88, 87, 88.
Yeah.
Tommy raced with you.
By the way, if people are listening,
guys.
they're on YouTube because I was texting Tallon maybe a few months ago about this because we had Jim Hawley on a podcast talking about Ultracross series. So I started going down the YouTube rabbit hole of Ultracrosses.
Yeah.
And so you guys need to watch these.
Oh,
dude, and they invert the start.
Oh, Tallon's all over them. Yeah, Tallon's all over them. But Skip, you remember? Yeah.
No, absolutely. I wish I was paying attention more back then.
Okay.
For everything that was going
They
on.
need to bring it back. That was sick with all the buggies and the truck racing. And it was awesome.
It was cool. Those were cool events.
Yeah.
Really cool
Dude,
events.
Mickey Thompson.
Tallon, you guys must have been crushing it, like Cowie money, contingency, purse money. No?
Well, I'll tell you what was really cool about that time is that the Mickey Thompson was the only thing on ESPN. So me and Tyson are driving around as privateers basically to do the nationals after we would do those ultracrosses, and a lot of people knew us. Like, we're going across, like, we are the Vohland brothers.
That's cool. That's cool.
We're the Flying Vohland brothers.
The schedule of Supercross wasn't on TV, so it was amazing.
Yeah. You're meeting people that are like, you two brothers are the best racers in the world, obviously, because you're on ESPN.
Yeah.
That was it.
No, my biggest memories are, trying to offer assistance. And, your dad and your granddad, I think at that time, were just maxed out trying to keep both you guys going all day long. It was definitely everybody
especially
involved.
Cowie foot peg springs, Cowie stripping out bolts. Back then, those Cowies were
breaking foot peg springs.
Dude,
I don't know why they were so stressed because their version of like your bike is ready to race is like a lube throttle cable, a lube clutch cable.
Hey, why were you always 7-Eleven? What was up with that? Any reason?
I was 7J when I was little, and Tyson was 11J, and so we needed a 3-digit number. I remember seeing it actually on Watts's bike. And so I really liked it.
Oh, Watts's bike. Okay.
Yeah, Tommy is privateer is 7-Eleven.
Ran it at the World Mini the next year, and then of course when I went to Europe and all that, I was number 80, and then I was number 19, and I went to Europe. So I came back. I had to have a 3-digit, so I picked that number because that was the old number I originally had in '89.
Oh, okay. It's Tommy Watts, 7-Eleven, inspired him.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn. And then Tallon Taylor, our phone guy, is named after you. This is all coming together.
And Tommy picked it because Prim sponsored him.
Yeah.
So 7-Eleven is like gambling.
Oh yeah, true. Right,
Yeah,
Vegas. Right,
yeah,
Vegas.
Vegas. So that's where that's how he picked that.
I didn't put that together either. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's good stuff.
It was cool. It was cool. The biggest marketing mistake I made is that last year on Mitch, I didn't do so well, and I earned 22, and I switched to that number, and oh man, the fans were so pissed.
They were pissed.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
So you could have kept 7-Eleven?
Yeah, but as a rider, sometimes you have a bad year and you think you want to change, and I was like, I need to change the number, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, but I figured that if you earned it, you had to run that.
Back then they could back then we had a few years where you could run, like Nicoletti was always 800, right? Like
no, but unless he's way after that.
No, but I'm saying you could run a 3-digit for a while.
Yeah,
I did.
I remember you could because even I think Travis was staying 199. That's how they, that was one of the reasons.
Yeah. Tallon Vohland here on the show. Obviously, watching Max in the 250 races here, Tallon, you've got a close eye on Deegs. He's got the third largest gap since 1980. to second place after 4 races. The only riders to have a bigger gap was Barnett and Stu, who won every moto, and Deegs has won 6 out of the 8. What do you make of Deegs, Hayden Deegan, their talent and his strength, and how good he is, and how well he's riding right now?
Oh man, I saw him, obviously year 1 and year 2, and just almost every time you're watching it, he was just checking the boxes. Okay, he's up against this. I remember watching him at Unadilla, and he kind of flailed a little bit in the beginning of the race and started fading back a little bit, but all of a sudden he just caught fire and started ripping through the pack again. It's like, okay, well, he cooks that box.
Yeah.
So I just don't see much. He's not missing. I can't see hardly anything that he's missing. So it's amazing, some of these guys come up and they just have it all. And he was kind of shocking. I didn't really expect that for him because he makes it look so easy, but you forget how many really good guys are out there. And all these guys, have won multiple Loretta titles. I mean, everybody out there in the top 10 is unbelievable. And then with Triumph coming in, I would say there's a lot of factory bikes out there. There's like 20 factory bikes, so it's pretty tough.
Yeah. I look at Max and Cody Schock, and they're ahead of factory bikes every single race, club guys, in both classes. It's
we're right in the middle there.
Yep.
But we're improving. I like the club team. They're doing a great job, and it's a great spot for people to come train as well as maybe find opportunity on his team.
Hey, Tallon, how much support does Yamaha give that team? Do you know?
I don't know exactly, monetarily, but obviously they have the bikes. And it's a pretty high level. I think that Brandon can leverage that a little bit because they have so many riders coming out of here. So I know, as far as tires and things like that, we get probably more than just, let's say, the average team that would be at this level because they have a dealer here and all that. So they sell so much stuff as well. So I think they leverage that a little bit to help their team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To me, watching Hayden and you guys can agree or disagree. I'm not calling him Carmichael because that's a pretty big bar, but he reminds me of Ricky in 125s. He's shorter stature.
The way he rides.
He's ragged. His stamina is incredible. Late races.
I don't think he's ragged.
You don't think he's ragged?
Not. Yeah. There's moments, but
Did you call
not
Ricky
like Ricky.
ragged?
Yeah, Ricky was as throughout his career. Yeah, there were times where he was very ragged.
Yeah. Okay. Tallon, what do you think?
I agree with that. I feel like I'm with you, Steve. As far as he rides on it, he ain't Jet Lawrence. Just mean the way he rides.
Yeah.
Not saying one guy's better than the other. I'm just saying the way the technique is. So he's more like a hammer, get the job done no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Where Jet's just more precise in getting the job as well. But they're two different riders, and I would say I'm a little bit in your camp as far as he's in line with Ricky, just getting the job done, lowered back or back and down or whatever the hell it was those years, and still get it done. It didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean Ricky just you kept waiting for the crash. It never happened. You were like, look at this guy, throttle pin bouncing
I
everywhere.
feel that way about. This last week he was amazing. Hayden was, but I see that in him a lot still too. I mean, the guy the shit he saves blows my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive, man. It's impressive. Like I said, third largest gap since 1980 in that class.
I have a fact.
Okay.
How about Barnett? Okay, you mentioned Barnett.
Yep.
They talk about him not winning every moto. So he goes into
Carlsbad.
Huh?
Carlsbad,
exactly right. He doesn't even race.
He broke his collarbone. No, he broke his collarbone.
But he already won the championship.
Yeah. But he would have won perfect. He would have went perfect.
Yeah.
If he hadn't broken his collarbone.
Oh, so that's what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that he just
No, he broke his collarbone and couldn't race.
Practicing before Carlsbad.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
So he would have been the first perfect season ever?
For sure. Who knows? Anything could happen. But, dude, he had been crushing those guys.
He was killing them.
It was 81. It was 81. And, he was factory Suzuki. That bike was incredible. Somebody told me that bike was 15 pounds lighter than anybody else's bike on the line back then, those factory Suzukis.
You get some stats, Steve.
I don't know who told me that.
No, but the Suzuki they were leading the way back then.
They were
leading the
bikes,
way.
Yeah.
They were.
But even Tallon, your bike, those early 90s 125s were good, right?
Yeah, they had. You guys had some.
I felt really good, but unfortunately, those TC bikes were so fast when Mitch bought those things out, man.
That's true.
I was on factory Suzuki at that time, and we had some very special parts. if our bike was jetted perfect, we could be competitive, but it's like the window is tighter, so a little bit of change, and then we would drop quite a bit, where Mitch, his window's wider, like no matter temperature change, those things would just jump and tripled in a second. It was just easier. So they had more flexibility on when things change, but the temperature on the Suzuki changed a little bit, and we'd be off like 10 or 20%.
Hey, did you run the mag carb?
Yeah, I was gonna say the
that
mag
thing was
carb,
finicky.
Yeah,
yeah. You were on the team, so you were working from Budman that year. Huh?
Yeah. We never ran that, so you ran the mag carb, and it, like you said, it was good when it was good, but like you said, it was way more finicky.
Yeah.
Because they had a funny looking slide on it. Too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Tallon, what you're saying is really Skip's success is really due to Mitch's bikes and not so much his tuning. Is that what we're saying, Tallon? Is that what we're
Absolutely?
Is that what we're getting?
I don't know what the hell they had going on over there, but all I know is they could ride the whole track in second gear. It was ridiculous.
There's a video. There's a video of High Point 91, and Swink I think is up front, and Emig's on a factory Yamaha, and you know the old the wall turn, the left turn, and you go along the start straight. Swink goes by Emig, and Emig gets a good drive and everything. Like, Emig's on it. He's leading. Swink goes by Emig like he's got an anchor on him. Like, see you. Like, factory Honda versus or privateer Honda versus Pro Circuit Honda versus factory Yamaha. Later, like, Swink goes right by him, you know?
Man, I tell you what, we spent a lot of time.
Yeah.
Those bikes were good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those 2 years, Mitch's guys were almost 1 and 2, no matter who you hired, every year for 4 or 5 years.
Buell, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The bikes were exceptional.
Budman just switched Budman, and then got second every week to McGrath.
Yeah.
That 1 year. So
yeah.
Did you ever have a chance to go with Mitch back then, Tallon? Like, was there any?
No. I just had that 1 year, and then I went to Europe, and that was a grind for many years to come back, and then finally in '99 I was able to. That's kind of why you have a little. I feel like Brownie did the same thing. You have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, so you really, hit it hard and try to do the best you can.
The difference is you learn Italian, though.
I did. Yeah, Brownie hated it over there.
He hated it.
Yeah, Tennessee just doesn't fit in quite well with the European lifestyle. Awesome, man. Well, hey, Tallon, anything else for Tallon Vohland, guys? Anything else?
No.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate it, Tallon. And Max is doing great, I think. He'll get better and better. Really appreciate everything that you do for us on the Cherubies USA side. And you're such an interesting guy to talk to, man. It's what a career on and off the bike. Like, it's cool. So
awesome, Steve. I appreciate it, guys. It's good talking with you.
Hey, you too, Tallon.
All right, take care, Tallon.
Thanks, Tallon.
Tony, Skip, you guys have a good week.
All right, take care.
All right, see ya.
Guys, see ya. Bye.
That's Tallon Vohland, everybody. Brought to you by folks at the Cherubies. Yeah, I've always liked Tallon. He's been such a good dude over the years. I didn't really know him when he raced, right? He was gone by the time I got on circuit.
He's always been just that.
Yeah.
Even keeled, super nice guy. You know?
Yeah.
Not. He didn't have a he didn't have like an ego.
Yep.
Always good guy. Yeah.
Tony Berluti, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, decalmx.com, promo code PulpMX25 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Their mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Decal MX bringing you Tony Berluti, OGO Power Sports bringing you Skip from the Huddle Brewery. All right, we got some phone calls. Troy's on too. What's up, Troy?
How y'all doing this evening?
Good, man. Thanks for calling.
Steve, I'm the Troy that had called you a couple times to pit for you at Loretta's when you made it this year.
Oh, yeah.
However, I've kind of been in mourning for the last couple of weeks since I found out that you didn't make it.
Yeah.
I had all these awesome things to put on your pit board, inspirational messages and phrases. You came right. But, hey, we'll try to do it next year. Let's try to
fucking chicken, man. I don't know if I told you guys the story.
No joke, yeah.
I said this on my – so Chicken shows up for day one and beats me, gets second, I get sixth. Then the next day they moved the program up an hour or 2 hours because they were running so behind on Saturday. We all got text messages from the promoter, saying this. Do you think Chicken knew? No. So practice has already happened. I'm going to the gate. There's no sign of Chicken. One of Chicken's buddies tells Kiefer, hey, man, he's out on the highway. Like, he ain't going to make it. And I'm like, okay, so
I guess
Chicken's out. Chicken's out. I got passed for fifth, like on the last lap by this guy. So if I can beat that guy and Chicken is out, now I'm fourth. 6-4 will get me in. Chicken not showing up and being Chicken will help me.
I'm not stupid, dude.
Well, fucking 1 minute before the gate, who rolls up? Chicken. Jersey untucked, 2 boot buckles undone, like just barely gets all his shit together. And then just drops into the gate and he beats me. So That was
and get second place.
And get second place
Is
again.
he even going to go?
He's going. Yeah, he's going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who won?
Okay,
I don't know who
but
beat him.
Steve,
Some SoCal guy. Yeah.
I will say this, Steve. I am proud of you for not taking the easy way out and taking the alternate route.
No, I'm not going to do that, dude. I'm not. First of
I
all,
wouldn't either.
Why not?
because I'm not going to spend the money to go there on all the thing and then not get in, and then I didn't earn it. I didn't earn it, man. So.
Right, I agree with that. But I think you did. I mean, the 50+ class is freaking loaded, and I noticed the results from your 45+ that you didn't do as well in it as you did. Are people starting to understand that the 50 is stacked and people are starting to drop back into the 45?
I think so. Well, the 40 took 4 at Paula plus 40, and that's the class that if you had scored points in Supercross or Motocross, you can race, right?
Right.
But at the Paula Regional, there was 5 guys in the plus 40, and 4 made it. So
wow.
So like I should have raced plus 40.
There you go.
But at the time, you're thinking, well, shit, plus 40, that's like real ex-pros. 45 is not, and 50 is open for guys like Chicken and ex-pros. So I was thinking 40 or 45. Well, 45 will be easier because you're not allowed to be an ex-pro in that. What? Nope.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
All right. Couple things. Last week's show, because I don't listen to your show, the podcast, until I'm at work tomorrow. And last week's show was a banger. It was the best show, I think, outside of the Ricky and McGrath show, the show 500. Last week's show was the funniest show that I've ever heard you have. It was absolutely hilarious.
With Phil.
I'm looking forward. Yeah, with Phil. And all the call-in guests that came on, they all had stories about Phil, so they were cracking on each other every time somebody would call it. Amazing. But I look forward to tonight's show because I have a serious question about some things, and there's no better 3 guys on the planet that I think that could answer this than who's in that room right now.
Uh-oh.
And my question is, with the alleged deal with Prado wanting a faster bike from Cowie, and then you get allegedly Chase coming into Cowie in 26. You guys, I'm sure, have dealt with this with different riders on the same team. Who are they going to cater to? Are they going to cater to Prado and then Chase not like the bike, or will they cater to Chase and Prado not like the bike? Or is that something nowadays with the tunability of the 4-strokes that you can actually set a bike up for both guys to make both guys happy?
Oh, yeah, you can make both guys happy. Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, you can work with both guys. You might not be able to make them happy,
good point, yeah.
you can definitely segregate it out, and they'll each be individuals. They'll have access to the same pieces, the same engineering. It's just a matter of executing.
So I have a question. I mean, you're in the know, Steve. Was there a language barrier there when he talks like he wanted a fast? Because Cowie's, to me, the 450s have always been plenty fast.
The new model is slow. The new model is slower, I should say.
For sure.
Yes. If you production bike to production bike, it is down on power to the other bikes.
Really?
Yeah. When was the new model? 23? Whenever they came up with the new one? Yeah, 23, I think. Anybody who rides one is like, yeah, it's well, okay. So one reason the muffler is bad, the stock muffler, which doesn't affect Prado. Stock muffler is really, really bulky and muffled down, and that doesn't help. And then the motor itself is pretty slow.
Really?
Slower. I keep saying I can't say pretty slow. It's still a 450. So it is a slower production bike, though, Berluti. Yeah. But it's factory Cowie. It's pistons and valves and cams.
Absolutely. I mean, production bike is different than what those guys are running.
Yeah. So
now, or what you're hearing, Steve, is it mostly engine, or is he having chassis issues as well?
Oh, dude, I mean, he's having all sorts of issues. It's got to be.
It looks bad.
It's not good. It is not good. You would think this brake would help. They're at club, like who just told us?
Tallon.
Phil. No, Phil said.
Phil
said that. Yeah.
They're at Sand.
So Cowie's down at Prado.
Tallon said he watched him go by his house.
So they have an extra week, and let's hope they can bring something better out for Southwick.
I think the biggest challenge that the teams are going to have is if it's a drastic character change, because that can be a big retooling, and that can take quite a bit of time because you're making different parts, you're doing different things. So if it's a character change you're looking for, that could take a little bit of time.
That's why I was saying the language barrier. If it was
a
character
it's not
thing,
a language
you're
thing.
definitely saying it's too slow.
Yeah, but he picked it. Cowie gave him options, and also he rode the Cowie before he left the gas.
Yeah.
You know, like all these guys did. And he
Yeah.
went, that's a great bike. I
Okay.
can do well on that
Has
bike.
any rider ever in history got on a bike that they're going to be new and say it's not the
Of
best
course
bike
not.
ever?
Of course not.
Throw it out the window.
Levi Kitchen rode some sort of Triumph prototype that he didn't like. But it wasn't even a real Triumph production bike. But yeah, that's about the only time that I can remember that. Yeah.
And just for the record, I think that, in my personal opinion, I think Chase is making a huge mistake, but I guess only time will tell.
We'll see, man. Thanks, Troy. Thanks for the call.
Thanks a lot. You have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Jacob's on one. He wants to talk Prado also. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's happening?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man, I just noticed the last couple weeks you guys have had some XGP riders have been coming on, and, you know, I just, yesterday you and we were talking about Prado and, you know, just kind of the I don't know, man thing. Do you think the fact that the U.S. food is that much different from Europe could affect, you know, his nutrition and maybe just him being able to just stay strong through the motos?
I don't think so, but it is funny that Prado said one of the worst things about here is the food, and he's bringing it himself. He's bringing some
There's
food.
a lot to be said for that.
Ferrandis was on.
said that as well, didn't he?
Ferrandis is like the worst thing about America because he loves it here, but he's like the worst thing is the food.
Yeah.
And then I think I had another guest on, didn't I? Jacob?
Yeah, it was another Euro guy. I can't remember if it was Vial or it was definitely another MXGP rider.
That was saying that they like the food in Europe.
The processed food that we have here is a big shock to your system.
Yeah.
So, but you can still
these guys
go.
being pros like they are.
Yeah.
Didn't know if that.
You can still make your own food. I mean, you
You
can get
would think so,
vegetables. We still have organic vegetables or whatever you want to say. You don't have to eat the processed shit.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I wouldn't
I know.
think it'd be a huge deal, but yeah.
Well, yeah, there's a lot more to it, I think, because we could go down a
Truck
rabbit hole
driver,
on
your
that,
truck
right?
driver, getting freaking caged chickens and whatnot. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, Jacob, could be something to do with that, you know. But look, he's not just getting, fifth, 10 seconds behind Hunter or AP or whatever. He is getting worked. So
agreed.
Food, bike. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Is he 100%?
He says he is. Yeah.
I know y'all aren't going to be on the Prado subject too much longer, so I had the thought.
No, that's fine, Jacob. Thanks for listening, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate y'all.
Thanks. MTX Braking, great brake pads for road bikes and mountain bikes. Available in over 800 power sports dealers. PulpMX code to save at mtxbraking.com. They got gold compound and red compound. I like the red compounds. mtxbraking.com. Shimano, SRAM, Magura, all of it. Road bikes and mountain bikes. mtxbraking.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by the folks at Luxon Clamps. LuxonMX.com. Pulp 2025 is the code to save with triple clamps from Luxon. They got suspension and chassis parts available as well. Freddie Norn, Club MX guys, many others worldwide competing in Supercross, Motocross, and MXGP. Follow them on Instagram at Luxon MX, and they're all designed, engineered, and made in the USA. And the best part is Pulp 2025 saves you with Luxon. Appreciate those guys for coming on. Great clamps. I got a set on my bike. Didn't help me qualify, but they were on there. Time for the Twisted Tea I Don't Know Man segment, and it's going to work in well with Berluti and Skip here. TwistedTea.com. Check it out. Twisted Tea is a real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. The Twisted Tea Suzuki guys doing well. Pacharel caught and passed Prado, speaking of Prado, this weekend. And then Wygant asked him, when was the last time you ever caught and passed Prado? And he said, in 450s, never. So we got Pacharel on a Twisted Tea Suzuki. This is a disaster. But Twisted Tea, I don't know, man. Check it out. Thank you to Twisted Tea. Billy Grotto, our man. Check it out. Twisted Tea. We got it in the studio. We've been feeding it to some of our guests. So this is a segment, guys. I didn't really explain it to you. It's basically, I don't know, man. Like, you have no explanation for something. So I was going to do Prado for like the third week in a row. But these two fucking calls and then.
No, yeah.
So I'm over it. So my Twisted Tea, I don't know, man. I'm going to throw it to you two guys and say, assuming Hymas is injured, we hope for the best, but maybe not. I don't know, man, who's going to be the next guy to be second in the points and to challenge Deegs. Let's not even say challenge Deegs because he's on fire. Who is going to be the second guy at the end of the series in points, 250 class?
I don't know.
Twisted Tea, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's that because I mean, just look at the. You talked about the points. The points tells the story. There is no second guy. There's 9 guys that are second right now, and they're taking points from each other, going 2-7 and 4-5, and There is no number 2 guy in that class right now.
So you're just going to say, I don't know, man?
No, I'm saying there isn't a second place guy.
But who is going to be? Who's it going to be?
It's going to be Vial or Kitchen.
We got 7 races to go.
I don't know.
For sure.
Well, for that, it's time for the intro for the I don't know segment, which I forgot about. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's Twisted Tea. I don't know, man. Berluti? Kitchen?
I'd say Kitchen.
Kitchen?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, his starts aren't solid, but and he had the one DNF. But
Yeah.
I'd say Kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's riding pretty well. Him and Marchbanks are ripping right now, for sure.
Marchbanks is ripping.
Skip's phone is more important than the show. So
No, I'm
that's
trying
really
to find
sad.
the points. I was
Oh.
trying to find the points.
Okay. Sorry, Skip.
You know, because you could go down the list. You could go down the next 6 guys, and every statement's going to be is with an if.
Mhm.
You know, if Tom can.
Shimoda.
You know, that's only if he starts up front.
Shimoda's riding well.
Yeah.
Only
Is
if
he
starts
still in
up
second
front.
in points?
No, second right now is Hymas is tied with Marchbanks, I think.
Marchbanks for second?
I believe so. Hold on.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to pull up just to be able to talk to it a little
Yeah,
bit more.
he was
But
just looking on his phone. Don't.
You know?
Hey,
Kidding.
fuck off.
you know,
I love it.
you know, you look at Shimoda.
Shimoda's second.
There you go. That's what I said, Steve. What the fuck, over?
Jesus. Berluti.
I need more.
Shimoda,
I need more Berluti. in my
Shimoda is
life.
20 points up on Hymas and Marchbanks.
Yeah.
For second place in the points.
But if he continues to have high point weekends, he won't be 20 points
He's
up.
hauling ass. He's trying hard. That guy's digging.
All those guys
He's
are.
digging. Yeah.
Well, at least
but
Berluti's giving me an
Shimoda's
answer.
fast.
Kitchen.
What's that?
At least you're giving me an answer. Kitchen.
I did, but I might switch it to Shimoda.
No, you can't.
Okay. Kitchen's riding good. The Shimoda and Kitchen are going to be battling. Because you're like you said, Deegan's gone.
Yeah, there's no clear cut second place to me. I think there's too many ifs.
All right.
You know, if Joe rips off a couple back-to-back starts and can start with those guys, he'll be that second place guy.
Do you think we have 7 races to go, 14 motos? How many does Deegs win?
14.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to him, really. I mean, if he gets a bad start or fucks up really bad, but other than that, I can see him running the table for sure.
It'd be crazy to have the only motos he loses all year with a 2 to chance Hymas, in Now he did
Bike problems. How about the second motor? Did he still say he was having a bike problem?
No.
He fell down.
He fell down at some point, but yeah, Hymas was just better.
He's doing so many things right. I mean, that he should not have been what was 1, 2 on the third corner, passing in the second place and taking the lead based off of that start.
Yep.
He sees everything. He's able to control it all right now.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's been great. Twisted Tea, I don't know, man.
I don't know. It's crazy shit.
Yep.
I'll give you that.
That's why we have you, the analysts, in the show.
Yeah.
It's crazy shit. I'll give you that.
They're playing right into it. It's perfect.
That was absolutely perfect.
It is perfect for sure.
You know, because if I could do a moto and I could get second.
Okay, so how many does Jet win? Motos, 14 left.
I'm gonna go 10.
Okay. What's the Tomac superfan say?
Superfan. No, just what I'm seeing. I think Tomac gets him a couple times.
Okay, so
at least 2 times.
So
overall, so he's gonna. I'm gonna say he's gonna lose 3 more motos.
okay, so we got 10 and 11 out of the 14.
Lose, I say lose.
Yeah.
He won't win.
Yeah.
There'll be 3 motos that somebody gets him.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's Southwick should be really good. Vial is a past winner there, so maybe Deegs can get a challenge from Vial, but Deegs won last year, so
It's start dependent too, you know.
No, it is. Yep. Thanks to the folks at Twisted Tea for I Don't Know Man segment. Really appreciate that.
That's a good segment.
Kiefer came up with it, actually. Yeah. We can get you guys some Twisted Tea if you want. You want to take some home? I don't know about you, Berluti. Skip.
No,
Berluti will take some. But
yeah, I'll take some.
Okay.
It's a good product.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Absolutely.
Renegade
I hear it's
Fuel.
delicious. Have you tried it, Steve?
Yeah, I'm not a huge iced tea guy, so I don't drink a lot.
Oh,
but
you don't like alcohol anyway.
Not really.
No.
Don't drink much.
You're more into fentanyl.
Fentanyl. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, welcome to Fentanyl Corner.
Okay,
that's pretty appropriate.
All right.
I was gonna jump in and say the twisted teas are pretty smooth, and Berluti might like them, but now I don't know. I don't know where we're going.
Welcome to Fentanyl
No,
Corner.
I know I'd like them. I like
Fentanyl
tea.
Corner. Fentanyl Corner. PulpMX 25, RenegadeRaceFuels.com. They got a Supercross Mini 50s, the latest AMA legal, auctionated, high-performance, unleaded, and ethanol. Why did Berlut say that?
Why does Berlut say some of the things
I don't
Berlut
know.
says?
Renegade Race Fuels, racers that win, poured in. Try MX4. Also, that's what the really good stuff. Been using it a little bit in my bike as well. So it's fairly priced. It works good. It has some performance increases. And across the Supercross Mini 50, PulpMX 25, Renegade Race Fuels, racers that pour it in win. And,
Get alive.
Oh, you know who texted me tonight very excited about your hair, Berlut?
Who's that?
The great Justin Brayton.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's very,
Really?
very happy that you're here. Yeah.
You know, those guys kill it. And then now they got their own pod.
Yeah.
Dude, you're getting so much comp.
So much comp. I can't even handle the comp.
I know, but you're the OG.
Well, I mean.
Listen to that one caller earlier, dude. You're the OG. You know, you don't want to go with it, but, dude, the OG, if you keep it rolling, you got it.
Well, listen, I'll try to keep it rolling. The fentanyl may keep me from doing it.
Oh,
but
stop
I'll try
it.
to keep
You're
it
killing
rolling.
me.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Uncle Jim.
You got to love that.
You guys got any Uncle Jim stories?
Oh, yeah.
Can't talk about him, though.
Can't talk
No.
Nope.
Continue.
Maybe after dark.
We'll carry on the tradition of of people, everyone having an Uncle Jim story, but no one being able to tell it. Yeah, it's fantastic. Hey, time for the Race Tech rant of the night. Racetech.com. Please check them out if you can. And whether it's motor work, suspension work, whatever it is, thanks to the folks at Race Tech for all that they do. Privateer proven, of course, over the years. And love the guys at Race Tech. Get your bike working right. And it's really easy to do. And tell them you listen to Pulp, and they'll give you a discount on it as well. So that's really cool to have the guys on board. Race Tech rant of the night. My rant last week was these starting blocks, so I'm not going to do that. My rant this week was, you two guys have no idea, but there was some social media discourse that I was involved in on Instagram. Yeah, on Instagram. And it was taken doan, which was nice to see because it was a bullshit post. But
who took it down?
The guy who posted it, Grant Langston. And so it was basically an attack on me and for questioning this guy's question in a press conference, Johnny Hopper. I didn't like the question, and I thought I gave a respectful disagreement to this question in the press conference. But, nowadays you can't respectfully disagree. Then it just means you fucking hate the guy. When I'm like, wait, can I just not agree? Can I just still all be friends but maybe don't agree? Nope, can't do that. Anyways, so Brian Deegan jumps in because nothing Brian Deegan likes more than just kind of being a bully. So Langston posts his thing. It's bullshit. Got taken down. Then at some point, it's about press conferences and questions, the discourse is. And then Brian jumps in. Now, Brian and I don't see eye to eye. Okay? I'm not a fan of his. He's not a fan of mine. I respect the hell out of his kid. I don't like a lot of things he says and does and orchestrates and, his Metal Militia past. He's very good at making shows and, saying things or whatever. So my Race Tech rant is just like, this is Brian's post about me as a media guy. So I don't go to press conferences. You two probably know this because you've seen me do this. I don't go to press conferences. I go run around the pits and get post-race interviews with riders. Berluti, you've seen me do 100 of them. Skip a little bit before your time. But I probably came to the Club MX Traders rig a few times. But so I go around the pits to get interviews with riders because there's so many more stories outside of the top three. And if you want the story from the top three guy, you can listen to the press conference. And sometimes I go back and get the top three also as well after the press conferences. But Feld doesn't help us. MX Sports doesn't help us. So it's up to us as media guys to determine how we want to cover the sport. And to me, the press conferences can be watched online, and I'll go get 34th to 40th place stories as much as I can from as many racers as I can because that's interesting because those guys have great stories, great races, all of that. I've been doing that since 2007. I've been going around the pits with my stupid little microphone and my stupid little recorder going, tell me about your weekend. And lots of guys do it now, but Back then, I was the only guy doing it, and it was great. People loved him, right? Because, again, there's so many great races happening out there that these racers want to talk about. So this is the whole thing about me not going to press conferences with Gypsy and Langston, and then Deegan jumps in, Brian jumps in. And, like, I can respect having a different opinion. And Brian doesn't like me. But when he posts this thing, like, this makes him sound like the biggest idiot in the world. Now, Deegan is not an idiot. He Metal Militia made a lot of money. He's done successfully in his life. He's raised this kid. But this post, I mean, he comes across like the biggest moron I've ever seen in my life. Like, if you don't like me, that's cool. Come up with a better reason than this. Brian says, I've been wondering the same thing about me not going to press conferences, which, by the way, Brian has not been wondering the same thing. He doesn't give a fuck. He shouldn't give a fuck. But anyways, Brian Deegan. I've been wondering the same thing. He would rather go and interrupt the rider's personal time at the rigs to get his own exclusive interview clickbait. I don't know how to break this down. Go and interrupt the rider's personal time. I go up to these riders. They're paid athletes, and I go, would you like to do an interview? I always ask. I don't go up and interrupt anybody. Excuse me, Mr. Rider. Excuse me, Mr. 20-year-old kid. I'm an old man, but would you like to speak into the microphone about your race? 97 times out of 100, the riders give me an interview. Sometimes they have a bad day and they say no. Sometimes they're like, I got a flight to catch. And I go on my merry way. So Brian saying interrupt the rider's personal time to get exclusive interview clickbait. Clickbait. How was your race? How was the track? Wow, that was a good battle you had with that rider. Talk about that. Wow, that's fucking clickbait. Holy shit, that's fucking clickbait. Okay. So we're 2 sentences in, and Brian is an idiot. Okay. Next one. Instead of respecting riders' time, the dude uses his platform to try to intimidate riders that don't have his beliefs. I use my platform to try to intimidate riders. Hey, man, if you don't give me an interview, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. Like, what is he talking about? Marks, what is he talking about?
I'm out on this one. I don't know. I got nothing there.
Dude uses his platform to try to intimidate riders that don't have his beliefs. Like, what beliefs? Okay. I mean, that's even stupider than the other sentences. It gets stupider. He forgets he makes a living off the riders, not the other way around. Okay. That's actually not that dumb. It's stupid, but it's not as dumb as the other stuff. I do make a living off the riders, but then you could kind of turn it around to like, I also help the riders promote themselves. So you could kind of turn it around either way. Then Brian says, I have to know your audience as they have caught on. So my audience has caught on to me. Holy fuck, Brian. Like, it's late back east, but if you're listening, you got to fucking call in or call me and explain, are you on ketamine? Are you on fentanyl? What were you on when you posted this, Deegs? Because you sound like an idiot. Now, I hope I see Brian at the race. Another post Brian said he said, I can't wait to see that pussy commie at a race. This was 4 months ago.
Commie?
Pussy commie. This was 6 months ago. He's seen me at races. He's never said shit. I'm here. I'm here, Brian. Come see me. Otherwise, get off the fucking drugs. Stop posting. Thank you, Brian. That's my race tech rant of the night.
Is that what? Did you say that? Get off the drugs?
I when you post this, I assume he's on drugs.
No, I know, but did you send something back?
No, I didn't say anything back. I can't reply to that. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Intimidate riders using my platform and personal time, clickbait. I mean, there's so much.
So what?
Like, if you don't like me, Brian doesn't like me, and that's fine.
Why?
It's fucking goes.
Does it go back to Birdwell?
No, back then we were fine. I hung out with Brian. Gainesville, 97, the whole fucking week we hung out in a cheap-ass hotel with Watson. Like, I got no problems with Brian. He's called into this show. When he got into that claiming issue with the bike, he called me twice to help him out, to give me his side of the story.
Wow.
Yeah, to help him out. And I did that. I took his side of the story, some of it. Some of it I thought he was full of shit, but some of it I took. When he wanted to promote, I asked him to come on one time a couple years ago. I said, hey, you want to call on the show? He said, sure. So he called in. We talked about being a dad to a famous kid, and we probably talked about the backflip, all the usual shit. He fucked up and said something about Can-Am, some sort of Can-Am. Marcus, remember that? You were involved in this.
I don't.
Okay.
Remember that.
He's sponsored by Can-Am. He screwed something up and talked about Can-Am suspension that he shouldn't have talked about.
Yeah.
Called me the next day, freaking out. It was the most lame comment that he said. I don't know why anybody at Can-Am would have been upset. But what did I do? I went back into the archive, and I fucking clipped it out for him. And Marks went back on the YouTube and took it out. The little 0.3 seconds of a Can-Am suspension talk. Because I want to help him out.
He's still sponsored by him.
If I was into clickbait, I would have been, holy fuck, I got Brian Deegan talking about Can-Am suspension.
Right.
Fuck me, oh my God. I'm not into that. I don't give a fuck. So when Brian wanted to promote some video game tournament during COVID that he was doing, we put him on the air. So I don't know, man. He doesn't like me. Probably things I've said about Hayden. Hayden said some dumbass shit on the podium. And I've criticized that.
Yeah, gotcha.
But he can't seem to separate that.
You didn't like the American,
I didn't,
how
nope.
he was doing the whole...
Nope. And has he done it since? No. And what did he tell Darren Lawrence? He went up to Darren Lawrence at the end of the Nationals and told Darren Lawrence, hey, man, sorry about all that stuff. We were just trying to, get in your heads. Told Darren Lawrence that. Now, I didn't hear that conversation, so maybe I'm throwing Darren Lawrence under the bus here, but that's what Darren told me. That Brian apologized to him for doing that, and they were trying to do it, which was my whole fucking thing. They were trying to make it like WWE, throw the American flag up there, get the people to boo the Lawrences.
Metal Militia.
Right. Metal Militia playbook. Exactly. So I called him out correctly on that. I got a lot of shit for that. If you believe Darren Lawrence, I was right. So Brian doesn't like me, and that's fine. I don't give a fuck. My life will go on. His life will go on. We're fine. But when you post this on Instagram,
shit.
Even if you're a Brian Deegan fan, and you're like, yeah, fuck Deegs, or no, fuck Matthes, love Deegs, like even if you're that guy, you got to look at what he posted and be like, Brian, yo, that's fucking stupid.
Fentanyl, dude, get off it.
Even if you're a Brian Deegan fan, you got to be like, holy Deegs, you sound like an idiot. I don't know. That's to me. But I don't care. I hope Brian talks to me at Southwick. I got a lot to say to him if he wants to talk to me, but that is the stupidest Instagram post I've ever seen in my life, talking about my media game.
That may be better than your start challenge.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So that's my race tech round of the night. Brian Deegan's insane Instagram post accusing me of intimidation, interrupting personal time. My audience is caught on. I mean, it's just so yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, I got caught up into this.
I'm not on your side of that. I'm not in the media at this point.
It's like, but again, like, Brian's welcome to say whatever he wants, but I would tell him, hey, bro, you really missed the mark on this Instagram post. You can come at me for fat loser or Canadian or, doesn't like Trump, so I hate him. You can come at me a lot of.
You don't like Trump?
I don't like Trump. But you can't come at me.
What's wrong with you?
You can't come at me with what he did. That's stupid. Intimidating riders. Person.
Yeah, I don't get that
dude,
part.
I walk up to riders. Hey, man, can you do an interview?
Either they say yes or
yeah.
no.
And then I just move, and we do an interview, and there's no clickbait. There's no anything. So, anyways, race tech round of the night.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
That was a good one.
All right. Okay, lots more to get to the show. Tony Berluti, Skip Norfolk here as well. We're going to talk about some more nationals as well. I want to thank the folks at Fox Factory Vehicles. Drive your dream vehicle today. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com to find your next custom vehicle. And no waiting for parts, no hassles, no voided warranties. Partnering with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. Your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Shelby, American, and more. Fox Factory Vehicles. Drive your dream vehicle today. All right. Well, we got voicemails coming up, too, as well. Let's do this. I meant to ask you guys this before the show. I want to go down memory lane a little bit with both of you right here.
All right.
I meant to ask you this before the show, so now I'm putting you on the spot. Favorite city or national that are not on the schedule anymore? You can talk about your box fan days, or your other days, or
not on the
schedule.
Not very many.
Well,
they keep the same ones. Forever.
Gainesville.
I like Gainesville. That was cool.
Like not the track, but the town and hanging out, or like what do you
I
think?
think both.
Right.
I think the track was kind of cool.
Well, when me and Deeds
cool.
were hanging out in '97, we were good, but Gainesville.
Track was cool.
Yeah.
It was the weather's just starting to turn. College just starts. All the girls are walking around and sunbathing and getting their tan on for spring break and
oh wow, we got
all that. Yeah.
Well, they have a lot of like running, like I don't know if you guys ever went down by that one park. One I used to run, but like.
Hey, I've been running.
Have you?
I started running.
That blows my mind.
Vapor flies, bro.
Huh?
I got vapor flies.
What the fuck's that? Vapor fly.
Berluti never fails to deliver.
What is it?
Yeah, I had the same reaction. Berluti, don't worry.
Okay, thanks, Marks.
I bought these running shoes from Nike that are like the latest thing.
Yeah?
They got a carbon plate in them, and like it compresses when you go, and it springs you up. And
dude, your knees still gotta hurt.
$260.
Yeah, but I mean, so your knees. I mean,
I'm good, yeah.
Why you run instead of cycling?
Because Troll Train was in, and Troll Train told me, the old story about if you bicycle for an hour, you can run for half an hour.
Yeah,
it's the same.
Tedesco used to say the same
right,
thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, anyway, sorry to interrupt your running Gainesville story.
No.
Yeah.
Gainesville, yeah. But anyway, Gainesville, they like down around the park, they had like really soft running tracks and stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it just felt.
I never did anything but
cool down
stay.
there.
I only went there a few times, but I always stayed like kind of off the side of the 75, and then just at some.
I like Florida.
One year we had he was a little tiny, one of our engineers, and we got invited at Honda, and we got invited to go to a frat party or something, and we were telling everybody, yep, he's a Japanese snowboard champion because he looked the part, man. He was a cool. He had style. He had a very cool style. So that was just a cool place.
Okay.
Just, the timing of it, it was. For us, it was massive transition because all of a sudden you got this national thrown into Supercross at the end, right?
Yeah.
So you're in the hunt. You're going, oh, shit, you got to make sure you have all your shit together.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of work. So we worked super hard, and it was a cool place because we had a couple days or at least one day that you could kind of just release it all out, and we would go out and have a good time.
That's cool.
Like after the national, you mean, or in the middle of the week?
No, once bike prep was done, usually on a Thursday.
I went to some club there by the university one night. It was like full of
it's a fun
young
town.
kids. Yeah. I rode Gainesville. So when I was a mechanic, the track looked like garbage, and then watching it on video, it looked like garbage over the years, right? And then I went to the Triumph intro 2 years ago there. Dude, track was good.
It looked good.
It was really good.
So I remember going there running the winter amps because growing up in Maryland, we'd come down and run the winter amps.
Team Green days.
And that top, even before that.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was still racing.
Oh, okay.
Because I wasn't good, but I got good starts. Because my bike was faster and it worked better than everybody else's. But I'm going to give him some pointers. But the top where it used to drop off in the early 80s, it was steep.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
It was pretty steep.
Yeah. Before you come into the pit, off the start, you mean?
No. So if you're on if the start was up on top, and then you come out of it and you would go off the big drop off all the backside of the track.
Yeah.
It was really different. And then the limestone comes up, the dirt changes, a lot of things changed over the years, but. I think that's one event I think I missed.
I thought Gainesville was cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't have Gainesville, you guys saying Gainesville, but that's cool. Yeah.
Well, he brought it up. I mean, you can go with Binghamton. There's not really a lot of tracks that
but
we don't race
I even
on
mean
anymore,
Supercross cities, Supercross cities too.
Steel City, Binghamton.
Steel City was.
But I even was talking Supercross venues too, like cities.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like whatever. Like New Orleans, for example, is always a good time.
Yeah, how can you not have fun in New Orleans?
Right. Well, Berluti didn't like it. Okay.
No, I mean, fun, but it's kind of a nasty place.
Vegas.
Yeah, well, we're back
Vegas
now.
for sure.
We got to get a race back here.
By the way, we are having Chiz's
farewell
to full time. Let's call it
farewell to full time.
Farewell to full time party.
Yeah.
After the Vegas SMX. So similar to what we did with Nicoletti.
Yep.
We're gonna have glasses probably. And
we're
beer
gonna try to do it
okay.
up and try to learn a few things that we learned, from the last time. And,
Right
it'll definitely be limited.
Same thing.
Limited
sell
tickets.
Yeah. Because it went well last time.
It was pretty
Did
cool.
you go?
No, I missed it.
And Phil was awesome.
Yeah.
Phil was spectacular that night.
Yeah. So we're gonna have We're gonna have Chiz is hanging up the full-time boots, and we will do a party at the Huddle Brewery after Vegas SMX Saturday night after the race.
Saturday night after the race, yeah. So we'll probably have. We started talking today a little bit about the details.
Okay.
We'll get some stuff shored up, but I'm thinking sometime in a couple 3 weeks we should have.
Yeah.
We'll have it up. And
we'll make some
start
graphics
selling
for
tickets.
it.
Yeah. So we'll start having some
Swizz
fun.
Swizz to make some graphics for it and stuff and all that. So check that out if you can. And then we got Rusty on one. Rusty, what's up?
Dude, I just want to know what's the beef with you and Gio on Instagram, dude? My buddies are sending screenshots, and I don't even do social media. Like, what's up?
I don't know, man. He doesn't like me. Yeah. Doesn't like me. I don't know. He used to come in studio a couple times a year.
Yeah, Gio's cool. You're cool. Like,
yeah, I don't know,
what's
man.
up?
Yeah. Honestly, it starts with politics. Like, I don't really like the president we have, and I've made some comments about that. But he's I think he's just like one of those. One of those guys that just their brains are mush from too much Facebook and cable news. You know, because you should be able to disagree about politics and move on with your life, but he doesn't seem to be able to do that.
I would agree with that because I really disagree with you on politics, but here I am on the phone with you. So,
yeah, no, listen.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, sort of Phil and RV do too. JT also, right? Like, but we're all still friends. Like, it's fine. But like, if you look at Langston's insults to other people, they always involve the typical.
He's just in that tunnel vision.
Yeah, you just turn into mush because you just belong to a sports team that doesn't really care about you, right? I don't know. So it's too bad, man. I don't know what I did to the guy because at one point, we were fine. So sucks.
There was no falling out.
No,
nothing.
Nothing. No, I just think he just is one of those guys, and we all know some of them, right? But
yeah. What about Ping?
Same thing, man. Yeah.
You and Ping
Right on, dude.
anymore?
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. What's that?
You and Ping don't talk?
No, we don't talk. He's called me a douchebag on social media and attacked me a couple times years ago.
Wow.
And I was just like, okay, man, cool. I thought we were friends, but I guess we're not. Actually, can we close that door? Berluti? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Forgot.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Watch the headset. Hey, Skip, I do want to talk to you a little bit. We got a lot more coming up on the show, but your No Fear Day. So I did this article on RacerX about No Fear, the Simo brothers, and the incredible growth they had with Life's a Beach, and then of course No Fear, and then I did a downfall of No Fear. It went away, right? They had some of the coolest looking gear, the clothing, everything else.
Everything.
So I did a story on RacerX, and a couple weeks ago or a month ago, a guy wrote me and said it was the most amazing thing he's ever written or read, and it was great, and it's an oral history of No Fear. I think you were in it. I don't know. Yeah. So you went there. You hung up the wrenches with Jeremy when he left Honda and went to No Fear to help their motorsports division.
Yep.
What was it like? What was it like working there? It seemed like from my story, it literally was just a rocket ship of revenues until it wasn't.
Because when we first met those guys, the No Fear guys, and we were still racing, and they really started to change how you would look at athletes and how you would do things, right? And that's where, that's something that I do now with our beers. Everyone it's treated as its own franchise, and they were really instrumental about getting that moving forward. And they just, man, and there was a group. It was, I have the twins, Mark and Brian, but you had, Jeff Surwall was a massive part of that success, and there was a lot of great people that had come through those doors. I learned, one of my best friends still does all the artwork. He was one of the artists there, and now he's, we do a lot of artwork stuff together. But now that I'm running a business, I'm reflecting back on how they did things and how they started, Spy and all the different things that went on, and being able to also be there for some of the missteps, and try not to make those same missteps.
It seemed like to me, and it's crazy to think of the revenues. There was $400 million or something in revenue. Like, it was nuts.
Yep.
You look at a company doing that, and you're like, how does this fail? And from talking to them and doing the story and doing the research, they literally just started buying and spending more than what they were coming in, and they were trying to expand, and they expanded, But when you expand, it takes a bunch of money, and then it doesn't work. Like they had a T-shirt shortage at one point where they were paying way too much for blank T-shirts.
Yeah, because I mean, we were printing 1 million T-shirts.
Yeah,
a month it seemed like. You know, wow. You know, and you're doing deals with, you know, cotton mills and fabric manufacturers. You know, Fruit of the Loom and those types of companies to where you can basically secure your inventory.
Yeah.
Because that was a big issue of being able to secure the inventory. And there was, you know, egos got in the way sometimes, but man, they saw the world so differently, and they were brilliant. Those guys did some really cool shit.
Were were you there until when? 96 to.
Yeah, been 96, and then when Cowie started the 4-stroke program, went back to work with Cowie to start that. So
05? 05? 04?
Oh, something like that. Yeah.
So when you left, they were still doing okay.
Yeah, they were. Yeah. That's when the big expansion started. And I will never forget. You know, they were. We had at one point 7 buildings, and
all in the same park, like in the same industrial park.
All kind of. You could kind of walk between all of them.
Right.
You know, David was there doing some stuff on the bicycling stuff, and Bailey.
Yeah.
And you know, we got all crazy, and we're doing all these art boards and design lines and all this stuff, and I was in that group with David, and you know, you have all these. Let me back up a little bit. There was a time when they were trying to do some stuff with Nike, and they were talking about maybe Nike buying the brand.
Yeah, that's in the story. Phil Knight makes them an offer,
and that kind of fell apart. And then it was like, all right, we're going to be the next Nike. Yeah. We're going to get into golf. We're going to get into everything. So during that process, you know, we had
expansion.
We had all these. We hired all these people. We're doing all this stuff, and there was some great shit that happened, and there was some really bad shit that happened. But we're sitting in a design. You're presenting your line to try to get it moving forward. And you had your inspiration boards, and they had all these elaborate boards, and we had a cheeseburger. Was it a cheeseburger, money, and a checkered flag or something like that? And that was the inspiration. No, it's like, well, if you win the race, you get the most money and the chick. What more inspiration do you need?
Yeah.
You know, and you had all the. And so it was going everywhere, and I think the big failure was at that point there was we can have something for everybody, right? And you realize you can't.
Yeah.
You know, so
in the story they hired Brock Glover to run the golf department, and like almost immediately they just cut him from underneath and sell at discount everything they made for golf. And he's like, wait, what? Like, it just seemed like the decisions and the whims every single day changed.
You know, and there was a time where the brand, I think, what might have hurt. There was a couple things. One was, you know, when getting the back of the pickup truck sticker.
Yeah.
When it showed up on, what's the cartoon? South Park.
South Park. Yeah.
When it showed up on South Park, that was a bad problem, right? Because they were making
fun of it.
The Oakley. We were in there with Oakley and some other stuff, and then
now it would be a Monster Claw, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we fell in that a little bit, and then there was a big push to go urban.
Okay.
We did a lot of stuff with the NBA, and we did all this stuff, and we're like, man, we're, looking back on it, going, wow, we're not an urban brand. If it translates over, then great, but to try to go there and be truly relevant, and I mean, we hired groups to go in and do that, but it was, that was probably the biggest thing.
So the biggest thing was saying to Phil Knight, "Hey, screw you, we're not selling, and then watch us, watch this."
Yeah,
like,
we'll be the next one. No, a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, screw you, Phil Knight.
Like, they just stay in your lane. Like, just stay in your lane of like what you're doing well. And selling.
Yeah, so there was and I wasn't privy to all the information then about all the ins and outs, but I mean, it came down to there was going to be a deal, I think, where Nike was going to buy No Fear and let it really run, and then it fell through, and it was like, okay, I'm going to show you then.
Yeah,
really? We hired a bunch of people. It was,
my God.
Yeah, we went at that point. There was, we had 3 buildings, and all of a sudden there were 7, and went crazy. And now I'm just looking at it on my end on our little scale. Growth is absolutely amazing, right? You got your foot on. You don't want to take your foot off the throttle, but all of a sudden, cash management and all that stuff takes place. And there was so much money coming in the door that when things started to fall, all of a sudden this pile of money that's been sitting over in the corner, and you just walk by and grab a couple bucks when you needed it. All of a sudden now you realize that you're actually on the 6th floor, and it's a hole. It's an old elevator shaft that the money was filled up to it, so you couldn't. But all of a sudden, when the money disappeared, you found these holes in your foundation that just really, really, hurt. And opening up the corporate stores, and truly, and truly understanding the cash
like
impact,
what Fox did.
the cash impact that has on a company. Because if you open up one of these stores, there's $1 million worth of inventory that you put in. Right. So, but God, there were so many things that I learned that
Nothing
I used
to do with how much they were paying Pastrana and Wyndham.
But it's
from what I
relevant.
understand, Sirwall took the gear and was his own.
At one point, the gear spun off.
The gear was spun off. It was Sirwall's company. That caused some problems too. But Sirwall was doing that.
Yeah. So when all that stuff started to come apart, that was Jeff's passion, was definitely motocross for sure, and moto and riding dirt bikes. So he pulled that off, and we ended up going and doing that with Jeff, and I bounced a little bit between the two, but there was a point where I was really just on the moto side with Jeff.
So the Life of Beach guys were the two guys you mentioned?
Mark and Brian
yeah.
Simo.
Yeah. And then there was Jeff Beaver, who was involved in Life's a Beach, but didn't stick around for the No Fear part.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you did your homework.
But you talk about.
You should read the story.
It's a great story.
Well, your story?
Yeah.
I would love
It's
to. Is
interesting.
it in the magazine?
It's online.
Do you have it on books on tape yet? Berluti might not be able to read. You have to get
I'm still reading Berluti.
Do you have the book downstairs?
No, it's online.
Okay.
Do you have a computer?
I have an iPad. Does that count?
Okay, yeah, it counts.
Okay.
It counts.
But those guys were brilliant entrepreneurs.
So you came up with that shoe? It had a Dunlop 695 pattern.
That was
on the
actually
sole.
Sirwall's
Oh, was
idea.
it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was Sirwall's
Did that
idea.
shoe sell?
Yeah.
Did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That thing went well, and then we got involved with. I made the mistake one day. We're sitting in the office, and we're going around, and we're talking about all these problems. And I walk over there, and I'm all, "Have you thought about this or doing this?" And they're like, "Okay, you're it.
Yeah.
You're on a plane on Tuesday. You're flying to Taiwan. You're going to fix our problem over there."
Yeah.
And that's how I really got on the product development side.
Wow. Remember that shoe, Berlut? We all had them. Like we wore them as mechanics.
Now that you mention it,
Yeah.
it had the tread pattern
Yeah.
of a.
Yeah.
I never had any, but I do remember it.
Yeah. I mean, No Fear was putting Super Bowl commercials on. I mean,
Really?
it was,
Super Bowl?
The Ty Murray Super Bowl, I still think is a little pissed that it doesn't show up more than often. That was an intense commercial.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Yeah. It's
That's
just,
where all the money was going.
But also I read, speaking of Phil Knight, I read his book a little while ago, and it was crazy because he was selling, I believe, $40 million in shoes when he first started. Now the company's growing, and broke.
100%.
And you're like, wait, $40 million because he was always waiting on his next shipment, that he had money out for that shipment that was coming in 6 months from wherever he was getting them made. The banks weren't loaning him any extra money because he was cash poor. He's massive debt everywhere, and he had 40 million sales.
Living it now. No, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough.
And you read the book, and you're like, wait, how can
Yep.
Nike was so close to folding early on?
I mean, if you talk to Mr. Roger Penske, you'll talk about his original car dealerships that he had and what it took for him to survive and the things that they were doing. It's you look at these guys and you think that they just were giving it to them with a silver spoon.
Yeah.
And these guys bust their ass to get what they did. I mean, you listen to Mark and Brian, those guys lived in the warehouse.
Yeah, when they first started. Yeah.
Lived in the warehouse.
They rolled up the shirts and slept on shirts.
Take a lot of chances.
But that's the beauty of it. They were, you talk about committing to be all in.
Another part of the story is they had 3 CR 250s all done up by Mitch. They were racing locally in California, and they needed money, and one of them sold all 3 bikes without the other brothers knowing, and the other guys knowing.
Wow.
Sold all the bikes to make payroll for the next week. Just sold all the bikes. Yeah, so things like that. That was early on.
Early.
Yeah.
That was, and those guys, those guys got taken to the cleaners on the original partnership that they did with,
Lorenz.
And like I
Lorenz
said,
Hoffner,
now that I look at it, if I knew now, when I was 6, I'd have found my best friend that would have been a lawyer, and I'd have had him as my best friend because it's.
But do you look at those No Fear years as fun and like exciting and like? Do you look back on them fondly?
100%.
Okay, yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it helps you with huddle.
And every day.
Awesome.
You know, there's every day I go, you know, what would Sirwall do?
Mhm.
How would Brian do this? You know,
Yeah.
what would Mark hit with his baseball bat to make this problem go away? You know, you have all these little things that each of those three
brought to
the
Yeah.
table. You know, Brian was always looking for what is the next thing, and you know, he would always hold his phone up, and he would have conversations about now what this would have been in early 90s.
Yeah.
You know, and we live it now. You know, he wasn't able to pull it all together
Yeah.
and really get it together. But
Right.
every app that is on your phone, we're going to launch an app next month. This is exactly what he wanted to do 25 years ago.
He was ahead of his time.
You know, and both that group was brilliant.
It was cool. It was a cool little story I did. I'll send you the link,
Brilliant.
Berlut.
Yeah,
and,
I'd love it.
And I don't know if I know we've touched on your No Fear stuff, but I wanted to get into a little more just based on that reader telling me about this story, and he loved it. And, you know, your time there is.
Yeah, I learned so much. Like I said, I use it every day.
Right.
When did they change when did they decide to change from Life's a Beach to No Fear?
That was early on. Over
84, 85. They lost they lost Life's a Beach based on some bad partnership deals.
Yeah,
and
contracts with T-shirt suppliers and
Yeah.
all this underlying stuff.
RJ was kind of.
RJ really helped put them on the map. Where it was
Yeah.
at, I think it was Gainesville, where he wore the he wore the shorts over his moto pants at
Yep.
one moto, or in practice, or one of the motos.
No, one of the motos.
One of the motos, yeah.
He asked Kenny
Yeah.
Clark, if I win the first moto, can I wear these shorts over top of my pants in '84?
He did something like that at the LA Coliseum.
Yeah, that was
too.
later on, right?
Yeah.
So that was Life's a Beach also.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
But he had, I think RJ had his own mail order place and everything else going on.
But
like,
yeah,
that he
so
owned.
I mean, those guys were just, especially Mark and Brian. They were great storytellers. Meaning that they could
sell
they would just
ice cream to an Eskimo or whatever.
They would just they would get you in, and you felt like you were part of that
Awesome.
reason
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
And, I mean,
Were
they
they
were
SoCal
just
guys?
No, Illinois.
Illinois.
Oh wow.
And you know, you're there, Glover's there, Marty Motes is there,
Marty
David
Motes
Bailey's
is there,
there.
Bailey's
like
there.
it's a moto Sirwall.
Yeah.
It's a moto company.
Yeah, it was and surfing, right? Those were that's the core. That was the core of the original brand.
So Sirwall and I talk every now and then. We text and stuff and all that, and he won't do a podcast with me about it.
No.
He won't.
Dude,
he
he's a
doesn't-
Canadian.
Nah, his
No.
mom's Canadian, I
Oh.
think. Yeah. He's not. Well, he's
Okay.
half Canadian, I guess you'd say. He won't do one. He just like doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't think it ended very well, and I don't think he wants to get into that again. But
Wow.
I'm gonna keep harassing Sirwall till the end of time.
Jeff is I owe a lot to Jeff for man. He just taught me so much.
Yeah.
That dude's
God,
he's awesome.
that stuff with McGrath was such badass. It looked so cool.
Well, I think the beauty of it now, I think, Jerome Maj was is still a talented individual, and what I see now is I see a lot of the stuff. His stuff was timeless,
Mhm.
and you
Yeah.
see a lot of the color combinations. You see a lot of different things coming through now that he did back in the '90s that were still. It's still relevant. It's not. It wasn't a trend.
Yeah.
It's still relevant.
Yeah.
You could put some of that gear up on the wall right now, and everybody, oh, that's just a badass shit. Yeah, it's 25 years old.
We do those Re-Raceables
Yep.
podcasts, and we have a category of best looking gear, and we're always like, no fear, man. Like whoever's in No Fear is the best looking gear. Even back then, it holds up well. Like you said, like that Wyndham and Pastrana stuff when you were there at Suzuki, that stuff was badass. You know, those guys look great.
Hey, what about the watch that they gave Wyndham for like a bonus?
Yep.
That Rolex.
Yep. But that was all. I mean, that's what they were the best at. You know, and
taking care of their athletes.
Taking care of their athletes.
Yeah.
You know,
Cool
they
stuff.
they found different ways to fund what they needed to get funded, and not necessarily have to have it be a check from No Fear.
PulpMX 20 code to save at Ethica. Love the Ethica guys. Ethica.com. Sweats and shorts and socks and underwear, all of it, women's, men's, children's. PulpMX 20 at Ethica.com. Use that code and save. Thanks, everybody. By the way, the code's been doing great. Ethica guys are stoked, so thanks for using it. Appreciate it. We got Lane on one. Question about Joe Schmoda. What's up, Lane?
Sorry, I'm disconnecting.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
We got you.
Hey, so I got a question, kind of like question, but also want to know what you guys think about it. So it's kind of between Vial and Shimoda. So you see that Vial transferred out of the class in 3 years, and Joe Shimoda's trending to be, which maybe I'm getting old, but I didn't see Shimoda potentially being in the class for 10, 11 years, you know?
He's on his way, right? Yeah, it's going to be a while. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at it, this is his 6th year, and you give him, you know, maybe like he gets close to a championship or injury year, and then he wins the championship the next year, and then...
Yeah. Oh, you there?
Nope.
We lost him.
The 450 classes, I think 2029. So...
Yeah, I mean, RJ was in it for 10. RJ just got out of it. I think it was 10 years for RJ.
Yeah, but that's crazy, though. Like, I didn't have Shimoda being in the class as long as RJ. Like I said, maybe I'm getting old, but also my other question is, who has, the better career outlook? Is Vial going up to 450 class, which is not, I don't think it's going to be good for him, or stay in the class, in the 250 class like Shimoda? Who has a better...
I think Vial's going to struggle. I don't think Vial's ready for a 450.
Well, he doesn't have a choice.
No, he doesn't. No, yeah he's got to be there. So I think Joe will do better. Joe seems to have a bit more consistency right now this year than he has in the past. So, I mean, fucking Joe wins the Anaheim 1, then gets his finger busted by a pit board. Like, what the hell? So, I don't know, man. I think I would go,
Okay, and then my last follow-up question is, what do you think is the good amount of years that you should be in the 250 class?
I don't know. I feel like it's different for everybody, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, I like these guys. The problem in our sport is the absolute best thing you can do is win a race or two or get a couple podiums in 250 class and then get hurt. You'll never point out. You'll continue to make tons of money. And everyone will go, what about your potential? What about your potential? Like, that's not – our sport needs to change this
Who's
class.
got the record, Pingree?
Well, Karsten technically, but, I mean, he wasn't a factory rider. But
so that's a good – I like the question, but when you go back to, like, Deegan, you know, everybody says, well, they keep talking about him riding Supercross 450 next year.
No, he's going to ride 250
next
year.
I get it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, why would you go against Jet and those guys when you can make you can stay in the 250 and make the money?
Yeah.
Well, that's the element that didn't exist 20 years ago.
What's crazy though is like Bradshaw, Chicken, Krudowski, they couldn't get out of that class fast enough. They wanted nothing to do in that class.
Absolutely.
Chad Reed.
Yeah.
Like, I got to get out of here. Okay, I'm in here, fine, cool, all right, I'll learn for a year, and then I'm out of here.
I want to go to the big class. I want to go
to the big class. And nowadays, it's like, I don't want to go because these guys are crushing it.
But you got agents and stuff that keep them. You got to stay there and make the money.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But like you say, back in the day, you didn't make that kind of money.
No, you didn't make that kind of money.
In the light class.
Joe is heavily paid. Joe makes a ton of money because he can do his own gear, his own energy drink deal. Honda lets you do all that, and then you get your factory Honda salary. Joe is crushing it. So, like, why not, I guess? But the problem is like, this is a part-time class. You race half the races indoors.
It's not a part-time class.
But I'm saying you race half the races. So you're getting more money than a 450 B rider. So there's the elite guys, right? There's Tomax and Cooper Webb. But the next guy down, the Justin Coopers, the Aaron Plessingers, although AP just redid his deal, Malcolm Stewart, the next level down of 450 guys, these 250 riders are making more money. They're making more money. Mm-hmm. So they're racing half the races indoors. Like,
is that real?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
You're talking like a Deegan?
Or Joe or McAdoo or any of these guys. They're crushing it. They're making $350 to $500K a year. Joe's making more over that.
And you're saying Jay Coop isn't making that money?
Jay Coop's probably around 300.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Okay. For a fucking tickle?
For a fucking tickle. Yeah.
And it's super. I mean,
for a fucking tickle.
You know, there's not that many 450 rides is the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
They're older than ever, these guys.
You know, and that's so these guys they're getting 6 or 7 more years out of them. I think the factories have gotten extremely fickle or nervous about bringing these kids on, because you have to have your shit together a whole lot more now riding a 450 on a Supercross track or even on the Nationals. You know, because there's that it's gotten very narrow from a focus standpoint and the and the ability to execute. And I think the younger kids haven't shown that ability to come in because there's so many distractions now. They're getting paid. They're getting all this stuff that didn't exist before. And I remember Michael Jordan interviewed just recently, when he talked about all of a sudden when these kids were getting these big contracts and they've never walked on an NBA court.
Yeah.
And they're making all this money. We had to prove ourselves. Every sport's been that way. Because of those guys that came before this group, they opened up all these opportunities and created this platform to where these guys can make more money staying in the 250 class than they can jump
and
up to the 450.
that's only a shoe contract.
Yeah.
So
thanks, Lane. Thanks for the call, though.
So
Good
23,
stuff.
you think it's
Yep, how's it going?
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
So 23, like in Europe?
What are you talking about?
You're out at
the
23?
age. Yeah, I mean, I don't know
Is
if
it an age thing?
I don't know if I like it that way either.
Why?
I might go career points. Like, hey, man, if you just top out this many points, you got to go.
No, because we got it. Because if the worry is going to be is that we're going to become an elite sport at that point. There's only going to be 10 or 15 teams that can line up and put on a good show.
Well, that's true.
To me, though,
Yeah, I could see that happening.
If you follow other types of racing, you have F2, you have the Nextel series, or what? It's not called the Nextel, whatever the fuck it's called, the Xfinity.
Yeah.
You have the Moto GP, then you have Moto
1, 2,
Moto
3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You have all these lesser series racing the same weekends and the same races as the main guys. Nowhere in those series, and I don't follow them as fucking close as people maybe correct me, but I don't believe so. Nowhere in that series is the F2 winner getting as much publicity and fame as the F1 winner. Same thing with the Xfinity guy. Same thing with Moto 1, Moto 2. We, in our sport, you win Anaheim on 250 class, you get all the podium time, you get all the TV time, you get all the interviews, you get treated, you get a national number, you get points towards your national number now, you get more money, you get SMX. There's SMX for 250 class now. There is no drawback to being in the regional class in our sport. There's no drawback. A little less money than the elite guys. That's the drawback. Because you're not making as much as Cooper Webb, Hunter Lawrence, Jet Lawrence. You're not making that kind of money, but you're fucking right underneath that. So you're right underneath that. You're racing half the supercrosses. You're getting all the fame, all the attention, all the media coverage of Jet Lawrence. And you don't see that in other motorsport series. Those guys, I couldn't tell you the Xfinity winner. I couldn't tell you the F2 winner. I couldn't tell you any of these guys because it's a lesser series, and it is. It's a lesser series. But in our sport, dude, it ain't a lesser series.
I disagree with that.
Which part?
That it's a lesser. I mean, until you get to the elite class, the 450 class, I mean, that's where they know them. I mean, Deegs is a different. Deegs, for example, is a different deal. There is certain riders, McGrath when he was on a 125, but
it's a
there's a
lesser
lot
series.
of guys that you could. Can you tell me who was the 125 national champion in 2010? National champion.
Dino.
Was he 2010?
I think so.
You're good.
But my point being, you're also racing in Supercross. You're racing half the class. Okay?
Oh, absolutely.
So you have half the competition.
Oh, I agree with that.
So you're literally you're racing more privateers, half the class. I don't know. So our sport is broken. We should just make the 250 class just wide open like the 450s. 17 races. You can move back and forth wherever you can get a ride.
I agree with that.
If Barsha can't get a ride in
agree with
450s, jump down to 250s. We have two classes because we have the futures for the kids now, which used to be 125 class in your guys' day. That was for kids. So we have the kids class covered.
No, that was different.
Well, but I'm saying
125 was the
lights
was
class
the 250
now.
class.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
But we didn't have a futures.
I know, but I'm saying that was the kids class to get their feet wet. It was 125 Supercross back in the day. Well, now it's futures because we just went a little.
Well,
different.
now they went 3 classes now.
Right, but to me, no, he meant national title.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. He was fact checking me.
Was he right?
He hasn't checked yet.
No, he's checking it.
Okay, so I just think the class, to me, Again, they get all the benefits of Jet Lawrence, and they race half the races, and they're fucking making more money than full-time 450 guys.
So what's the problem?
I think if we want to kick people out of there or keep them in and make it wide open, either way, we're half pregnant right now in that class. You shouldn't make that kind of money in that class, but they are. They're crushing it.
Why shouldn't you?
Because you're racing half the class in Supercross. You're racing half the competition. You're not racing all the riders like 450 class. Canard 2010, Dino 2011.
Oh, but you were good though. That was close.
I thought Canard was 09. Okay. Anyways.
No, I think the bigger issue is, you know, how do we bring these guys along to where we can have sustainable 450 racing? You know, because there's, you know, if you look at this class, you look at this sheet right here, which is for the results from Hangtown.
Mhm.
You know, you go down
Hangtown.
that list.
High Point.
You know, Deegan's the only one. Deegan's the only one there that, you know, I'd throw him on a 450 tomorrow, and he's going to be great. These other guys, you would have some concerns about. You know, they all can know how to ride a dirt bike. You know, but if you look back at when these guys were coming in before, these, you know, it was let's get these guys at 16 and let's transition when they're 18, 19, and they're on the 450s. And now it is, I want someone that's 21, 22, 23.
I mean, RJ's 27.
They need to be a little more seasoned. They need to be a little more
same
this.
age.
Yeah.
You know, I think, you know, there was, because there's maybe there's more. You think they're more seasoned, they've got their stuff together a little bit more, and they can have a conversation with a sponsor. But
you know, one thing people never talk about to me, and they talk about Marty and Jordan and these guys making, hey, stay down, make as much money as you want. You know what I mean? Don't move up. Like, you know, why would you do that? Okay, fair. One thing we never talk about is what about the younger kids that maybe aren't quite there yet, but can grow into a ride, but then they give the sport up. A Fry from Star Racing, and Nick Romano. Because for every action, there's another opposite reaction, and the other reaction is that these younger kids that come up from amateurs, there's no hope. Deegs is the elite guys. I'm not talking about. I mean the mid-level guys. There's no hope of getting a ride because some 27-year-old kid has your ride. And he can't move up because there's a 32-year-old that has his ride in the 450 class. So you can sort of say, like, hey, kid, either make it or break it. And sorry, you couldn't make it in life. Like, not everybody gets a trophy. You failed. But I would counter with, well, do you know how much physically and mentally superior that 26-year-old is versus that 18-year-old? It's incredible. It's incredible. So you're taking a 26-year-old factory rider, full-grown man, has a child, mentally strong, on a factory motorcycle, and this 18-year-old kid is going to ride for traders out of amateurs. His 18-year-old physical strength, his 18-year-old mental strength, he doesn't stand a fucking chance. So, you know, I'm not saying that's my comeback, but what I'm saying is when you talk about these guys, hey, why would you move up? Why would you move up? Okay, fair. No one talks about these 18-year-olds on a trader's Yamaha that have no chance in hell. Because, again, I'm not talking about the elites. I'm talking about the next level guys.
no, and it's, you know, I think it's. But
Do I have a point?
if you look at,
It's a good point. I think you do. I mean, there is a point. No, you're right. But what is the answer? I mean, whether it's an age thing or what you said about the points, but I personally think that I agree with you that
make it wide open.
You got to go out. No,
okay.
Well, either or.
That's what I'm saying.
Either
the class
or.
is broken, so make it either or.
Yeah.
Get out or stay in forever and make it 17 rounds.
I don't know that it necessarily starts just there. I think it has to do with how these guys are training and doing some things now moving forward. It's gotten so expensive to go racing that I think a lot of these younger kids, they can ride badass at whatever training facility and do all this stuff. They know the track's like the back of their hand. They don't know how to race.
Yeah, there's some of that.
There's and instead of having this unlimited room to grow, I think some of these places with their tactics and how they go about doing things, they create these concrete ceilings that gives these guys the, if I don't have this, and this widget and this, I can't even ride, to where but there are some guys that are just going, that are still out there that can go, man, if we can get to do this, I can do this. And I think that's, it has a lot to do with how you are nurtured and growing up coming into this thing. And I think the at 16-year-olds 25 years ago had more race experience.
Yeah, for sure.
Than they do.
They would race Golden States and local races.
They would race.
race.
They're
That's
racers.
True. No. That's true.
Now these guys are lucky to do 7 races a year. But you bring them to their training facility, they'll look geniuses. They know where every bump is, how the rut develops. They know all this. You get to a track where all of a sudden, oh shit, there's something new out here. What do I do? And they freak the fuck out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's why they Russian
guy.
But that's why they don't make it up.
That Russian guy is shit the bed once, so now they've gone outdoors. I really thought he'd do something.
He's been okay outdoors.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, he's got a 15th.
Look, and he got shit.
The high point wasn't good, yeah.
No, every race. The guy sucks.
Wow, okay.
Whoa. Tell us how you feel. Don't keep your feelings inside. It's bad for you. Let them out.
Well, I'm just saying that I haven't seen a good result from him since he got in the what he got, maybe a 19th or something in one moto?
15th, yeah, 15th. He's got a lot of speed.
Fedorov, or what's his name?
Fedortsov.
Yeah, that guy.
Hey, by the way, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Liat, outside sales rep, full-time job in Chicago. The pay is $45 to $70K a year, basically what Marks makes per show. Chicago-based, coverage to Wisconsin, Indiana. Liat, outside sales rep. They'll meet. You got to go out there in Chicago. Wisconsin, Indiana, Illinois, and based in Chicago. Sell Liat products, make some money, get in the industry. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. First and only job board built specifically for motorcycle industry. So, check it out. Liat, outside sales rep, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. We got the X Brand Goggle tear-off segment coming up. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
It's the X Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. Just remember, Mark, this is out of order, isn't it? Yep. Okay. EKSbrand.com, Fast Freddie Knorr and Kyle Chisholm, Henry Miller. A lot of guys running X Brand goggles. The Lucid goggle looks fantastic. Thank you to the guys at X Brand Goggles. Pulp Show 25. Code to save with EKSbrand.com. And check it out, man. Great roll-off system as well. And new straps, new colors, all in stock. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar?
I know the name.
You do?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Brother?
I've never heard of the guy.
No, me neither. All right, let's do this, Mark.
Are you sure?
These questions are submitted by Moser. Does anybody know him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Came with receipts.
Yep.
Steven.
Yep.
As a factory mechanic, which race win do you most cherish? It's a short list to choose from compared to Skip and Berluti.
That's fucked.
That's hilarious.
I just read the questions, sir.
Let me ask you guys this. If you were me.
You got 15 seconds.
No.
Thank you.
Because this is like trying to choose which child I want to save in a fire. So.
Do you have children?
No.
Oh.
But I won a national, Kelly Smith, 1-4 in the mud, 125 national AMA race, KTM's first ever win, mud race. Takes a lot of mechanical skill to make that thing work. Again, first ever win for KTM. So that was cool. Did that. But then summer cross, not AMA race, cheeseball dick race at the at the Coliseum. But we beat McGrath. Now he fell when he was winning, but we beat him. Tim Ferry. Trophy's right behind you. Not an AMA race. No one really gives a fuck, but we beat McGrath, who's a legend, right? Which should I value more? Like, which would you, like, honestly, I don't know which one I value more. They're both really cool. If we had beat Mike Craig, then I'd go with the AMA race, right? Because, no offense to Mike Craig, but whatever. We beat the fucking king at the LA Coliseum. Again, his blood alcohol limit was probably really high because he'd come right from Havasu, and he crashed while leading. So it's not like we dominated McGrath. But anyways.
What year was that?
99.
Okay.
What should I value more?
The first one.
The AMA?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
The first one.
Yeah. Okay. AMA one.
Okay.
We talked him into it anyway.
I can't choose. Yeah, they both mean a lot. So.
Hey, so who? Real quick, besides McGrath, there was other people there.
Craig was there.
Well,
Pedro Gonzalez, Mike Craig. I don't know
the
if you're on
first
that.
one.
Yeah.
I think the first one.
Yeah.
Berluti, Suzuki has managed to stay competitive, but how much longer before it will be too outdated to race professionally?
Well, okay, if you're looking for a time, I hope to see that they develop something and they'll be back competitive. But if they keep going with what they got, I'd say 3 or 4 years, people will forget all about them.
Skip, lots of Cowie being slow talk. What's the easiest way to make more horsepower, if or when needed?
Money. It's that simple. Yeah, but you have to have engineering. You got to have unbelievable engineering behind it. It's quite challenging to make a lot of horsepower right now, and make everything live.
All right, 14 seconds.
Steve, a lot of weight talk with Marchbanks and Kitch. So what do you think is the maximum weight you want to be on a 250?
Well, I mean, Lachine won a title at 190 pounds on a factory Honda, though.
85?
Yeah. See, look, Berluti, you're good at this stuff. I would say anywhere over 170, you're at a disadvantage. But, I mean, Drew Adams and Marchbanks are making it work. So.
Yep.
Berluti, who do you keep in touch with from your wrenching days?
I'm going to have to say nobody.
Wow. Sad.
It is sad. But I like coming on the Pulp Show. Catch up with everybody. Skippy and
that's right.
Do you go to Huddle every once in a while?
You know, every time I've gone there lately, he hasn't been there, so I quit going.
Yeah. He doesn't know how to use his phone and go, hey, I'm going to stop by.
Right.
Want to grab a beer?
Right.
Yeah, that never happens either.
Yeah. Tell you what, the last time I was in the summer with my buddies there from Canada, I never ate at that place before, next door.
Okay.
That's fucking unreal.
Yeah,
it's good.
That was unreal.
It's good.
I forget what it was that I had. But
pork sandwich, I'm sure.
No, I think it was the brisket.
Okay.
With the mac and cheese, and I almost went back for seconds.
Yeah, that's really good.
Unbelievable.
Oh.
Okay. So,
Skip, what's a bike you didn't wrench on that you thought was bitchin'?
Actually, I'd say it was the Suzuki's 92, 91, 92, 93, because they were whipping out titanium pipes, and it was freaking cool. They had some badass parts.
93 when they went to the shroud that covered the tank. The total, that was a badass looking bike.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say one of my bikes.
Again, there's the whole. He just. I should have.
Your 2001 KTM 125.
Oh, those are badass.
How about Tom Moen? Do you talk to him?
I haven't seen Moen forever. He's still around. Still
Is
working
he?
there.
I need to get a hold of that guy.
Why?
I got it. I'm looking for some parts that he might have.
Oh yeah, most
You got his number?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll hit you up later.
Yeah. I got so mad at Moen one day.
You did?
So fucking mad at Moen.
Wow.
It's my own fault, but fuck Moen.
Wow. Okay.
No, I'll tell you. I pull into El Cajon, into the headquarters after a day of testing. I'm in a box fan, right? I jump out of the van. Moen walks over. He's like, how was it? Whatever. So he's standing there in the shop. And I grab the bay door and, just one of those ones on chains. And I'm just, you know what I mean? And just pull it and then get in the van. Well, I didn't pull it high enough, the door. I thought it was because whatever. And he's standing in there. And I'm just all backing into the shop. Bang! I hit the door.
Oh.
I get out. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, Moen. He's like, hey, I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, my God.
Couldn't have said anything, Tom?
Scream at me?
Could have screamed at me? Could have been, whoa. No, just stand there watching me back into the fucking door.
Oh, shit.
I mean, ultimately, it was my fault.
Sure.
But, Jesus, Moen.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah. God damn. Okay.
Okay.
Now we know how he feels about Moen.
I know I like Moen. I just wish that day he would have told me the fucking door wasn't high enough. And I went to his house one time. I went to his house one time in San Diego, and he had a giant tortoise that lived in the backyard and just dug holes. We had a Super Bowl party there, and for fucking 3 hours, this tortoise was just digging a hole, so slow. And I'm like, "What's he doing?" Moen's like, "Yeah, that's what he does every day." I'm like, okay.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah, okay.
I knew more about mowing now than I ever did.
Yeah.
And I like mowing. He's a
We'd
good
go
guy.
testing. We'd go testing. He'd do up a shock in the shop, and we go testing, and he'd be like, and we had no link then, right? Shocks, just two bolts, and we'd go riding, and rider would do some laps with the one shock. We'd put on the other shock, and how'd that feel? The guy would go, I don't know. All right, put the other one back on. That was it. That was Moski's testing. One shock. If you didn't like it, put the other one back on.
So he's still affiliated?
Yeah, he's still the magazine media guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Andy, he works with Andy Jefferson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Steve.
Yep. Was that 30 seconds?
3 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm not sure.
I don't know why he wouldn't say the door isn't fucking high enough, Matthes. Slow down. Stop the van.
They got mirrors.
I know. Again, on
Apparently
me.
you didn't. Apparently you
again,
didn't.
Again, on me. Just would have been nice to get
Back at camera would have been handy that time.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, your third question.
Okay. Yeah. Good talk.
There's
I'd
nothing.
fly the
There's
girls
nothing
in
there.
from L.A., boy. And
It's
what
just
about anal
blank.
bleaching?
So we're gonna go ahead and skip you.
Jimmy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's just blank.
Great radio, bros.
So R.I.P. you. Berluti, which of your riders was the easiest going with bike setup, and who was the most particular?
I'd say Huffy was super simple. Mikhail Pichon probably was pretty kind of, he was hard.
Okay.
All right, last one. Skip. What was the biggest bonus you ever got, assuming it was from MC?
Yeah, it would have been 90. Yeah, 95 probably.
Mm-hmm.
So we won the world title, all the overseas races, and indoor and outdoor that year.
How much did you win?
It was
that was that question.
How much?
Yeah. Is that what it was?
Yeah. What was the biggest bonus you ever got?
Yeah, there were 6 digits to the left of the dot.
Wow. No wonder you live on the big house in the hill.
Yeah. 6-figure bonus.
6 digit. That's it.
Yeah.
But you deserve it.
All
bud.
said,
That's
all
awesome.
said and done. All said and done that year. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
They would have crushed
That's
it.
It was
Right?
really cool.
All right, that's X Brown Goggles tear-off segment. Thanks for the questions, Moser. Great job on that. Yeah, really fantastic.
Yeah,
all
I like
all
those
8 of them.
questions.
Yeah, all 8 of them.
Yep.
Great job. EKSbrand.com, Pulp Show 25. Great goggles. Check out the roll-offs as well, like I mentioned earlier. Sam's on 1. What's up, Sam?
Hey, I've got an I don't know, man, about
Twisted
the
Tea, I don't know,
whole
man. Sure. Yeah.
Steve Matthes show, conglomerate that it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Hit me.
Yeah, so I mean, you've got the race reviews, the Blair Matthes Project, the PulpMX Fantasy, all under one name, and I'm over here trying to keep up on all of them, but I can't keep track of any of their upload schedules because they're all under one podcast platform.
Yeah, but isn't it easy
I don't
just
know, man.
isn't it easy just the podcast reloads with a new show there? Isn't that just
I mean,
easy?
but when I'm scrolling through them, there's 50 of them.
I'm on your side.
Okay, so
Thank
here's the
you.
problem, Sam. So, very crowded world with podcasts, right? Will you agree with me? Just in general, there's 8 million
Yeah.
podcasts, right? Well, so the Re-Raceables pod that I do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we started that, 3 years ago. Brand new show, brand new podcast feed, and that show, it's doing well, but it's not doing as well as other shows. And I think, Sam, that's because, why wouldn't I put the shows under an established feed? Because that way it gets so many subscribers and so many people eyeball on it. I'm having trouble getting the Re-Raceables to the same level as the other shows. And I think it's because people just don't want to fucking go look for new podcasts. So
Fair enough.
I feel like putting it under the Steve Matthes show, because also the FXR show's underneath there, right? And
Yeah.
when you see the Steve Matthes show, it's got a giant Fly logo on it because Fly sponsors that Steve Matthes show. So FXR guys are like, hey, what the fuck? There's a Fly logo. And I'm like, yes. But if you want to get the most views, the most people hearing the word FXR, you best be in this feed. Now, my guy Marks did some sort of magic where the image changes. Right, Marks?
Yeah, we have episode art now.
Yeah, episode art.
I will say on Apple Podcasts, that doesn't show up for some reason.
Fake news.
Good job, Marks.
No, fake news.
Mark says that you're fake news, Sam.
I'm looking at it right now.
He's looking at it right now, Sam.
Sam,
Maybe my phone's not up to date.
Message me, Sam. We'll get you sorted.
Message Marks. Okay.
All right.
But I know what you're saying. There's a lot of stuff on there. We got the LVK show, right?
It can be a challenge sometimes if you're trying to
Yes.
find something.
Yeah. I know. And with the Blair Matthes thing that I started with Daniel, I wanted to maybe start its own feed and get its own show going, and then that's over here, right? But then I started thinking, like, how do I get the most people listening if I do that? It's hard to. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm with you, Sam, because, like, you know, sometimes there's just, like, the show's just bam, 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 but I don't know what else to do to get most people to listen.
Sam, Steve needs a marketing guy.
Yeah.
I'm not your man. I work blue collar. I can't do anything like that. So
I'm with you, Sam, but you know what I'm saying, too, so I don't know a great solution. So I'm with you, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But thanks for the call.
Before I go, I want to say, Skip, I always love when you're on the show. It's fun hearing stories from the brewery.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sam.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
You guys
it.
have a good night.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. What's new with the brewery? Anything coming up? Anything like?
No, we're working on our app, and then we got a couple cool. We're doing some like a traditional German Helles.
Oh, I'm out on that.
So we're doing. No, you've drank plenty of those
Oh,
in
have I?
Europe. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's a pale lager, so it's a lighter lager
okay.
style of
Oh.
things, but everything's out of Germany, sourcing it. All the hops, the grain,
Wow.
the yeast, all
Damn.
that stuff. So, got a hoppy lager that we're coming out with, and then we have our Pilsner. So we're going. The trend's kind of going a little more, definitely lighter, crisper. You know, the non-alc thing is becoming more popular. But I think, you know, it's especially here in Vegas when it's 118 out, you know.
Yeah, you know
so
what?
it's but the trend is, and we're also getting back the industry to making what I'll call traditional, you know, just traditional good beers, and all the crazy stuff seems to be, you know, everybody's going to have their little bit, but more and more everybody's going to be a little more light, crisp, clean, brewed properly. Not
Interesting.
crazy flavoring, you know. We're not putting donuts and all the stupid shit in beer much anymore. So,
Talon,
Anymore, you had donuts in your beer
no,
before?
just in general.
Oh, okay,
And that's
gotcha,
from the
gotcha.
industry
Talon, have you been to
standpoint.
Huddle? Like I know you have been for us, but have you been down there like alone?
I've been down there a few times, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might have went to a trivia night or something down there.
Oh, okay. All right. Marks?
No.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
cool, man.
Hey, so is
Couldn't even make Phil's party.
Is that downtown area? Is the food and everything coming in there?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Would you recommend it, like business wise?
No, absolutely. There's you know, it's getting a little, I don't know, maybe a little bit bougie.
Well, now it's getting bougie. It went from
a little
rundown to
bit.
bougie.
No, it is, yeah. But it's, you know, it's rent's gotten all the new stuff that's going on. The rent's going to be, it's getting more expensive, but there's three big
you're locked in.
complexes. Yeah, luckily there's three big apartment places that are
okay.
going in.
Going
So
up
there's a new place called Midtown that they're going to put in, and it's going to be, you know, it's.
Did I see something by Circa going up?
It's
Circa?
right close
Okay,
there.
Yeah.
So it's on the north side of Charleston, and they're going to have, it'll be robots, and to where you can, so bottom will be retail, residential above, to where, like, if you want to get your food or something, it'll be your community, and little robot will go down and pick your food up and bring it to wherever your place is. And
out.
so that's going to be,
That's
it's going to be,
crazy.
that's going to be pretty cool. And then we have
I'd like
two
to
other.
I'd like to replace these guys with robots if I can.
Well,
Bots.
that's impossible.
Okay.
Hey,
It's
Steve,
impossible.
why don't you hit Skip?
I think
for
my
his
job is
app
actually
guy?
pretty easy for a robot to do, but
Come on, dude. Don't discount yourself that bad.
No, go ahead.
So
Discount yourself.
it's going to be, it's a pretty cool little place. But James Trees is a local guy, one of the top chefs in the world. He just opened up his new restaurant, Bar Bohème. That's more of a more French cuisine, a little bit of French cuisine. And
I tried that like 2 weeks ago. Me and Yari went down there.
Yeah,
It's the chef from Esther's, right?
yes,
Yeah.
James
yeah.
Trees. So I mean, and
Was it good?
Esther's- Yeah, it's
Yeah, and
spectacular.
Esther's is amazing too.
Yeah,
Both
spectacular.
restaurants.
So you can get great food, great beer, good cocktails,
So
good shopping, some classical or
we
busy all
vintage
days a
shopping.
week?
we had the guy with the English food that Lewis and Adam Wheeler had. Pasties. The pasty
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
He's a moto guy.
Yeah, one of the GM or the GM's
Yeah.
big moto guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
He
so-
was in last weekend. We were shooting up
They
watching.
They
watching
gave
one
us
of the motos.
pasties for the show one.
Yeah,
Pasties.
Oh, there you
sorry.
go. Pasties. That's usually what I see at
on
the
the nipples,
strip
right?
club.
Yeah.
We had pasties with pasties.
Yeah, Cornish pasties.
Nice.
Those were good, dude. I
That
never
place
had one
is
before.
awesome.
Yeah,
that place
so
is really
shout
good.
out to them for giving us the.
Food's amazing. There's a lot of really cool things happening in the arts.
Is it
district
curry?
Right
No, it's
now.
anything.
No.
It tasted like a.
No, it's a. Man, it's in a pastry shell, and it's like a shepherd's, not a like a pot
okay.
pie type of thing. If you could say
Gotcha.
it's,
Yeah.
but it's in a beautiful pastry.
Oh,
Where's my
okay.
papa?
You can get it's really good.
Oh, awesome.
So shout out to that. All right, so Huddle Brewery, check it out, everybody. If you're in Vegas, can you see the sphere from your place?
No.
Damn.
Who cares?
Wow. Okay.
That's a bonus.
Firepowerparts.com. Check them out. Thank you to those guys. PulpMX using Firepower products, batteries, chains, all of that. Firepowerparts.com. And also, I want to thank the folks at Brunt Work Boots. PulpMXShow.com is the code to save with Brunt. They're not just about work boots. They offer a full range of high-performance gear built for tough jobs. If you're a working man, which I am not, but if you brewed in the back at Huddle, you'd need Brunt Work Boots.
Absolutely.
You could use Brunt Work Boots. Please check out the Omen boot, the Marin boot. The Marin boot is one the moto guys are running. Like I just got Jelly some. Eli Tomac's guy. He's wearing Brunt boots. Pedro running Brunt boots. BruntWorkBoots.com. BruntWorkwear.com. Sorry. PulpMX Show is the code to save. Yeah, if you wanted some work boots, check these things out. All right, 702-586-7857. You can call anytime, leave a voicemail. We brought these back after a little while, a couple weeks ago. We got some more interesting messages this week. Again, 702-586-PULP. Let's take a listen to some of the best voicemails.
Steve, what up? Sitting here with my girlfriend, and all season we watched Supercross together. And, you know, I'm trying to figure out which one of these guys she finds good looking. Ken Rocks and Colt Nichols, good looking dudes to me. The very end of the season, she tells me Ricky Carmichael is good looking. What the hell, Steve? What am I doing wrong, man? All right.
I mean, dude, I think Anne Hathaway is hot. And no one I talk to agrees
You're
with me.
fucking kidding me.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Most people are like, you're on crack. So, you know, if your chick likes RC, then cool. Like, it's somebody for everybody type deal. Like, who cares? But, like, again, I get pushback on Anne Hathaway bad.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait, what? She's hot. But, so, I don't know. Yeah, man.
Hey, Steve. Michael from SoCal. Had an interesting drive today. Drove by KTM, and an individual on a crane was doing something high in the air at the top of the corporate headquarters. He was taking the K, the T, and the M off of the top of the building. Interesting. Bye.
I don't know what they're doing to sign a KTM, but I'm pretty sure they're still in business. Like, I don't know what that guy was talking about. Like, so does this guy think he's seeing KTM coming down from the building, and then just no one says a word? They're gone, and no one says a word. Maybe he's thinking about the old place. They had their old corporate headquarters.
Where you used to work?
No, I was in El Cajon.
Oh, okay.
But they have the old headquarters. They leased that building to Intense for a while, I think, or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what that guy's talking about. I just thought that was funny voice.
No, because I saw a couple things on the feed, but I didn't.
Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool.
That whole thing's strange to me. They've
Right,
done
awesome.
so well for so long, many years now.
I don't know, man. I had this whole big tirade planned out because the caller you just took was going on about how we're all upset because first responders don't get a day and then gay people get a whole month, blah 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 blah. Dude, like you know what? I don't know, man. I can't even fathom a thought. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. And I'm just so frustrated. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's catching on.
Dude, you need him to start off that
Yeah,
intro.
I should.
Steve, long listener, long-time follower. I agree completely with your take on the gay bullshit around motocross. Everyone should just leave each other alone and let everybody do themselves. That said, I don't think our country is as bad off as we feel like it is sometimes. Remember, during the Civil War, senators we're trying to kill each other on the Senate floor. So
I mean, there is
we're
that.
in a better place than that. I take solace in that. But otherwise, great job. I've enjoyed your journey, and I think you won not going to Loretta's. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, there is I've gotten
There
more
is
than a
that.
few people have said that. They're
There
like,
is
dude,
that.
you don't want to go. And I'm like, I don't know. I thought the challenge, like, if I made it, once I got there, I do not care about my results. Like, I just want to ride the motos and,
Dude, after you didn't go when your dad didn't take you. I was gonna ask you. Your dad never took you down there.
No, we were up in Canada.
I get it.
Yeah.
But
I
still,
qualified in '88, I think. I rode the regional in Byron, Illinois, and we just never even thought about going. It was just like, whatever.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you were
Back
so.
then.
It sounded like you were into it.
Yeah, but back then
no Manitoba championships.
we had our own Lorettas in Canada. It would go to a different track every year.
Okay.
The amateur national championships. It would go to a different track every year. So we chased that all over Canada. That was the Canadian amateur stuff. But yeah, Loretta's. I mean, I don't even think it was that big though back in the late '80s, '90s. Like, it did not get the hype that it does now. Like, nowhere near.
It started in '82.
I know, but like the hype, like it didn't. I think Ponca was bigger.
Ponca.
Reading old cycle news, it seemed like Ponca was bigger.
Well, at that particular, if you look at the snapshot of 1982, absolutely.
It was.
But I mean, even through the
established.
'80s, it seemed like Ponca was bigger.
I think it faded away. Ponca
Pretty
kind of went.
By '88, '89, Ponca was on its way out.
Was it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, I did a story on Eddie Hicks talking about stories I've done on, and Eddie didn't even go to Loretta's. He won Ponca, and that was good enough. Like, I won Ponca. I don't need to go to Loretta's.
Yeah.
Like,
I remember that was my first mechanic job.
Eddie Hicks?
No, Ponca City.
Oh.
I was 14 for Rusty Reynolds.
Okay.
And that's when I met Tommy Watts. That's because he broke his leg.
Oh, yeah.
At Ponca that year in '82.
Yeah, that's right.
In '82.
82. Yeah.
So I was 14 years old, and that was my first job on the road.
What were you doing at 14?
Cleaning filters.
Yeah.
Taking tires, dismounting tires, pops.
Wow.
Mr. Reynolds would put them on, but it was just washing the bikes, just helping.
Where do you think Snooey started?
I didn't think at 14. I figured he started at some dealership in Maryland.
Yeah. Well, I was 14. That's where it came from, though, dealership. But I was 14, went on the road.
That's crazy. That's awesome.
Paul, I'm an archive listener, and I was watching the Hincon race. Everyone talks about it being hot. Did anyone, I guess you can say everyone run the fan on them, Christophe Purcell style? I think AP cut his sleeves off, but did anyone, soak themselves? Because Christophe Purcell used to do that and, just drench. He'd have his mechanic just drench himself with water. Is anyone doing that? Is anyone doing the scissor cuts? And I also believe in the pro circuit days it was Brett Metcalf or Townley or someone, maybe even Christoph, who used to cut their sleeves like 3/4 cuts and stuff. I don't know, just questions. Yeah, I also think you guys handled that gay situation topic on Monday Night Show really well.
Well, thank you.
Have a great day.
The vest, have you seen Hemekker's and Hymas's vests? Yeah. Those things are the latest, greatest cool vests. I guess the problem with cool vests, and these guys will tell you, by the time you get to the line, they're already warm. Like, they don't hold the heat, the cool, like there's, it's so hot. To answer this guy's question, AP did not cut his sleeves during the race. That was only after for the podium. And then also, there's a minimum sleeve jersey now, so you can't cut your sleeves too much.
That's always been there.
Yeah, you can't cut your sleeves too much. Talking about,
but
guys doing that.
the fabrics have gotten so much better with how they actually are benefit because they'll wick it off and you get a cooling sensation from it. Where
and some guys have the fans. He was mentioning a fan, like Jet had the fan this weekend. The fans are still around. And all that.
I don't know if you have any of the jerseys up on the wall, but some of those plastisol jerseys. I mean, it's like wearing a vinyl suit.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
no kidding.
Like those old AXO ones.
That AXO, I don't know if that's
that's
might
more
be
of a
one of
cotton
them.
one. That's not the one you're thinking of.
But those are printed, right? The printed ones were the gnarly ones.
Like that Osborne, those numbers are like terrible.
Not only that, but no, look at the extreme jersey. That's what I'm talking about. The extreme button jersey from '96. Those are insane.
They were all done with plastisol. I mean, you pick them up and they're like cardboard.
Yeah.
They don't breathe. They locked up everything.
Well, just like you said, those numbers, sublimation is the way to go, right?
Well, now, yeah, but you put that big transfer on the back, it doesn't. I mean,
it for sure.
It's just there's no breathing on it.
No, not at all. Yeah.
I mean, we did transfers, and then we ended up having some perforated material that we put on when we were transferring stuff at the beginning. And then now sublimation's out. And
You got an old chicken jersey, Kalos.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Those are the ones. That's 100%,
this stuff.
100% plastisol printing.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's plastisol, this part.
Yeah. No, all of it is.
Well, this here is like, oh, it's terrible.
Imagine wearing that at Troy, Ohio.
Yeah.
Look at the collar. Even the collar just wicks
Yeah.
in the sweat.
Yeah, these were, but man, just look how, that was badass back then.
It was badass. Yeah.
Right, but
Sean Kalos right there. I worked for
this
him.
this thing.
What?
Yeah.
This weighs as much as a pair of pants weighs
I
now.
know, totally.
You worked for Lowe's?
I work. Oh, is Los the cool name that they called him?
Yeah, that's what they. That's what the guys from Arizona call him.
Super nice guy. Kind of weird, but super nice guy.
That's what your boy Heavy D calls him.
Oh,
Los. Yeah.
Heavy D. I talked to him the other day. Texted with him.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
All right.
He's a legend. All right, let's go to the voicemails.
Hey, Steve. Glad voicemails are back, man. Always enjoyed voicemails. I was calling and leaving them all the time, and glad they're back. Anyway, 2 real quick things. You don't have to bring back the after show review show thing just because you feel bad for Dark Side. No, nobody wants that.
Wow.
Second is since Dazzy seems to come on the show all the time and talk up real good and seems to like y'all, well, are we still not getting the brothers on the show? What's the story there? I know at one time they weren't coming on, but then they did come on. So I don't know. I'd love to see them back on the show because it's my favorite moto podcast for sure. Anyway,
right. Yeah, we got
I
Hunter.
enjoy it. Thank you, and I will call back in maybe when the show is live.
All right, we got Hunter, and he came back on. It wasn't easy. He didn't always like to do these shows, so I'm glad that Hunter came on tonight. He was a good interview.
He was awesome.
So.
Hi. I just have a question. I just watched the race from Thunder Valley, and the girls raced last because they couldn't race yesterday because of the rain or whatever. So my question is, when the guys race, they have the gals that are young gals that are half dressed and have holding signs up and shit and are on the podium and stuff when they win. And why does not the girls have young guys with 6-packs that are look good for them? They have no one.
Oh.
That doesn't seem right to me.
It's
That's
not right.
kind of like bullshit. They should have young guys with 6-packs with, they don't have to have thongs on or anything. But
Wow. Okay,
How
that's
about
good.
the banana hammock?
they could be half dressed too. That's just my question. It just doesn't seem like it's right.
This girl's right.
Yeah, you
it's
like
not
that?
right. And so I don't have a 6-pack, but if anybody from MX Sports, Sophie Phelps, that runs, she helps with WMX, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Oh, my God.
I don't have a 6-pack, and I ain't that good. But am I better than nothing?
How do you look in a banana hammock?
Well, I'm not wearing a banana hammock.
And one ab.
But listen, if you can't find anyone, I'll do it. That's why I want to play this voicemail tonight. I'll volunteer again. There's got to be better options, I'm sure.
I feel like it would be that hard to convince Jet to do it.
No, I don't either.
I feel like he would probably do it.
Right, but
What's his chick gonna say?
I will. I'll do this if you can't find anybody else. If everyone dies of a nuclear blast and you're out of options, I will do this. But I'd rather not.
Please don't, Steve.
Right. But this girl's right. Like they deserve a man hunk.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you know that question was coming up?
Well, yeah. I
You
played the
seem
voicemails.
prepared for it.
Well, yeah. Berluti, I listened to the voicemail.
Oh, okay. My bad.
That's why he.
I thought it was random. I thought that was random.
This is why he's got the empire that he has.
Okay, that's right.
So-
that's right.
I don't want to do it, but I will.
Okay.
In the name of fairness and equality,
Oh shit.
I will do it.
I'm pretty sure that who left that voicemail, you were not the vision she had.
I
walking
agree.
across the start with
I
the
agree.
30-second board.
But am I better than nothing?
That's debatable.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
all right, okay.
fucking A. This
All
is
right.
getting crazy shit here.
All right. Tallon.
Question for Phil. Phil, you're a fucking bitch coming from Canada. You suck.
Really should have played that for Phil. I forgot.
That's funny.
Yeah. Can we clip that for Phil next week?
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
be like, hey, Phil, we got a voicemail for you.
That was a stoner laugh if I've ever heard one.
Oh, it's big time.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So funny how everybody giving you shit for buying Vaporflies, but
yeah,
those aren't even the top of the line ones. I saw Alpha Fly.
I know. I
I'm the same way
forgot.
as you, man. If you got the money, spend it. If you want to start riding dirt bikes and get a cool bike like a Works Edition or get cool shoes because you can afford it, fuck it, do it.
Yeah.
So I say screw them all and buy Alpha Flies.
Stop
Check 'em
hating
out,
the
man.
Vaporflies, bro.
I think it's hilarious.
I'll show you them
Later.
later.
Alpha, Vapor? Which ones are which?
I got the Vaporflies.
Oh,
there's
an
alpha. There's Alpha Flies too.
Are those next level?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't know that when I bought Vaporflies.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have bought Alpha Flies.
Yeah. You just think how fast.
I had a guy DM me and be like, "Dude, those shoes only have like 300 to 500 miles in them," and I'm like, "Yeah, man, I think I'm okay."
Yeah, that could last
I
me a
think-
year and a half.
think I'm all
I'll be
right.
good there.
Yeah,
Well,
like-
it'll probably take your 10-minute mile to
yeah.
9 minutes.
Right. So, is that it?
We got 2 minutes left.
All right.
I got a pretty good race tech rant for you. Just got done reading through the shitstorm that Hopper and GL have been posting on Instagram, and it fucking blows my mind, okay? Like, I could not possibly disagree more with Steve when it comes to politics, but Jesus fucking Christ. Like, you just can't deny that there is no better content out there, and it blows my fucking mind. I'm so angry I can't even think straight. What the fuck is wrong with people? Oh my God, he doesn't like Trump. You're a fucking idiot. You suck. Die, fat loser. I can't even comprehend it.
Yeah, I want to know why they didn't show the 250 Moto 2, especially Moto 1 and 2. But Moto 2, they didn't show the leaders for 20 minutes. Hymas was on Deegan's tail within 2 seconds, and that was the main story coming into this weekend. And they didn't show the leaders that battle and show 5th through 10th for the first 20 minutes of Moto 2.
Okay. Hymas was in 2 seconds for 20 minutes. This guy's saying. Okay, so Deegs does on lap 2. Deegs does a 2:05.9. Hymas does a 2:05.9. So they're pretty good. 2 laps in, probably a couple seconds. Deegs does a 2:05.7 lap 3. 2:06.1. Half a second. Deegan pulls away half a second. Next lap, 2:06.9 for Deegs. 2:07.2. Another half a second. There we go. So now we're 4 laps in, and Hymas is over 3 seconds behind. Lap 4, 2:06.1 for Deegs, 2:08.5 for Hymas. 2 seconds on him.
5 seconds.
Now we're 5 seconds in, 5 laps in. So I can just keep reading the lap times, but I'm just doing the math for this guy that says Hymas was within 2 seconds. He was for 2 laps, and then it was over.
He's from Idaho.
I guess.
Yeah, it was over.
Yeah. I said on my review pod, Hunter got it to within two seconds of Eli. And I got all these idiots in the comments saying, no, it wasn't. And I had to go back and wait, was I crazy? At the end, it was more than that. But Hunter got it down to 2.3.
At one point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Eli pulled it back out. And these people are like, that never happened. And I'm like,
well, it said it on the
I
thing.
know. I'm
Yeah.
going off the live timing.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It's such cognitive bias that they can't.
Cognitive bias.
The people just believe what they want to believe.
No, they hear what they want to
They
hear.
just want to hear what they hear.
They hear what they want to
hear. Yeah, dude, Hunter did get it down to 2 seconds. And this thing was never 2 seconds outside of the first 2 laps. But this guy on the phone is going to say for 20 minutes, Hymas was behind him for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
No, man. No.
That's not what I saw.
Deeks was gone.
Gone.
So these people, man, sometimes. All right, keep playing this for us, man.
250s. This is not the first time they've done this. I don't know if they have something out. They have it out for Deegan, the TV crew, NBC.
Yep, they have it out for Deegan.
I'm not sure.
Yep.
But it looks.
What's up, Brian?
Awfully fishy to me because this is like the 4th or 5th time I've noticed it in the past 2 years. But show the leaders. At least, and now if he's checked out for 5 seconds, I understand. But Hymas was hanging with Deegs. Main storyline from last week. Coming into this
He wasn't
week,
hanging with Deegs.
and they didn't show it.
He wasn't hanging with Deegs.
I mean, show it in a little bubble box in the bottom right.
The best part, Marks, the TV crew has it out for Deegs because, I don't see much promotion of Deegs on TV. I don't see.
Exactly.
They definitely have it out for him because I never see Hayden Deegan.
Very
or
underpromoted. That
underpromoted.
Yes.
Yeah, him and Jet. I just never see them. They definitely have it out for him. You guys wonder why I'm going to fucking quit this job? It's stuff like this.
Don't do that, Steve.
It's stuff like this, and then you guys talking shit on me. That's why I'm going to quit.
Well, we do that because we love you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Motorsport.com, Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This is the Tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the Motorsport.com Tweets at Tallon segment.
At motorsport.com. Go through there for the best prices on aftermarket and OEM parts. They got Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. They're giving away a YZ450F grand prize. It's free to enter. Thank you to the folks at motorsport.com for all that they do for us. And what's this you're sending me, Marks?
That's Moto. Oh, you were talking about.
Lap times?
Yeah, Hymus and Deegan. And Moto Pivot has a chart with the lap
Of the
times.
gap?
Yeah, not the gap,
Oh.
but the lap times. It's a little easier to visualize the lap
I got
times.
the chart in front of me.
I'm just saying I think it's better. Just giving you options, bro.
All right, man. Motorsport.com. Go there. Check out Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Love these guys. They got all things moto and e-bikes and stuff. So great prices. And go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. These questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show. And Tallon picks the best ones.
All right, first one from Jimmy G. It says, to the hugely successful former wrenchers in studio and Steve,
Wow.
what makes
Wow.
a good factory-level MX mechanic?
What do I know? Nothing, I guess.
What makes a good factory-level mechanic?
Attention to detail.
That's exact.
No.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Attention to detail and quickness. Because some guys
I was
can't
never
handle.
quick.
Yeah, but Berluti, you had to have been somewhat quick because, especially near the end.
No, I just probably worked later than the other guys. But
No,
yeah,
but I mean on race day.
Huh?
Like on race day.
Oh,
Like-
right. No,
like-
yeah.
like
You had to.
There's
Yeah.
guys that like are the greatest mechanics, but dude, we don't have the time to do that and that and that. You know, like I remember coming in and being like, okay, oil, filter, clutch, I'm done. That's all I can do. So if you got a problem with your brake system, I'll get somebody else to help me change it. You know, or whatever. Like, there's no time.
And it's changed a lot now too.
Mhm.
It's you have to, you need if you have an engineering background, you got a much better chance than you did ever before.
You know what sucks now though is there's no. You guys were more into it than I was even, but there's no relationship between mechanics and riders anymore. There are some, of course, but it's gone. Like the teams keep their guys, the riders come and go.
The practice bike mechanic probably has the best relationship with the rider.
I would agree with that.
For sure.
Yeah.
They're probably, and they're the ones that get. They don't get probably as much recognition as they should, but they have the best relationship with the rider.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
it's more like what you and I did.
Yeah.
With our rider.
Because we were with them all the time.
Yeah, it was more
Guess I
one-on-one.
didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Guess I didn't do anything.
Sad.
I worked for Ferry for 5 years, but I guess I didn't have that relationship that you guys had. Cool, man.
25-year anniversary of Kelly Smith.
25 years, isn't that crazy?
Yes, it is. It is. And I've been intimidating riders ever since. Yeah, I missed that part of it. Like you don't see the Bundy and Nathan, Skip McGrath thing. You know, like that doesn't happen anymore. You just don't have these guys that go from team to team.
Outside of physically taking the fork and shock apart and rebuilding them, we did everything else during those days. And you were,
I did that. Either.
You were the psychiatrist. You were the sports psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
We wore so many hats then, and nowadays you've got nutritionists, a riding coach, a training coach,
practice bike guy.
You've got so much going on, and then even on the team, at those levels, they all most of the 450 guys each are assigned a crew chief, and then from that you're going to have the engineering staff that's below that, which a lot of that is shared. You've got one or two chassis guys that are going to be involved. So there's so many more layers now.
I think.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
It's a fucking motorcycle. It's got two wheels and an engine.
And maybe there's an opportunity for some things to get lost in translation.
Yeah.
And I go back to the Bradshaw.
Sure.
It's a huckabucking, right? That's what it's a huckabucking. Well, everybody at Yamaha knew what huckabuck meant. If it's a huckabucking, we know how to fix that.
Right.
So there's so much that has changed, but it's a challenge right now. I think to try to as a rider, because now you're talking to 6 different people trying to get one thing accomplished.
I always felt too near the end of my career as a mechanic that everybody wants to help. They all have the best intentions, but Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they shouldn't be talking. Like maybe they shouldn't put things into riders' heads. Maybe they should. They're all trying to help. They want to make themselves be valuable and be the key. But like the less info, the better. And maybe that's where the crew chief comes in, where you're just like, hey, we're not telling them that. We're going to work on this instead of giving them 14 options to get them lost. Because everyone would come in. The motor guy would come in with suggestions, and the suspension guy would come in with suggestions. Team manager guy would come in with suggestions. The tire guy, we had tire guys that would start making chassis adjustments. You know, say, hey, with this tire, you may want to do this with the shock. You know, and they're all trying to help, but it just floods the rider.
No, and I think we started that at Honda, where you know I would make sure that I got the initial feedback from Jeremy off the track, and because that is as raw, it's emotional. You're going to get it, and then by the time it would be back there, he'd be, you know, he would talk to, you know, whether it was Roger or Dave or Jim, you know. And you would get all that feedback, and then I would be at the back end listening to that as trying to work on the bike and paying attention to what's going on. Nowadays, those conversations don't happen outside anymore. They're in the trailer, so you're a little bit lost as that. But I was because we were. I guess I was I would be the crew chief at that point. Then at the end of the day, you know, or right before that second moto, or you'd make that change. You know, it was, did you fix the problem? I'd have to look him in the eye and say yes or no. And if it was yes, he had to know that it was, he had to look me in the eye and know, okay, I got it. And if it wasn't, we would come with a solution. Okay. No, we didn't fix it. And this is what we believe, but you'd be brutally honest with them. You know, and and some of that might get lost, but there's a reason why he was the best. He was able to process all that bullshit and still go out and get his job done.
Yeah, different time now.
I think Formula One and shit like that, all those people may make a difference, but moto's such a different deal, man. I mean, it's you, the rider with the bike. I mean, it's a driver with his car, but there's four wheel. It's way different than motorcycles.
Yes and no. You know, because I think, you know, that let's just talk about Formula One racing, right? There's no way any driver can make up 3 seconds a lap on a Formula One track. Doesn't matter. Guess what can happen in moto? That rider can get on and go 3 second lap faster. There's nothing I can do to a motorcycle to give it 3 seconds. Nothing.
No.
But the rider can.
Absolutely.
And that's the one
sport.
The
point I'm making.
That's the one sport to where, you know, it is 100% can't even do it without the team. But the minute he throws the leg over it and the gate drops,
that's why we love it, right?
Look at amateur kids.
Yeah.
Look at I mean, it's you and the motorcycle, and it's intuitive. It's more. I think that there's too many people involved, like what you're saying, and putting too many things in their heads.
Yeah. Well, it's never the rider's fault anymore, right? So
that's true.
Yeah. And I just remember, I think it was a 1962 or 1967 or 68 old Yamaha racing owner manual. And as you go through this, because Yamaha was pretty leading the way back in the late 60s at the time. And
the DT models?
No, but just from the racing, on the racing side. So when you read this manual, one of the things that one of the engineers said was that to the point where, you know, you are riding a machine. A machine is going to do things good and it's going to do things not good. It's the responsibility of the racer to know which way the bike is and to get the most out of that machine.
Cut and frame that in semis.
This was in like 1967 or 68 I read this, which was really cool, and it stuck with me forever.
Right.
But that is lost.
Yeah.
You know, but Jet's that way, Brian's that way. Brian go, you know what? Fuck it, it wasn't right, but I rode the shit out of it. And he's going to make it right for that day. And all the good guys were that way. They would figure out a way to win, come back in, tell everybody that it was great, and when they get inside the truck, you're going to rip us a new asshole.
Yeah.
What the fuck? The thing had square wheels on it again. I thought we fixed this problem.
You got to figure Prado is so lost right now, I'm sure. Confidence-wise, he's probably not happy with his bike. He's wondering what's going on. The team's like, dude, you're not even close to where you were supposed to be. Like, it's got to be. Like,
you got 3 million people telling you all this shit that you never got before either.
Guys like Mark's typing internet forums.
Steve, you got to pull the holy, dude.
Yeah.
You got to show that all that technology is where it's at.
Nobody believes in me, but I'll do it for you, Berluti.
Okay.
All right, next question.
Be Her 95. In the two-stroke era, did you guys ever mod a piston by drilling into it to oil the exhaust bridge of the cylinder? If not, what other weird mods did you try?
We did all kind of stuff.
That was a given, and now they all come that way.
Yeah.
Any other weird little things you guys would do?
Man, we got to the point where we started machining the front of the piston just to give a little relief on the port side. There was times where you would try anything and everything you could to make those things last.
Have you heard of the 12-degree piston nowadays? It's pretty trick. So basically, what they're doing is chamfering the very top of the piston, so that your port timing changes. It opens before, but yet, it's pretty cool. But it's that's the new.
What's it on?
Huh?
What are they using it on? Cars, like F1 cars?
No. Two-stroke, like 125s or 250s.
Wow.
Mostly 125s or 150s. Yeah. It's.
What does that do for compression, though?
No, it's the ring is the same place it is and everything.
Oh, you're talking about under.
It's the top of the piston is just chamfered so that your exhaust ports are opening up, or all your ports are
ramping up.
Ramping up slightly earlier.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah. Interesting.
All right.
JT's T-shirt. Who are the big names you were thinking Club MX is talking to now that the Barcia talk is over?
They were talking to Anderson. I know that. I don't know how that's going to go. They're talking Barcia, talking to Anderson.
DB said he reached out to Tomac, but it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, at some point they were talking to Tomac about doing something. Yamaha said no. I can't remember who else I heard. That's all I know from now.
The Osby for Skip. Any chance your beer goes national? The Vanilla Oak is incredible, but I don't get to Vegas often.
No, we can't make enough for our backyard, so we're ways off of that, for sure.
Dusty Sullivan, I'm sure he's heard a few of these now if he gets to this point in the show, but he says, I'm kind of new to Pulp. What's your best Berluti story? I've heard him mentioned on other episodes, so he must be a legend.
Berluti's a legend.
Oh, yeah.
You have to go through the archives. When Alessi took Tickle out, you were heated. That was a great show.
I was heated, yeah.
The swing arm.
To me, that was so blatant. It was one of the most blatant things I've ever seen in my life.
Right, it was bad.
Personally, you've seen T-Bones, and then and then when I approach him at the end, I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, my clutch was fucking up. I was fucking heated.
Yeah, there's a lot of great Berlut stories. Check the archives. By the way, thank you to the folks at thank you to Brian Stone. Edward Jones Financial. Give him a call, 816-761-4066. Edward Jones, member, SIPC. Please check out Brian Stone. He's ex-privateer guy. Now he's in the financial world, and he works with more Edward Jones guys. And, man, he'll help you build your portfolio for your unique goals and passions. Contact Brian Stone.
Is he local?
No, he lives in Illinois, but he can do national. Yeah.
Did you know him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good guy.
Brian Stone.
Brian and Doug Stone. They used to be like Midwest legends.
Huh.
Fair race legends.
All right.
He made a lot of mains, too. Brian did. Yeah. All
right. Voice of the Drunken People for Skip and Berlut. Everyone talks about your era as the golden age of motocross. Other than the obvious video content availability, what's something better about today than back then?
I definitely think, I don't know, technology or whatever, but for sure, when I look back at some of our old stuff, oh my God, I can't believe you even watched it. It was so terrible. Just the quality of the film or quality. Nowadays it's way better.
I would say travel's better because you guys were putting your lives at risk, man, with all those miles in a box fan. That was stupid sometimes. Like I did it for a few years too, right?
You're on okay, that's a different. Yeah,
well, I mean,
get you.
Yeah, talking about the sport, like you guys, fuck, man, that was and again, I did it, so I guess maybe I should say me, but you were just living in a box fan, and it sucked, and it was dangerous at times.
Yeah, I think for me, I wish, of course I wish we had data acquisition stuff like that, but I wish we had the video and the picture ability.
Like the Dartfish stuff.
Just to be able, not even that, but just to be able to zoom in and see your motorcycle working a little bit as opposed to, just being a complete blur, because I think we could have gotten so much better, so much quicker by being able to see.
You know the dark
see
fishes,
more
right?
about that stuff's amazing.
It's next level.
Yeah,
right?
it's amazing.
Imagine putting Jeremy out there. Imagine you're Ezra Lusk and you putting Jeremy out there, and you're like, oh, fucking look how tight he is. Look how low he is.
You know, and that's old now.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
it's been around a while now.
But for me, it's kind of like if you like I had some issues with my feed streaming, and it gets a little pixelated and out of focus.
Yeah,
that's how our shit was, right?
Yeah,
that's the video you got to start with.
Permanent,
so
right?
try zooming in on that, man. You're out. You can't.
Oh, for sure.
V8 Racer 13. Does RJ's performance on the 450 put the aging 30-plus riders on notice? His performance so far may convince teams it's time to promote some of the top 250 guys. Hunter and J. Coop are consistent front runners.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's just, it's like what we talked about, right? Like Barsha and Malcolm and Anderson are three of the older guys that aren't winning, that are sort of going to be gone soon, I think. And yeah, ultimately it's a dog-eat-dog world, right? So
I want to bring them up younger for me. I'm anti what the culture's at now.
You know, I didn't realize this, but J. Coop's 26. Somebody told me he started when he's 19.
27.
27.
Yeah.
I was like, I forgot. Like I'm like, fuck, 27 years old already.
He rode in that in the lights or whatever you call it. What do you call it now?
250
class for a long time.
Yeah.
But he was an older amateur kid.
Yeah, he started when he's 19. Came into pro. Like
he was 1 week from his 20th birthday when he turned pro.
Right. So you think of J. Coop as 27.
Yeah.
You know, but you're like, fuck. All right.
Last one, we kind of touched this. Let's see what he says. Andrew Bouvier.
Oh, look at the time.
Berluti changed his tune yet on Jet Lawrence. A few years ago, the guy said unimpressed by his hype. Where does he stand now?
His height.
Hype.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I still don't think he's going to go 72. That's my biggest thing. I think the guy's going to be driving around in Lambos. And, I mean, that was my main contention, was to talk about the 72, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think I don't think he's going to get there, especially now, for sure. I'm saying absolutely not.
All right.
No! That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Thanks to the guys at Motorsport, man. Appreciate it. One question before we go. Chase Sexton comes back at Redbud. Does he run with Jet?
I'm going to say no.
Redbud?
Yeah.
I certainly thought that he had the ability to. I don't think so now. There's some really he don't like those people at KTM, right?
No.
You know,
well, there's
something going on
there,
right?
Yeah, right.
Nobody. It doesn't. You guys aren't really saying much about it.
Well, he just doesn't like his bike.
Nothing to do with management?
I don't think so.
Really?
I think it's more on the bike. Yeah.
Come on, dude. The guy won a championship on it last year.
I know, Berlut. I know, man.
I don't know.
We got.
I think he's got some man, and he knows he's
we got
going.
Prado. Cowie's no good, but Sexton's going to Cowie because it's good,
scary.
and then we're Tomac's going to KTM because it's good. It's just.
I wish he would stay at. I would think he'd be better off staying at KTM personally, but I would say I think he has the ability to do something, but it's only if he wants to. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's the question. You know, with what's going on and what's going to happen at the end of the year, how much, is he really willing to push it?
Yeah.
Push it.
I mean, Steve, is he hurt? Could he race last week? Could he
course.
be raced the week before?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Why isn't he?
He's banged up.
Come on. You just said that he's not
I
hurt.
know. He's emotionally banged up.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe there's an injury. I don't know, but I don't think so. I love Chase. He's a great guy.
I do too.
Good interview and everything
I'm a
else.
big
He's probably
fan.
never doing my show again now. Thanks, Blue.
I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah.
All right. Hunter Lawrence, Phil Nicoletti, Tallon Vohland. Best interview tonight.
Hunter. I thought Hunter and Tallon. Hunter and Tallon. Actually, all of them were great. Phil was a little soft tonight.
All right.
Yeah.
Berlut?
I think Lawrence is amazing. That guy's he was really good.
Genuine.
I really liked him. Yeah,
genuine.
he was good. And I love Tallon. I mean, I've known him and his brother.
Yeah, I didn't know you went
Northern
that far
California.
back, dude.
Huh?
I didn't know you went that far back with them.
God,
I know, like you're Reno.
Yeah.
And they're NorCal. It's not that close, but yeah.
Oh no, it's Sacramento.
Yeah.
You go across, it's 2 hours away.
Right.
If you wanted to race, you raced.
You had to go over there.
You
Yeah,
raced in California.
Right.
You know?
So yeah, you said you knew Tyson when he was on.
He's an MR50.
50, yeah, Jesus.
I'd watch that little guy just pin it, and then he's just a little kid, and I'd go over and just ramble with him, you know. And then,
Lamson, the greatest NorCal rider ever.
No.
Who?
Lammy? A championship, you might have it. I mean, there were some bad dudes. Magoo. I mean, you could even, it'd be an argument.
Lammy's got 2 national titles.
2, that's all?
Yeah.
I thought he had 3, no?
No.
2? I guess you go by titles, but I truly think that, I mean, dude, NorCal, there's a lot of good riders.
Daryl Schultz?
Schultz, freaking Magoo. Those days, there were some good guys out
Lackey?
there.
Count Lackey?
Lackey.
He's NorCal.
Cantaloupe was good. He won a kind of a chicken shit championship, but Loopy was good. He was factory Yamaha. There's a lot of good guys that came out of Northern California.
Yeah. All right. Best interview, Marks?
I'll go Hunter.
All right. Tallon?
Yeah, I'm also gonna go. Tallon's was really good too, but yeah, slight nod to Hunter.
All right. PulpMX gives back. I want to thank our sponsors on the show. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Michelin, X-Brand, Renthal, Racetech, Acerbis, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace. Check out the Atlas boot as well. They got a boot out now for $300. It's a entry-level boot. It's doing really well for them. Twisted Tea, Guts Racing, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Fox Factory Vehicles, WUSA, love John, and everyone down there. Get Data, Works Connection, PulpMX 20. Speaking of NorCal, PulpMX 20, code to save Works Connection. Intense Cycles, Weisco Piston, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon, Troll Training, all on board with us. So, Skip Norfolk.
You said Guts Racing,
yeah,
too.
Guts Racing,
They're
NorCal.
NorCal.
They're NorCal, too.
Great companies.
Thank you for having me.
Great companies, all of them.
Great companies.
Yeah, great companies.
A lot of
them. Skip, Berluti, thanks, guys. Yeah,
no, thanks for having us
fun.
on.
Yeah, we got to make this more regular.
Oh, stop
People
it.
like
You
you two
always say that
together.
shit.
I know, I do. I say that shit and then I don't do nothing. Right?
Well, just send us the numbers.
The bat signal.
The numbers.
Oh, the numbers.
Yeah, the show that me and Skip are really what makes your show, bro.
Marks, how has been the YouTube reaction for the?
Everyone loves these two.
The two Musketeers.
Everyone loves two of the three.
Is there a lot of like those 3 are great mechanics? Any of that?
A lot.
I lost count of how many of those there were.
Okay, I'm sure there was a
No,
lot.
damn straight.
You love being on, Steve. Thank you.
I was keeping track on the screen like I do the F-bombs. But
right. No, thanks for coming in. We'll get you guys back in sooner. I want to do a live show at the Huddle, too.
Let's
Can we
figure
that out?
Let's figure
How
it
do we
out.
do that?
Tell me when you want to do it.
Marks, we got to figure that out, right? We got that down now.
Yeah, we're dialed.
We got it dialed.
Yep.
Tallon, you'll help?
Sure.
Yeah, see?
If the bar's gonna be open, I'll be there.
Yeah, we'll make sure. Even if it's not, we'll do something special for you.
Yeah, we'll do a live show down at the Huddle.
Let's figure it out when you
one
want to
week.
do it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe SMX. I don't know.
You tell me.
Because would people, if we did it Monday after SMX, would people hang out in Vegas still, or would they be gone?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna
Right.
say, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Thursday night, live show from the Huddle
Whatever you want to do.
before SMX.
Whatever you want to do.
Gotta figure something out. We can get him to come down.
Well,
I'd
I'm gonna
love
text
to.
him every day. Hey, are you coming down the brewery today? I'll be there if you're coming down.
Awesome. Well, hey,
It's just so random. But I see your boy more than I see you.
Yeah.
Is he
Yeah.
still there?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
good.
he's doing all of our. He's not there much anymore. He's doing all of our outside sales now.
Oh. Okay.
So he's gonna just kind of getting him into everything.
Gotcha.
So he's doing the outside
Gotcha.
sales now. We got English guy Mark Hurst, a brilliant guy for beer. He's awesome. So he's taking care of all of our taproom stuff. So
I'm gonna come down there and just listen to him talk.
oh, it's awesome. He's
I
good.
just want to come down and have some brisket from next door.
That place is, every time I go down there, they sell out so quick on the brisket.
There, it depends on the day. Sometimes, yeah, because they're 16, 18 hours. So, they'll.
That's how long it takes.
Yeah, sometimes
Damn.
it's they run out.
It's good stuff, huh?
That's awesome. PulpMX gives back. Check that out. Helping injured riders. We're going to continue to do that if we can and help out some injured riders. Thank you, Yamaha, for the motorcycle that we're giving away for that as well, along with the fantasy stuff as well. Hunter Lawrence, Tallon Vohland, Phil Nicoletti on board. Skip Norfolk, thank you. Tony Berluti, thanks. Appreciate it. Marks, thank you.
Yes,
Tallon,
Steven.
great job. We are.
Thank you, guys.
We are not here. We're off next week.
Sad.
I don't think you are, sir.
I'm very sad.
I don't think you are. We're off next week, and then Jake Weimer's coming in after Southwick. So looking forward to having Jelly Bean Jake in.
Oh, cool.
Appreciate it. So, again,
Fuck 'em.
thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Use the codes to save with all of our partners. Really appreciate that. Check out the Huddle Brewery if you're ever in Vegas. It's fantastic. And for Skip Norfolk, Tony Berluti, I'm Steve Matthes. See you in a couple weeks.
See ya.
Soak and poke.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, I will burn.